Не поняли по.
4.
It can mean highest in rank or value, as well as someone of high rank at your
report today. Sam Wright standing by at the Now desk to continue our coverage here at 5. Sam.
Brian, at one point in April of 2020, the Smithfield plant in Sioux Falls was the largest COVID-19 hotspot in the country. Now the 61-page report suggests that Smithfield, Tyson, and JBS were among the leading meatpacking companies that influenced federal regulation. Among other things, the report says former Smithfield CEO Kevin Sullivan exaggerated claims of an impending protein shortage to keep plants open, despite concerns about unsafe working conditions. It also claims that Smithfield intercepted the draft CDC recommendations, provided extensive comments to state and federal leaders, and ultimately succeeded in having the CDC water them down before being issued. According to the report, Smithfield and Tyson proposed a presidential executive order that would shield them from oversight from state and local health departments. The committee concluded, quote, Smithfield's lethal role in weakening federal meatpacking worker protections was not limited to its own employees. The company's lobbying efforts with respect to the Sioux Falls recommendations carried over
Union and
the Express were very real, and we were thankful.
Of the brand new or newly remodeled modern suites, and have peace of mind knowing there is always a caregiver available if needed. Enjoy socializing in the coffee shop, then relaxing on a private patio or the cinema. Call today to set up a tour and see why life is sweet at Stony Brook Suites.
Life is sweet in Stony Brook Suites.
Oh, love that Chevy Blazer. That's our next SUV. Love that Equinox. That's our next SUV.
Nice Trailblazer.
It was love at first sight. What?
The Chevy family of SUVs. Find new options. Find new roads.
It's Chevy Sport Utility Spring. Well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing or get a $1,000 cash allowance on all 2022 Equinox models. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
The annual Coin, Stamp, and Sports Card Show is to come
due to severe weather conditions. You are watching Dakota News Now at 5 on KSFY. We'll be back after this.
only one station offers over 6 hours of news daily. Get your news when you want it with Dakota News Now.
Dakota News Now, sponsored by Montgomery's.
Montgomery's Mattress First 134th anniversary sale. Save now on our huge in-stock selection. Over 50 styles of kings, queens, and twins with exclusive mattress match technology and next day delivery available through May 16th.
Hi, Chris Jeske here with I-29 RV Supercenter. I-29 RV Supercenter has your new and used RV in stock now. You gotta check out our new line of Icon golf carts. We've got fantastic financing options with super low payments on everything. And remember, we buy and consign good clean units every day. Need to get your camper ready? We have the area's largest service center. Get the camping season started now at I-29 RV Supercenter, just off of T Exit 73, or shop online at i29rv.com.
Oh, love that Chevy Blazer. That's our next SUV. Love that Equinox. That's our next SUV.
Nice Trailblazer.
It was love at first sight. What?
The Chevy family of SUVs. Find new options. Find new roads.
It's Chevy Sport Utility Spring. Well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing or get a $1,000 cash allowance on all 2022 Equinox models. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
Welcome back to Dakota News Now at 5. We're just going to kind of take over the newscast here now because, you know, weather is the lead story today, and it's moving right through Sioux Falls and other places, too, across our, Dakota News Now viewing area. But here's a look at the sky cam from the Heart Hospital in Sioux Falls. We showed this earlier where all that dust and that was being picked up by the leading edge of that storm was moving in. Now we're getting the heavy rain.
Well, and they issued the severe thunderstorm watch that does include Sioux Falls. They call it a particularly dangerous situation for wind gusts up to 100 miles an hour. And just looking above the surface right now, some of those upper level winds are already in excess of 100 miles an hour trying to mix to the surface.
And we've had reports of that too. Didn't you say around Tripp or something? There was 105 mile an hour wind gusts on the surface. Here's another view. This is from downtown Sioux Falls. It's dark, it's raining, and it's coming down in buckets out there along with the wind. So we do have a tornado watch to the north. That's in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. A severe thunderstorm watch to the south also until 10 o'clock tonight. So you might be wondering, what the difference is, why it's a severe thunderstorm watch to the south. Well, conditions aren't quite favorable. We don't have that kind of directional shear in the atmosphere that would produce that rotation like they do to the north. That's what we expect anyway later on this evening. As those storms continue to move to the north, they'll be in a more favorable area for some tornadic activity.
Yeah, those two watches actually providing kind of a good boundary. The separation there, that's kind of where that warm front is. So anything north of that, that's where the better rotation is going.
Right about Highway 14 and to the north of there. So here is that line of storms now that's moving on through. So it extends from Edmonds County and Falk County there down through the Huron area and right through Sioux Falls now. And the leading edge of that storm is that's where we have the really strong winds. A lot of lightning going on with that as well as it moves to the north and east. Now behind it, things are much calmer. We don't expect too much to be happening after that. But again, it's moving right through Sioux Falls right now, right through the Huron area, through Madison. My son in Madison said the power just went out there. So these are all the warnings that are in effect right now.
And the thing is, too, when you look at this warning in Sioux Falls on the surface, it doesn't really look all that menacing, but it's the wind that's incredibly powerful. I mean, it was already doing damage. You mentioned power being out, and now, of course, even just, this blows stuff around very quickly. And that's just, by the way, that tornado warning, some of the embedded rotation within that line.
And we have that, too, just northwest of Huron. With these lines of storms, it's fairly common to get little spin-ups right along the leading edge of that storm, and that's probably what's happening just to the northwest of the Huron area there, and those storms continue to move off to the north and west. We have a warning just southwest of Aberdeen, a severe thunderstorm warning. Wouldn't be surprised in the Aberdeen area. Brown County might be in a severe thunderstorm warning before too long.
Absolutely, and some of these storms, as they continue to make their way north, could start to get with those rotation, that ability anyway, so we're watching out for that.
Okay, so we're going to take a break here in just a few seconds, and we'll come back and probably do some more weather.
Yes.
All right, stay with us.
Right as that line came through and took the power out here at the station. Just about 3 minutes ago, that was registered. So that line continues to surge in a northwesterly direction. And you see those yellow boxes on your screen? That is where we have the wall of wind as it continues to move from southwest to northeast. You see the warnings and the watches posted at the bottom of your screen. Again, this is a continuation of what is called a particularly dangerous situation. A thunderstorm watch here in southeastern Carolina until 10 o'clock tonight. You see these areas that are filled in, that teal color there, that's where we do have the severe thunderstorm watch, the particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch. North of Highway 14, from Pierre across to Aberdeen to Watertown down to Brookings, that's where we have a tornado watch. It's in effect on the north side of this. We have had a couple of embedded tornadoes in that line, as you'd expect. Brian?
Okay, and I'm doing a couple things. I'm rebooting. We're going to pull up our live camera network here in just a moment, as we took quite a power hit here at the station. I want to see, the Beersford radar as it is functioning there. It's looking at these lines of storms again. It also tells us, again, the leading edge of the wind is actually way ahead of where you're seeing all the reds and the yellows in the storms. So it's actually more like this is the wall of wind. Downtown live cam is just off, so we're not going to be able to use that.
76 mile an hour wind report at Montrose.
Here's Harrisburg. Can we bring that one up?
Yeah, we can do that. Let me give you that right here. That's on the main feed, right?
Okay. Yeah, and that is now showing us again just some of the wind that is blown through here. as we speak. And again, that's really looking at, again, a lot of dust in the air, I would say, initially with this storm. But again, that's kind of the view there. And you can actually now see to the east as we look toward Lake Alvin. That's kind of that push of that wall of wind there as that moves to the east here this afternoon.
Is Falls Park back up or is that still down? We microwave that one back, so it might. We lost 41st Street, so let's see if we can see anything from Falls Park.
There it is.
Okay, there we can see the rain has started. The rain coming in behind that line of the wall of wind, the line of thunderstorms. So we're getting some rain right now on the backside of those very gusty winds. Again, we had wind gusts measured in the south side of Sioux Falls right around 80 miles per hour a bit earlier. The latest severe thunderstorm, now we're getting a bunch of reports of damage. Let's see, the Mesonet Station 4 miles southeast of Mitchell just had a wind gust measured at 58 miles per hour. 5 miles west of Sioux Falls, thunderstorm wind damage at 5:03, 1-inch tree limbs broken. I think there's going to be a lot of tree limbs broken. 1-inch tree limbs broken 5 miles southwest of 5 miles west of Sioux Falls, and shingles blown off roofs. So we're probably going to be seeing a lot of reports of that as well. The latest severe thunderstorm warning for winds at 90 miles an hour. They've extended that through Minnehaha County and Moody County, moving into southwest Minnesota. Another report out of Elk Point down on the southeastern tip of South Dakota. Thunderstorm wind damage, 3-inch limbs broken, power poles broken, and we saw the power being eliminated in the Sioux Falls area as the line of thunderstorms move in. Excel now reporting 8,000 customers without power in central and southern Sioux Falls. So if you're able to watch.
City full of so much to do.
5 miles west of Sioux Falls, we have thunderstorm damage already as well. Beetle County, 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that's where that tornado warning is currently in effect. And with some of these new severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, they're issued for those wind gusts getting up to 90 miles an hour. And again, a lot of the damage we're seeing so far has been just, again, those tree limbs have been down, multiple tree limbs and shingles blown off on the west end of Sioux Falls. And again, this is just kind of the start. These are all those severe thunderstorm warnings with these storms having that potential with those damaging wind gusts. So likely, unfortunately, more to come with.
All right, thanks, Tyler, for that. And here's a look at some of the warnings that are going on. And again, they're too numerous to just kind of, try to, display to you right now, one at a time. So just keep your eye on the bottom of the screen. You'll be able to see the information scrolling across your screen. But Sioux Falls is the middle of a severe thunderstorm warning right now. There's another one that's been issued for southwest Minnesota and northwest Iowa. Again, along the leading edge of this line of storms. And then we have this tornado warning to the north and west. Again, that's for portions of Hanson, Lake, and Minor counties until 5:30. What you have occasionally with these line of storms like this is brief little spin-ups that produce, tornadoes that move to the north and east very quickly. In fact, they're moving to the north and east like 70, 75 miles an hour. There's another one here for Beetle County, just northwest of the Huron area that was issued a little while ago. And that storm is racing to the north also at about 70 miles an hour. And here's a couple of more severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect right now. And as this moves to the north, we're probably going to see Aberdeen under a severe thunderstorm warning as we go into the nighttime hours. So the temperature scene really tells a story. It's the big clash of the air masses, cooler and drier to the west, and then hot and humid to the south and east. By the way, I don't want to forget, I want to say hi to the kids at Westside Christian School. I talked to them earlier on today. I told them I'd say hi at 5 o'clock today, and we talked about what was going to be happening tonight. And so the cooler and drier air is going to be winning out. It feels like 97 in places like Spencer, Iowa, 94 Worthington, Minnesota. Very humid conditions across the area as well. So this line of showers and storms will continue to move to the north and east, and by 8 o'clock, hopefully this model is correct. It's going to get everything out of here by then. By 10 o'clock, maybe a little redevelopment in the southeast, but we don't think it's probably going to be severe. And then heading into tomorrow, things are looking much better, and so is the weekend. Here's a 10-day forecast for you now. We do have nice weather heading away for Friday. It's going to be on the windy side, I think, but nice and dry, 78. A beautiful weekend heading our way with highs in the 70s. That continues into Monday. And then we do have small chances of precip from Tuesday through Friday, just spotty kind of stuff, we think, at this point. And then next weekend, looking pretty good with high temperatures in the 60s to lower 70s. Stay with us. We'll be right back after the break.
The First Alert Weather Team helps you plan and prepare for the next big thing. The next big thing, only on Dakota News Now.
Dakota News Now, sponsored by Ford.
At Ophthalmology Limited, our eye surgeons and doctors have served patients for more than 50 years. We've watched patients grow just as they've watched us grow. Today, we see patients from 15 locations and are led by doctors specializing in every area of eye surgery: cataracts, cornea, glaucoma, oculoplastics, retina, and pediatric vision. Our team has you covered. Visit us online, then call to request an appointment with the region's most trusted, experienced eye surgeons.
As a husband, father, and professional football player, life has me going in different directions. Consistency is key, and that's why I bank with Rely Bank. Whether I'm keeping my body right, traveling to youth camps or community service projects, enjoying precious time with my family, or flying across the country during the season, I have the security of knowing I can bank on the go 24/7 with Rely Bank, which is especially nice when I need to get the necessities.
Game time.
Rely Bank, a brighter banking experience since 1920. Member FDIC.
Auntie 8.
All right, let me see what else we've got as far as if we can see what's on the backside of this. Of course, the rain now coming in following those thunderstorms. Not a lot to see on our live cam from Sioux Falls, but let me pan this down a little bit. We can see how much rain, how much wind we have here. So we do have, you can see that there are some houses that are dark there and others do have some lights. So it's kind of spotty as far as the power outage is concerned. Now I'm moving across to southwestern Sioux Falls, and it looks like pretty widespread outages there in the central part of the city. Up on the upper left of your screen there, that's Sanford Hospital. The street you see down at the bottom is 18th Street at Minnesota. There is some lightning going through right now, so that's a problem for us there. Let's take a look at downtown Sioux Falls now. Looking at us from Falls Park, you can see that the rain is coming on through. We don't have the strong winds we had earlier. There was just a 58-mile-an-hour wind, I think, at Sioux Falls Airport, so there are still some gusty winds, but not like we're seeing on the leading edge of that. And so, Brian, you better show for the folks where that leading edge of that storm is right now.
You bet. Let's reanalyze the situation here as we are looking at KELO Live Doppler HD. The thunderstorm is coming through Sioux Falls, at least the rain portion of it now, a little bit stronger than the wind that and the dust that we were witnessing earlier. And there it is, as I draw that little red line there. See, it's about to Laverne now, so that's the edge, if you will, of the strong gusty winds. It looks really intimidating when you see it visually. That dust component, I think, especially makes the clouds look extremely ominous. But again, a lot of turned up dust in this. I can imagine what that looks like right now if you're watching us in Sheldon, you know, northwest Iowa. This has gone through, but it's again
we'll tell you what it
winds.
looks like. It looks like a dirt blizzard.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like when it came through Sioux Falls. Adam, you've got some more reports in?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we touched upon this briefly. The tornado warning up for Beetle County was allowed to expire. Also starting to get some more reports of damage from 2 miles southwest of Sioux Falls out toward Hartford. 3-inch tree limbs have been snapped off. A lot of reports of power poles being snapped and broken out in that neck of the woods following the wind that had been moving on through out in that area.
Okay, so that's, again, and when you're talking about power poles being snapped, I mean, now we know we're at least at 80 to, you know, 100, somewhere in that range. I mean, that doesn't happen if you're in the 60 or 70 mile an hour range. So we know we've had pockets of that along the history of this. So, again, this is where we're trying to cover what's been happening, what is going to happen. I know we've shown southwest Minnesota, but folks upstream here, or downstream, if you will, from Brookings to Pipestone,
Can you
you're
turn
about
on
ready
some
to be
cities
hit.
there?
Yeah, let's
adjust that, please.
We'll bring up the storm tracker, actually. I did a storm tracker just a moment ago for northwest Iowa, but here's the line. When we talk about Flandreau, and let's go up even up to Tracy and Ballatin, There are some of the communities on the South Dakota side. Aurora, 528. Brookings, 528. If I click this button here, I think I can put up a couple more of these here. And I want to bring at least a few more of these into view here across Minnesota. So here we go. We'll go with Holland, 540. Lake Benton, 541. Leota, 542. Ruthven, 546. History of 90 to 100-mile-an-hour winds in pockets. Not everywhere, but there's embedded pockets of that. So when you look at a big picture like this, again, you have to assume that, you know, within this, we're just going to continue to have these kind of conditions. We've had 90-degree weather ahead of this, and this storm is scooping all of that humid air and transitioning and turning it into a wall of wind is essentially what's happening here.
Can you zoom out a little bit and show the big picture? I did want to mention that they've just extended those severe thunderstorm warnings well into Minnesota and Iowa. In Iowa, Buena Vista County, Cherokee, Clay, Dickinson, Lyon, O'Brien, Osceola, Plymouth, Sioux County in Iowa, and in Minnesota, Jackson County, Nobles County, and Rock County. Those warnings are all posted until 6 p.m. Mountain Time. So this thing is moving very quickly. It's also going to be out of here very quickly, but in the meantime, we have a broad area of destructive wind. Again, what we're seeing here is really the rain. Now, that's what we have right now in Sioux Falls is the rain. The gust front, the leading edge of that wall of wind, shoots out ahead of that, and that's where we're getting air. There's very strong winds at cloud level. That momentum is being transferred to the ground, and that's why we're getting that rolling effect. Looks kind of like a, well, kind of the way I described it before, a dirt blizzard, and that's what that kind of looks like right on the leading edge of that thing. That's what we saw come through Sioux Falls right before we started losing the power and getting the power bumps and the power outages. The latest report in now Madison Airport reporting a 97-mile-per-hour gust. That's in Madison, South Dakota. And at Crooks, an 89-mile-an-hour gust was reported there. So all we're doing is watching the numbers. The numbers have just been climbing from this destructive wall of wind as it makes its way through. Now, I did want to mention this in from the Storm Prediction Center. Brian's showing you. Now, again, look for where the brightest reds are. That's where the leading edge of that gust front is right now. But I thought I'd mention this. If you're in northeastern South Dakota, the tornado threat is expected to develop quickly over the next hour. Again, the tornado threat expected quickly to develop across northeastern South Dakota over the next hour and then spread northward with time and increase. So that's where we do have the tornado watch that's in effect. That area, it's Highway 14 to the north. In fact, I'm just going to kind of pop this up if you'll let me do this for just a second, Brian, show you the area that we're looking at. Southeastern KELO, the Sioux Falls area, that's where we have had those, PDS watch, the particularly dangerous situation watch, until 10 o'clock. That's this one right here. Now what the Storm Prediction Center is saying is that those conditions for the tornado threat north of Highway 14 are going to increase significantly in the next hour or so. So if you're in northeastern South Dakota and watching us there, you should be aware of that, that the tornado threat is increasing in northeastern South Dakota. Now, BK, you are looking at Redfield, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Redfield. We do want to make sure we include our audience in the Northeast. We're very well aware of additional storms that are going to be going on or are developing there. So we've got some live cams here to show you. Obviously, even as far north as Eureka, we'll be watching that. Back to Sioux Falls. The initial wind line has gone through. So, you know, depending on which neighborhood you're in, some areas have been okay. Some are, you know, definitely have some power outages. So, you know, one thing too, Jay, I was thinking about this is, you know, since we're early in the season, we don't have the trees fully leafed out. That helps a lot.
That might be a good thing, yeah.
And that's one thing, you know, if it was August or July, we wouldn't have that. But, you know, we're kind of scouring around town. When we were witnessing this at 5 o'clock, we saw several power flashes going on across the city. So there are several customers. Excel says about 8,000 customers without power in central and southern Sioux Falls.
I'm sure that number is up significantly.
Yeah, and that's something we're tabulating as we speak. We've got news crews working on any of these damage reports. But again, you can see across the city, that's kind of the layout. So obviously, we're going to continue our emergency severe weather coverage. There's Harrisburg Live. And Yes, and I'm hearing from our producer, we do have crews in the field that are going to be reporting to us live with more on the storm damage.
New tornado warning.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you on that one. This is for Clark and Spink County. This is moving to the north at 35 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation. This is from Tulare toward the Hillside Colony. Again, north of 35 miles per hour. This is for portions of Clark and Spink County.
Okay.
Let's go find that one there.
Yep, and you know, looking at this, I will tell you, and I was just noticing that too on that Redfield camera.
We need to put our cities back on here.
Yep, and we'll let me go to the other machine, the live camera network too here. You can see Redfield. Look at this, Jay. Can we show Redfield live?
Let's go back to Redfield.
Okay, yeah, that wind is really cranking through Redfield now. I can see in the Main Street area, you can see the sheets of rain moving there. Obviously, visibility is very tough, so if there is an embedded tornado within that storm, it's going to be pretty tough to see that. So, again, we would just encourage you to take your tornado shelter. Go ahead and take those precautions as we speak with that storm.
Are you on the other machine there, Brian?
Yep, I can head over here. Yep, let's go ahead and take a look at that. And Redfield is technically there. You can see as the machine is catching up here, we're looking at, again, a line of solid thunderstorms from Faulkton. Probably that Faulkton cell is actually more of a supercell there, isn't it? And again, as we watch all of these communities popping up, there's Millette. You're not in the worst of that yet, but Redfield to Tulare, really, that's just on the highway right now. Again, looking at the conditions as we zoom into Redfield. If you're in Redfield, you please just... You need to be into your tornado shelter as this situation unfolds here tonight. I know that, Adam, you're keeping a close eye on the latest information on that Spink County storm.
Yeah, Redfield, Dolan, Frankfort.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
The risk for tornadoes, and we know there's been...
Did you see that tree on the left that just totally bent?
So you're seeing the wind on the trees. Let's see what it looks like as he gets closer to this cluster of trees.
Watch these trees up here on the left. Do you see how it's kind of bowed over and bent over the top of that tree on the left?
Yeah. So this tells me he's probably traveling east, and the winds are coming out of the south to the north, because that's the way the storms are coming up in this part of South Dakota. So, I mean, these are crosswinds. I saw the big truck come by. I mean, those can get blown over very easily. He was going slow, but what do you do? I mean, it's almost better to turn onto a road in the direction the wind's facing and kind of just hunker down.
It may be, especially if you have an empty load, right? If you don't have a load on you.
Yeah, that's true too.
Can be really dangerous too. The winds will continue to be a problem. We're getting more and more reports of power outages across the state. We're now up in the thousands.
Oh, thousands. I think in South Dakota now approaching 16,000 and climbing. I know in Minnesota from storms earlier, we were up around 18,000, and that's going to only go up because these storms are now approaching Minnesota and getting into the southwestern part of the state. Could this last all the way to Minneapolis?
That's a good question.
We're not that far. It's certainly a possibility.
It's a possibility, and Minneapolis got hit so hard last night as well and had some damage too.
I don't know if it's light. The light just changed all of a sudden. I don't know if that's a flash. It must be the way of the reflection.
It might just be the iris on the camera.
Yeah, the iris. Okay.
That's probably what it is, just the camera. He's probably trying to adjust that so we can get a little bit more clarity. Right, so you can see a little bit more definition in the shot. So let's step away from that for a second and talk about the watches first of all. We do have the PDS watch for those extreme winds in southeast South Dakota, southwestern parts of Minnesota, and then northwestern parts of Iowa. That's until 10 o'clock tonight. But north of there, this is kind of where the leading edge of that line is right now. And now it's starting to move into an environment where it's a little bit more favorable for some tornadoes. So there's a little more shear in the environment here. We've got a negative tilting trough in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So heads up that this is starting to enter now the region where tornadoes will be more likely, and that watch in effect until 10 o'clock. So a couple of different clusters of storms we're tracking. This is the one that's had some of the worst of the winds tonight, and now another line which is developing that has warnings all the way on it here in southern Nebraska and northern parts of Kansas, and then yet another line back here which is trying to get going and trying to produce some damaging winds as well. So those strong winds aloft getting tapped into and being brought down to the surface and causing some damage. Tornado warning now in effect here. This is in South Dakota for Clark and Spink counties until 6 o'clock local time. So Doppler radar indicating a little bit of rotation on that cell there.
And look at this.
Look at that shelf cloud,
So this is, looking through the photos I've been seeing on social media, this is almost identical to what it looked like when it came through Sioux Falls.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
That has blowing dust on the leading edge of it. That's why your visibility gets taken out. That's why it also looks so ominous. It almost looks like...
You can see the color, right? So you see the reddish,
you see that
orangish, brown.
grayish. You can see that. It almost looks like, if you didn't know, it almost looks like there's some sort of like tornado on the ground. It's not a tornado. It's just the blowing dust. It's not like a condensation type color, but it shows you the intensity of the wind. So once that gets to you, your winds are going to go up, your visibility is going to be taken down to pretty much zero. If you're traveling, this is extremely dangerous. We know these storms are knocking out power to thousands here. They've taken out power lines, they're taking out trees. There's even been reports of windshields being cracked just because of debris hitting the glass, and boom, it's a problem. And so this is a serious storm. You want to take shelter immediately. This is in Brookings, South Dakota, and I don't know where the new tornado warning is, but we can't be far. Where is the new tornado
Brookings is north of Sioux Falls. So Brookings is probably, oh, you can't see my telestrator there, but it's on the northern edge of this whole system, not where the tornado warning is. We'll be right back.
The first ever Corolla Cross. Toyota, let's go places.
You'll always remember buying your first car. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Investing approach can help you build the future you imagine.
If you have type 2 diabetes or high blood pressure, you're a target for chronic kidney disease. You can already have it and not know it. If you have chronic kidney disease, your kidney health could depend on what you do today. Farxiga is a pill that works in the kidneys to help slow the progression of chronic kidney disease. Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections in women and men, and low blood sugar. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may lead to death. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis. And don't take it if you are on dialysis. Take aim at chronic kidney disease by talking to your doctor and asking about Farxiga. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
The unknown is not empty. It's a storm that crashes and consumes, replacing thought with worry. But one thing can calm uncertainty: an answer. Uncovered through exploration, teamwork, and innovation. An answer that leads to even more answers. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
For sitting there thinking about quitting, don't.
Because today, we are not afraid of growth.
We are built to do hard things.
I want you to feel alive today.
You are a plate of fajitas and a packed of America and our fellow citizens.
I have found tonight is down there in Douglas County, I believe, at 107 miles per hour, but 80, 90, pretty common, or at least scattered throughout this line. So as this comes over for folks downstream that haven't had it yet, Tyler, Minnesota, Esteline, you're on the edge, Clear Lake. I would prepare there too for some very strong damaging winds. And our crews are working on all of the reports here that are coming in from the Sioux Falls area. So again, we will continue to relay those reports. But obviously, Sioux Falls now this is fast. moves in, moves out. This started at 5 o'clock, and it's 5:37.
Yeah, we get that secondary line, which is starting to, another warning has been issued for that secondary box right there, kind of south of the Sioux Falls area. It could be some strong winds. The back side of that, Brian, kind of looks like a little wake low developing back there on the back side of that.
There's certainly some features in there we're watching. Again, the thinking is this initial line blows through within the hour. So for our folks in southwest Minnesota, Tracy and Marshall, and up here toward Watertown, again, this will continue to unfold for you folks. I do think that these tornado warnings, we've got to go back to that. Spate County, I'm going to zoom in, and we're actually going to firm up the radar view here for a moment. So you can see Redfield, definitely heavy rain occurring. We've been keeping an eye on the corner of our screen here of the live feed from Redfield. So far, it looks like just kind of rainy there in town. But certainly to the southwest, there's probably even a little bit of hail. Let me take a look at that. We haven't shown that for a little while, guys, as we're looking at any hail. But probably some there with that Willow Lake cell in the southern part of Clark County. That's a little white feature there on the center part of your TV screen. The rest of that line, by and large, not a lot of hail. We haven't heard very much of that, so that's, I guess, one positive. Although, you know, you look back to Oneida, and there's another cell out there that's developed. It's not severe, but we'll keep watching anything that does pop up, even behind the main line here tonight. But again, all of this severe weather is moving to the northeast very quickly. Most of the storm cells are moving northeast at anywhere from 40 to 60 miles per hour. So when we entertain those kind of wind speeds here tonight, the Storm Tracker, Kettleland, Live Doppler HD, the numbers we're about to show you here, again, popping up Hayti at 542, Clark 543, so obviously within 5 to 10 minutes. And then you've got Esteline there at 545. So it is a busy weather night here across the area. The latest here as we bring up the coverage this evening, again, all the dots on your screen represent all of the damage reports. And we're collecting a lot of these here. I wanted to click on one of these here. And again, was the dust was on the prairie with this initially. That was one of the reports there out of Beersford. You can see Dolton, 80-mile-an-hour winds. Hartford area, thunderstorm damage with power poles down. Also the west side of Sioux Falls, thunderstorm wind damage reported even into the middle of Sioux Falls. We've had thunderstorm wind damage, and several of these reflecting anywhere. There's a 70-mile-an-hour gust in Baltic, 81 in Colton, and then down here west of Yankton, probably some of the worst of that initial wind. Dante there reporting, of course, some structures, it sounded like some outbuildings were really damaged or even destroyed there too.
Yeah, beginning some extra wind reports coming out of a lot of different places. Recent gusts reported anywhere between 61 and 70 miles per hour from Sioux County up to Sheldon, Laverne, Madison, Sioux Falls with a gust of 78 miles per hour a little bit earlier. Sheldon also coming in a wind gust of about 67 miles per hour. The secondary area that you had just mentioned, Brian and Jag, still seeing gusts upward of 65 miles per hour going through Sioux Falls on that back edge system that's going through as we speak.
Yeah, and that's, again, making it tough to, obviously, if you're watching us tonight, we'd encourage you just to hang tight for a while, let this whole complex kind of roll through as we are dealing with some strong winds behind or kind of following up on the backside of this very organized line of thunderstorms tonight.
Yeah, and it has come through pretty much as expected, but ahead of schedule, pushed along by very strong winds at cloud level. Again, it's not even 6 o'clock. We've already seen the first gusts come through the Sioux Falls area, now moving to southwest Minnesota. Now as it moves to the north into northeastern South Dakota, there the environment a little bit more favorable for rotating thunderstorms, and that's why we do have the tornado watch that is posted for that area. That's in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. This is a tornado watch until 10 p.m. Here are the two warnings we have right now to the southwest of the Watertown area. Tornado watch is posted until 10 o'clock tonight, and now Adam says we have a new one. If you can give us the information there.
Yep. New warning, again, Clark and Cottington County. This is this new warning is going to be kind of in the same vicinity of the first one. This is, again, for radar indicated rotation. This is for storms producing or capable rather, of producing both tornadoes and straight line wind damage over Clark. And this is going to continue to move on up to the north at 50 miles per hour. So areas up in that way. Again, Garden City, Hillcrest, Bradley, Crocker, all within the next about 10 to 20 minutes. This is going to be headed your way.
Where'd you say this was? Western Coddington County?
This is northern Clark and northwestern Coddington.
Okay. This is just kind of a product that kind of puts the velocity, the wind data from the radars together, and those are some of the areas it's looking at for a little bit of spin in the atmosphere. It's not real clear for us because we have so much going on at the present time. There is a lot of what we call wind shear, but you can see the way the winds have dealt. Pretty widespread event. That's why we say that sometimes these walls of wind actually are more dangerous than a tornado because they just affect such a wide, broad area. And that's the line right now we're still looking at as far as any kind of a wall of wind type situations right through that area, moving into Coddington County. And of course, Adam was just telling you about the tornado warning we did have posted for parts of Coddington County and the Watertown, not Watertown area, but the western part of Coddington County, which is a county that Watertown is in. Also, you mentioned Hayti area. Some of those areas getting the strong winds. And right around Clark, we do have a little bit of a signature, maybe a little bit of spin going on in that storm around there. So just to let you know, we are far from being done with this thing. The watches are posted till 10 o'clock, the tornado watch. But you see all those red boxes, Watertown to the west, those are areas of suspected tornadoes. And where we don't have the tornadoes, we have the broad, widespread wall of destructive winds, which continues to move in a northerly direction. We haven't seen much in the way of large hail, I must say, looking at that map there. Haven't seen much of that. We have seen a few tornado warnings. We don't have confirmation of any damage from tornadoes. Certainly lots and lots of straight line wind damage all over KELOland, as evidenced by the fact we have had some widespread power outages. Yep. In fact, I'm going to ask Adam to look that up. We have a map that compiles all of those. So that is going to be an issue for us. We're going to be cleaning up for quite a while.
All right, so there is, I got the map up right now for all the
let me show that real quickly. Hold on a second. There you go, Adam.
All right, so this is by county. We'll do a couple of little pixel queries here. Minnehaha County reporting upward of 8,000 without power. Out toward Mitchell, a couple of hundred. 1,000 in areas just west of Lenox. Another 1,000 in McCook County. You're seeing all those 4-digit numbers coming up even toward northeastern Nebraska as well. We're starting to see this populate more and more as the storm continues to move on through. Now, that's just by total number. We can also do it by percentage. You can see where we have the higher percentage of people without power. Out toward Chamberlain, almost 65% of the county reported without power. In McCook County, 53% of the county reported without power when you see those darker shades of red.
Now, how about Minnehaha County? What percentage do we have?
8.5%.
Okay, so it's kind of spotty throughout the Sioux Falls area. Brian, you have a little bit of something to show us as well.
Yeah, that's a picture from one of our staffers here at KELOland Media Group reporting. This is from the Parkston area. This was before 5. I got this in, and again,
I bet it was just before 5 too.
Yeah, and obviously they have had significant wind damage out there. Grain elevator reporting some of the bins, grain bins have been blown in and is severely damaged. Now, whether or not what you're looking at there, that probably, looking at the wind, obviously there with the dust, it can be confusing. Are we seeing a tornado there or not? We've had tornado-like winds. I mean, that's been the end result here tonight, is a lot of storms around with a tremendous amount of wind. And again, that's just a picture I wanted to show quickly here tonight. And we'll go back to
let's go
more
back
of the
to Adam and take a look at those tornado warned areas. Do you have the warnings popped up on that display there?
Yeah, unfortunately though, this computer has been behind on the warnings. It's not showing where any of the tornado warnings are, but I can at least kind of circle where we are getting those areas of tornado warnings in the area. So we're talking about Clark, toward Henry, where we have had areas of, at bare minimum, radar indicated rotation up in that neck of the woods. We'll move up a little bit further to the north and take off the telestrator. We're talking about Garden City, Bradley. You guys are in this tornado warning as well. Crocker, Elrod, the northeastern portion of Clark County, and then southwestern Coddington County. Again, if you are in the Henry area, if you are a little bit west of Watertown as well, you guys need to seek shelter immediately as you get up into that particular neck of the woods. So again, we're talking about right around here. I'm just going to at least circle it to give some kind of up
a Larson storm door to
begin. I think that I would start with my mother knew.
A severe thunderstorm watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 68 degrees with a heavy thunderstorm.
The way my mother chose not to continue to live. And I've thought about this so much because once I say it.
Allergies just try to stop us being the greatest versions of ourselves.
Ready to earn that world's greatest dad mug?
Hi, man.
As from a military point of view.
It certainly would, Wolf. And here's one of the things that I'd like to show you. These are some videos from exercises that the Finnish military has engaged in. They also do combined exercises with countries like Estonia, the United States, Germany, Great Britain, all of them NATO countries. So the Finns have interoperable equipment. They fly the F/A-18. Which is an American Navy aircraft, which they fly for their Air Force, and they're picking up the F-35. So the Finns are ready to join NATO. They're extremely compatible, and they're ready to do this in a way that almost no other country is. And that gives you an idea of how important the Finnish equation actually is to NATO and to the rest of the alliance.
Bottom line, this is a pretty bad day for Russia right now.
It is, absolutely, Wolf. And this is, as you said at the top, this is one of the key things that Putin was trying to avoid. Now it is coming into fruition, and it's really making it very difficult for Russia to get achieve its goals and to achieve any other aspects of its war aims in Ukraine.
Good point, Colonel Layton. Thank you very, very much. The front lines in Ukraine are shifting once again tonight as Russian forces are pushed out of the north and they intensify their assault on the east. Our senior international correspondent, Sam Kiley, has the latest from the key eastern Ukrainian city of Kramatorsk.
Wolf, the air raid sirens once again on here in Kramatorsk. That's following a day in which there was quite a lot of aviation in the sky above us. And, of course, surface-to-air missiles are being fired up at that aviation as the rumble of artillery continues in the near distance, with the Russians continuing their efforts to break through the Ukrainian lines. Almost constant now thudding in the distance of those artillery exchanges. But for now, the Ukrainians are holding the Russians back on this front. There's neither side is advancing significantly. It's different around Kharkiv, further to the north, where the Russian forces have been on the back foot to such an extent that there have been attacks against Ukrainian forces from inside Russia. They're now within Russian artillery range from the Russian motherland itself. And this all coming at a time when the Ukrainian Defense Ministry is now drawing world attention to something, in a sense, more sinister, with echoes of the 1932-1933 famine in Ukraine, with the theft of huge amounts of grain from Ukrainian farmers in areas that have been captured by the Russians. The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense claiming 500,000 tons of grain has been stolen. And certainly CNN has tracked one Russian ship from Sebastopol to Port Alexandria in Egypt, where it was turned away. And we know it's been docked now, offloading grain illegally in Syria. That is grain that has been stolen from Ukrainian farmers. It was the theft of grain from Ukrainian farmers back in the 1930s that resulted in the famine that killed millions here, Wolf. So that is a bitter
echo of history here in Kramatorsk. Wolf?
Sam Kiley reporting for us. Sam, thank you very much. Coming up, a nationwide shortage of baby formula here in the United States getting worse right now. We'll get expert advice for parents who are growing increasingly worried about feeding their infants.
Save up.
I need you to know.
Start working fast and
the area Brian was looking at from the Watertown live cam, looking right into that, the gust front there as it moves to the north, passing through areas from Watertown to the east. Here's Watertown, and that's the leading edge of that there. I should mention, if you can go down toward northwest Iowa and southwest Minnesota, Brian, we have the new warning does extend down there for Buena Vista, Cherokee, Clay, Dickinson, O'Brien, Osceola counties in northwest Iowa, Cottonwood, Jackson, Murray, Nobles counties in southwest Minnesota. It's in effect till 6:30. It's not going to last very long because it's moving very quickly.
We've got a new tornado warning up, and this includes the Watertown area.
All right, let's take a look at that right there. Brian, let's go back to the live cam, shall we?
Yep, I've got Watertown's live camera put up there. It's moving, looking up at the clouds over that way. Southeastern Day, northeastern Hamlin, west central Grant, and Coddington County. Again, radar indicated rotation being the verbiage. Train spotters have been reporting a funnel cloud northeast of Castlewood. This line moving to the north at 70 miles per hour. Goose Lake, within the next 2 or so minutes. Watertown, Watertown City Park, Medicine Lake. This will be around your way within the next 10 or so minutes, about 6:05 p.m.
All right, that's the area that Brian's looking at right there on the live cam. You seeing anything suspicious there, Brian?
Well, you know what? We're looking at this. Again, this is just a live picture, and we're going to zoom in and kind of do a couple things we normally don't do. But I can tell you there's a lot of scud clouds, those little raggedy edges there on the bottom. See that vertical motion in that cloud? Again, that's on the southern edge of Watertown. Do you see that right there? And I'll walk over here so you can see this right in there.
Yeah, that's the area we're looking at right
again,
there.
we're in uptown Watertown. We're looking there to the south. And again, these are the kind of things we're going to keep an eye on. We're just, again, being able to piece together a couple of these live camera shots. Let's go to a map quickly just to show where that's at here on the radar coverage.
I think I've got it right here, I believe.
Yeah, so Watertown's in the middle of your screen, and you can see Castlewood. And again, the tornadic activity would be located right there just...
Let me see if I can find some storm relative velocity.
Well, and there's a lot of wind with it too. So, and certainly I would say just right south of Kempeska is where that is, about 2-3 miles. So the western side of Watertown is probably at most danger for that rotation.
Yep,
and again,
headed
we'll
toward
watch that.
Lake Kempeska, headed in that general direction. So let's go back to your live cam view there, Brian. I think you can get a better shot of it.
Yeah, and we're, again, they're kind of looking through here. Look at that.
Wow, I was going to say, take a look at that.
Look how fast it's moving. That's not a time lapse, folks.
That's real time.
That is real time.
Yeah, it is hitting Watertown as we speak. Watertown being added to the list of communities involved tonight. And again, it has had a history of destructive winds. That is, I'm sure if you're in Watertown, yes, you need to be in your tornado shelter. We'll continue to watch this as long as we can hold the live camera there, but that is a lot of wind with that. And again, assume at the moment, and see, I can pan over here. See, there's the edge. That looks just like Sioux Falls did at about 5, where you have this strong, big wall of wind. And there it is. And again, we're kind of just looking underneath of it. There's the shelf cloud.
Yeah, just taking some initial little estimates off of velocity scan. Just to the west and then south of Watertown, we're looking at 82 to 92 mile per hour winds. That is indicated by radar out that way, and that's off of Aberdeen's particular scan.
Yeah, and again, a lot of wind. See, this is going to cross right over the live camera as we speak. So you're going to see that just hitting again the downtown area there as we speak. Those clouds are coming right over top. And probably, like Sioux Falls, we'll probably witness a few power flashes as that occurs. But that's real time. That is not even a time lapse as you're watching that live.
You see the lightning light up the bottom of that. Maybe zoom out just a little bit. Maybe we can watch those clouds come through there.
I think we're about zoomed out as much as we can, BJ.
Okay.
But, yeah.
I'm looking to see if I can see any evidence of wind there.
Yep, and Watertown, again, tornado warning is in effect right now. Please be in your tornado shelter. Get to the lowest level of your home or office in an interior room. Prepare for straight line destructive winds.
Let me see where the latest.
We have a report of some damage in Hamilton County.
Okay.
Castlewood. Public reports of a tornado. 2 houses north side of the school in Castlewood have been damaged.
All right, that's further down to the south. So
look at this right there. You
Let's
can
go back
see
to. Let me get you back on there, Brian.
Look at that. That is coming in live. This is, again, the wall of the shelf cloud. So this is your wind crossing into Watertown. And we're just watching this moving right across the screen right now. Now, again, what Adam just relayed downstream here is we've had some tornado touchdowns, or at least tornado-like winds creating some damage.
So just move that camera.
Yep, yeah. And we'll move it again. So Watertown, this is live. Again, you're seeing the wind. And I imagine here, translating to the surface here momentarily, as, yeah, even this.
See the winds there on the trees.
They have updated that warning to show that weather spotters have confirmed a tornado with the 5:52 p.m. damage report in Castlewood. Again, moving up to the north now at 80 miles per hour. Again, 80 miles per hour to the north. This is not wasting any time.
Let's go back to radar coverage. So here's Castlewood. All right, right here. Let's circle that. So that's where the tornado was. Here we are now, okay? It's right in Watertown, in your basement, in the tornado shelters right now as this comes through Watertown. Jay?
All right, if you're just joining us, this is KELOland live Doppler coverage of severe thunderstorms all over the eastern part of South Dakota. All kinds of reports of damage have been occurring. We still have active severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. KELOland News starts now.
Live from KELOland Media Group, KELOland News at 6.
Well, good evening. We are getting reports of widespread damage all across southeastern KELOland. Viewers are sending us pictures of the dangerous storms in their area. We've got power lines down. We have trees and branches on the ground. We've also received pictures of the scary storm clouds that entered into KELOland. One viewer counted at least 14 overturned semis between Mitchell and Sioux Falls on I-90, and flights have been diverted from the Sioux Falls airport. We're going to bring you live coverage in just a moment, but first let's head it back over to Chief Meteorologist Jay Trobeck in the Storm Center.
All right, Don, what we want to take a look at is what's going on in the area around Watertown right now. Here's a live view, live cam in downtown Watertown. You can see that the storm has just entered that area. Watertown and parts of Cottington County under a tornado warning at the moment. We have seen circulation on radar. You do see the storm now coming into downtown Watertown, kind of from the southwest is the way it's occurred. There's some rain coming through, but if you look at those trees, lots and lots of wind as those thunderstorms do come through. Let's take a look at the current picture on radar, and you'll be able to see what's going on right around Watertown. BK, maybe you want to explain exactly what you can see here.
Yeah, so one thing, too, to clarify, the tornado warning is now flashing in the pink box. That's because we have a tornado confirmed on the ground with this storm that originated near Castlewood. We have damage there. And again, that means that this line of wind moving to the north. Florence, you're in the path of this, too. We're just, as we explain the colors, the green, this little line I'm just drawing in right now, basically that's where the winds are picking up. So you think of that as the main gust front, and embedded within that, again, we've had to highlight these tornado risks tonight. The extension of severe thunderstorm warnings now include Aberdeen and Brown County. We want to bring you folks up to speed too as we're watching storms impending there. Webster, not quite yet, but also we're watching you.
Deputies searching a bus carrying a lacrosse team from a historically black college. The allegations of racial profiling. And the stunning sight, the supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy. The first image of it ever captured.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone. The nationwide shortage of infant formula is growing more acute tonight, leaving more parents in a desperate hunt for the nutrition their babies need. With the percentage of out-of-stock product climbing, President Biden is vowing to step in, meeting today with industry leaders and announcing a series of measures to increase supplies. The White House vowing to cut the red tape and saying the
Where they're right behind me here, a tree came down on a main fiber line. Now, fortunately, it did not knock down any power lines, but there are down power lines just a block west of where we are currently. Neighbors told me that it nearly clipped the lines and brought them down, but fortunately it's sitting straight where it is right now on that main fiber line. Now, we've been seeing down trees, branches all throughout where we've been so far here, coming through McKinnon Park and now here on Main and 26th Street. And we've heard reports that power lines have been out near Augustana University and also in other places in the city. Again, the Sioux Falls Fire Rescue right now advising that nobody goes and travels if they can avoid it right now, as there's still many down power lines throughout the rest of the city. So stay tight if you can where you are at the moment, and we'll continue to bring you live coverage of what we see throughout the city as storm damage continues to come to us. Brian and Andrea.
All right, Cooper, thank you. Meantime, sort of to hang a light on it, Sioux Falls Fire Rescue again advising no travel in the city at this time. In fact, take a look here. Fire Rescue sent out this tweet right around 5:15. They say large trees and power lines both down all across the city. Now, if you're not looking at your TV right now, look right now. Some amazing video being sent into our newsroom. Look at that. This video taken just in the last hour. This is from Hartford. And you can see just how fast this system moved into the area, literally going from day to night in just a matter of seconds. That is a testament to the power of this storm system that has moved through our region tonight.
And if you need some sort of idea of what some other areas are dealing with, take a look at this. This photo was taken in Sanborn County. It is a reminder of how quickly things can change here in South Dakota. And this photo here was taken from Beersford. Look at how dark it is outside. We will keep you updated as this newscast goes on regarding this system. And to give you an update regarding power outages, XL says they are dealing with over 190 outages in the area. Here's a look at their map right now. According to the company, nearly 13,500 customers are affected by power outages. Very important to keep the flashlights handy, keep the phones charged, have snacks with you. We will have updates as Dakota News Now continues here on the newscast and at dakotanewsnow.com. And a reminder that you can stay ahead of this storm and any storm by downloading the First Alert Weather app. You can scan that QR code that you see there on your screen. Be sure to follow us on Facebook and on Twitter as well, and you can get instant updates over at dakotanewsnow.com. Well, with the recent news of the Supreme Court's potential change in Roe v. Wade, those who could conceive a child are watching, and some are wondering how they would handle an unplanned pregnancy.
Beth Warden introduces us tonight to a Sioux Falls woman who strongly supports adoption, but she is also pro-choice. She explains her journey and her decision.
When you meet Ashley Meyer, it's understandable that she's going to brag about her 10-year-old.
I just want you to know, like, he's such a good kid.
And she wants to clarify something about those who choose adoption.
I didn't give up. I placed him. I placed him in a better home.
There was no wavering in her decision to choose adoption.
Why don't you just do abortion? I was like, no, it's not for me, and that's okay, because that's your choice.
While some may think adoption is a solution that all move on from, that's not the case for most birth moms.
Stressful, it's traumatizing, it's the separation of a mother versus its child, and it just feels like a hole in your heart all the time.
She's grateful for how things turned out.
I love my adoption very much, but I don't think it's always for every single person.
And believes it's up to each person to choose their path.
So very pro-choice. I believe that women absolutely have the choice to their own bodies.
So this pro-choice mom says she understands each situation and decision is very personal.
I did absolutely everything I could to give him the best life I could. So
it's a very selfless thing that
yes, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
In Sioux Falls, Beth Warden, Dakota News Now.
A Sisseton man is behind bars after leading authorities on a chase. It began early this morning in Volga. The Brookings County Sheriff's Office says they tried to pull over a vehicle in the city when the driver sped off. And
what we're seeing across the country
this overnight.
Destructive than tornadoes, and that may very well be what we were looking at with John Humphreys' live stream. Can we go back to that stream right now, or do we have some new video coming in?
Out of Nebraska.
Okay. All right, it is not working at this time, so hopefully we'll get back in with John. I'm sure that no power. There's no power where he is, and that's one of the complications that you're dealing with when you go through an area that's had storm damage. So he said town after town he went through doesn't have any power. Their power lines down, so it's still a very active situation. So that's something to keep in mind. Once the storms pass you, you don't necessarily want to go out and kind of see what's going on, especially if power lines are down.
Yeah, and really quickly, while we're on Watertown, I just got a tweet of a picture of what appears to be a funnel, possibly tornado there in Watertown.
Yeah, I'm seeing an observe tag on that.
So there very well may be a tornado on the ground near the Watertown, South Dakota area. So please take shelter immediately there, especially travelers along I-29. Take a listen to the wind here of this storm in Nebraska. That was howling wind. I think the tornado sirens were also going off there. But look at the trees just getting raked by 80-mile-per-hour gusts. Power outages, down trees was very common here. And a lot of this was probably even blowing dust. There was a huge haboob that kind of worked through Nebraska out ahead of the severe storms that got kicked up today. So very interesting there out of Cedar, Nebraska. Now we're in Norfolk, Nebraska, where we've got some very dark skies off in the distance. And some of these have been severe warned, and we even had a couple of tornado warnings earlier in Nebraska. At the moment, we don't, but it looks like we are still tracking several tornado warnings in Minnesota, South Dakota. And do we have a tornado warning in Nebraska?
We do.
We do,
yeah,
okay.
We have one tornado warning in Nebraska on the northern tier of all of this. It's not near Norfolk at all right now, but Norfolk did produce some really strong winds earlier. So here's a look at Doppler radar. This is in central Nebraska. This is Colfax and Platte counties that are under a tornado warning. Granville, Humphrey, Shell Creek, all included in that warning until 6:15. But everybody adjacent to there is under a severe thunderstorm warning because we still have this damaging wind threat to go along with it. So let's go ahead and take a look at velocity mode. Boy, that looks like that's kind of far reaching away from the radar, so there's not a lot of data there to look at. Not really able to see any rotation to go along with that, unfortunately, but we will trust the warning and get to your safe place and get to the lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows. I might want to mention, look at the bright purple that we're seeing on radar here, just to the west of Webster, over towards the Linwood area. That's a signature likely that we're getting some large hail with that. And you were just asking about Norfolk? That's where it is, right there on the northern edge of your screen. I just circled it for you. So Norfolk is not under any of the warnings right now, but I'm guessing that shot is likely, it's either facing southward, it's facing eastward, and seeing these nasty storms that are severe over here, or seeing that tornado warned storm to the south of there near the Granville area. So if you live in Granville, if you live north of Columbus along Highway 81, this would be an area of concern, an area where there is some rotation being detected by Doppler radar, and you need to be getting to your safe place right now. We'll take you back up to the northern tier of all of this. This is Iowa right here. This is Minnesota up here on top, and this is South Dakota over here. So this tri-state area, we call this the Siouxland area. Sioux Falls, finally, your warnings have been allowed to expire. But at one point, I think all of the mesonets, Chris, did you say all the mesonets recorded wind gusts at least 70, was it?
Where
at? Sioux Falls, as they move through in Sioux Falls?
Yeah. I think every mesonet station in the Sioux Falls area had at least a gust of 70 or greater.
Just
That's
incredible.
impressive. And we may very well be on the way with a derecho unfolding by the looks of it. Okay, so we're in Arlington, South Dakota. These are silos and what appears to be some extensive damage here to part of the silo. This was likely high winds, straight line winds, but there is that possibility there very well could have been a tornado too. This was close to the tornado warnings we had a little earlier in parts of South Dakota, and you can see the damage. We've had some intense damage being reported, especially just given how strong the winds were. I saw some photos of trees literally stripped at the base, fallen over, massive, mature, 100-year-old trees. So it really takes strong winds to do that, and especially given the fact that a lot of these trees don't even have leaves on them yet. So it takes even more of a force to do that. If they had leaves, it can catch the wind, and they're more prone to fall over with less strong, with gusts not as strong. So even then, this really shows you the potency of these storms, and they're not really dying down, Jackie. I'm looking at the radar, and I've been seeing some of the footage coming out of Watertown, South Dakota.
Yeah.
It is very concerning.
Yes.
This is very intense storm pushing through Watertown as we speak, and there very well may be a tornado on the ground, especially south of town.
Yeah, there is an observed tag on it. Storm spotters are saying that they see a tornado. As we look at the radar, this is the area. In fact, there are many tornado warnings kind of all sandwiched together in this very small area near Watertown. So Watertown is the biggest town in that area, and so that is the town that pops up first, and this is along and very near Interstate 29. So we've got warnings to the east of Watertown, and we've got 3 of them to the west of Watertown as well. And there you see that observed tag also indicating that we're either getting a debris signature on radar or someone actually has a visual on a tornado, and that's what it is. It's the storm trackers that are seeing that right now. On the south side of all of this, it's more of a damaging wind concern, and that's what we're seeing along the Iowa-Minnesota state line. This is where winds may still be in excess of 70 miles per hour. We've had many reports between 70 to as much as 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this line as it moved through South Dakota. Now we're dealing with that in southwestern parts of Minnesota. Dust is likely very visible out ahead of that main line. We're seeing what we call an outflow boundary, where we're actually detecting dust and dirt in the air as opposed to rain. That's that skinny line out ahead of that main line. So get to your safe place in Marshall, and hopefully you're there already in Worthington, Minnesota, along I-90.
When it comes to safety, who has more IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards? The highest level of safety you can earn? Subaru. When it comes to longevity, who has the highest percentage of its vehicles still on the road after 10 years? Subaru. And when it comes to brand loyalty, who does J.D. Power rank #1 in the automotive industry for 3 consecutive years? Subaru. It's easy to love a car you can trust. It's easy to love a Subaru.
Kids and pets live in extraordinary worlds. Raid Essentials. Protection that is safe and effective to use around kids and pets. Raid Essentials. Protection for everyone. SC Johnson.
If you could only eat one thing the rest of your life, what would it be?
Easy. Buffet.
Pretty sure that's not one thing.
Barbecue buffet.
A buffet is the complete opposite of one.
Okay, a barbecue ribs buffet.
Eastern Spink counties until 6:45 p.m. This is along that line, 14 miles southwest of Webster, near Lilly, north of 40 miles per hour. That's its direction. They are using radar indicated rotation here. If you're in the Butler area, if you're in Bristol, you need to be inside in your tornado space immediately. Then 3 minutes after that warning came up, another one for up in that neck of the woods. This one for southwestern Roberts, southeastern Day, northwestern Grant, and northern Coddington counties until 6:30 p.m. This line from Florence to South Shore, moving north at 65 miles per hour. Again, radar indicated rotation, the verbiage here. This will move up onto the Waubay area within the next about 10 or so minutes.
Yeah, and you can see Waubay right there in the middle of your screen, and Webster as well. So again, we're giving you the heads up here. If you're in Waubay, Webster, that whole line out to Bristol and Andover, the tornado warnings, I'll put those back on. They extend all the way to Groton, and that is a line of destructive thunderstorms with embedded 90-mile-an-hour winds or tornado-like winds. And individually too, we have some collective areas with those rotation spots we just highlighted. And again, it looks to me like there's one of them just due south of Webster that looks particularly intense right now there. As I highlight that, just about halfway between Webster and Wallace. And then there's another little spot here south of Waubay that looks a little more intense as well. So and consider that line to be a very intense wind. And if the history continues here, we've had tornadoes with this line, and those have been confirmed. In fact, I wanted to bring that up.
Destructive down near Cottonwood.
Yeah, this is the one, the tornado that hit Castlewood.
Or Castlewood, sorry.
553. So that's Hamlin County. And then, of course, you know, we have some embedded hail there, too. But for the most part, that's the one tornado touchdown that we've had here in the last half hour. Obviously, there's a lot of other damage, but I do want to at least emphasize that's what's going on as we speak.
Also, funnel cloud reported from emergency management. This was in Waverly, Cottington County, headed northeast, and that was as of about 6:12 p.m.
All right, right near the Minnesota border. More information coming into KELO News, Don.
All right, thanks a lot, Jim. Send us pictures of the dangerous storms in their area. Take a look at this photo. This is great shots out there along I-29 area in northwest Sioux Falls. It is seriously damaged as we speak. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more storm coverage in just a moment.
Shop for a cause at Home Seasonal Concepts. Home will give you 10% off sale prices on porch and patio when you donate $10 to help ovarian cancer.
Breathing, chest pain. Thunderstorm warning. It's just for a small part of a county, but these severe thunderstorm warnings cover many counties just because these storms are moving so fast.
Yeah.
And you know, there's wind gusts out ahead of the actual line, and then when the line moves through, you'll get more wind gusts and maybe some hail with that too.
Yeah, and you know, these storms have been moving anywhere between 60 and 80 miles an hour, wind gusts between 70 and 100 miles an hour, and even with wind gusts at 70 miles an hour, that's still causing damage. It doesn't take much to do that, but you know, we're talking about trees being down. You saw some of the footage in Sioux Falls, you know, trees being blown on cars. Not a good situation.
And Sioux Falls, I think, is in a good spot right now. Both storms have moved to the east. And having said that, I mean, there still is officially a severe thunderstorm watch in effect till 10. We'll see if they start clearing some of that out. And then look at all that real estate covered by the tornado watch there. And look at these temperatures now. They have cooled off as we get behind that cold front. And we're running out of time now, so let's jump ahead to that 10-day forecast because things are looking a lot better, Tyler, as we head into the weekend.
Yeah, and you know, just give yourself some time tonight. You know, Sioux Falls, obviously no travel advised with the trees being down, the live power lines being down. Obviously, it's one thing to be in your own yard, but just, you know, be careful. Don't go out and, you know, see anything just yet, but much better weather on the way tomorrow and this weekend.
And the weather will be improving across the entire area as the night goes on, but we'll stay on top of it here for the next few hours. Stay with us. We'll be right back after the break.
Sports when you want it with Dakota News Now.
This Friday, one day only, earn a 40-cent Hy-Vee fuel saver. For every $60 you spend, that's a 40-cent fuel saver. One day only this Friday. Scan the QR code or check out HyVeeDeals.com for more deals.
Hey, do you like free money? The Kickin' Country Secret Sound is now over $5,000. It's very easy to win. I'm Bobby Bones from the new Kickin' Country 99.1 and 100.5. Listen to the Bobby Bones Show every weekday morning at 8:40. I'll tell you how you can win over $5,000 in the Kickin' Country Secret Sound.
The outset of any conflict to impede a Russian advance, as would the forest.
Of the storm. I mean, left and right, we've seen just the most dramatic skies here, whether you are on the west side of town, whether you are in town or on the east side of town. There was a situation with debris in the parking lot at the local Costco, and everyone took shelter in the kitchen. There's been numerous reports of trees down, some unfortunately on top of vehicles. Sioux Falls Fire Rescue urging people just to stay off the roads until they can actually get things cleared up. There are numerous down trees. There are active live power lines that are down, and that can be a real danger to the public. So while the weather has improved, and I know people are curious to see what it looks like around their neighborhood, kind of just don't drive. Maybe just walk around if it's safe to do so in your local area. Leave the roads free for emergency crews to use. And then here's a live look in Nebraska. It's not just South Dakota we've been keeping a close tab on. Nebraska has been hit very hard. You know, this has been almost like people are like, now I know what it was like to live in the Dust Bowl. I mean, they have been hit very hard with dust across so much of the state, high wind gusts, and I-80 closed because of multiple vehicles that got blown over and are blocking the road. So there's some massive traffic jams on the interstate until that can be reopened. So it's best just to, well, you see that lightning? there was lightning there, kind of streaked across the sky. It had little fingers. Yeah, this is an interesting tower cam. Looks like there is blowing dust and just a lot of haze with these storms as they come on through. We've had some hail being reported in Nebraska, but by and large, it's the wind aspect with these storms. Super damaging, super destructive. And we're getting to that time of day now where we're starting to see more of the risk for tornadoes. And there's been an expanse on the tornado watches, which we'll get to show you here shortly. Let's take you on the ground in Arlington, South Dakota. This is our storm tracker, John Humphreys. He's been with us throughout the afternoon, kind of taking us around different parts of South Dakota. And we're really getting a view of damage, a lot of debris down in several of these towns that have been hit hard by those straight line winds, and in some cases even reported tornadoes. So if we look as he's driving through, there's been a lot of reports of warehouses that have been blown out. Looks like the town doesn't have power because you're looking at the street lights, you're looking at, it's hard, I'm not seeing many lights on in the town. We know power outages are now exceeding 26,000.
34.
Oh, up to 34.
34
in South Dakota. And those are customers. So that could be a building. So you've got, you know, much more people impacted there. So well over 30,000 without power now in the state of South Dakota, most of which is in the eastern part of the state. And if you look closely, yeah, there it is. There's the tree in the road. This is why getting around, it can be difficult after a storm of this magnitude. And that's a large tree, Jackie.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can see law enforcement there out assessing and going to have to do a lot of that cleanup. And it's, you know, it's very dangerous to go out immediately after a storm when there's been damage, when power lines are down, when trees are down. It's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of confusion. It's tempting to do that, but power lines are often still live.
And you don't know which ones are live.
Exactly. So always treat them. If you see them down, just act like it's live. You don't want to touch them. You don't want to get near them. And if power is out, just a reminder, you treat four-way stops as four-way stops, right?
And also with debris, I mean, oftentimes you're more likely than not to run over a nail, and then you got to deal with the flat tire.
Yeah. We're also getting some damage reports now in Watertown of some buildings that have been damaged. We were looking at Watertown earlier where a tornado warning was in effect, and a quick spotter report of an observed tornado. Now we're getting some building damage reports there. So I think we're going to continue to get more video in and more scenes that look a lot like this, because winds can cause a lot of damage. And this is a solid line that's been about 250 miles long that's been tracking for a couple of hours now, right? Yeah. And all within the path of that is where we've been seeing some of this damage. Now, here's that squall that I was just talking about that extends all the way from Aberdeen, South Dakota to south of Interstate 90 into northern parts of Iowa. So all within there, we've got multiple warnings for the damaging winds, but also many tornado warnings. Look at them all. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a new one, like 7 tornado warnings. Difficult to get through them all, but we'll try and get to them for you. Let's start on the most farthern eastern one there. That's for Swift County for you, including the city of Appleton. You're under a tornado warning until 6:30. East of there, we've got Codington, Grant, and Roberts. The brand new one on up towards the north is Big Stone, Roberts, and Traverse County, and that one crosses Interstate 29. Get to your safe place.
Jimmy's John's is using legit ingredients.
Can do their job sitting from like 5 kilometers away, just like, well, it's kind of fun for them.
Now, Deputy Commander Demchenko has moved up the ranks fast. Proof taking risk and being nimble is rewarded here.
The commander asked, like, did you know how to fly drone? I said, yes, definitely, of course. And when they give me actual drone, I was like, just take it on a place where I was living and try it like.
You were just on your own practicing?
Yeah, I don't say anybody that I did it only once in my life, but you just, I don't know.
You learned on the fly?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think it's like the main thing is pretty easy. The main thing in this is just to stay calm.
An incredible story, and those drones are just so front and center in absolutely everything here. I want to add that what that villager told me, you know, about the Russians getting the cartons of cigarettes for shooting down the drones, he said the Russians would sit there in the garden and try to shoot down drones, and it was really hard because they're so tiny, and they really were very rarely even able to shoot them down. It's just an incredible development in this story. And next, federal prosecutors ramping up an investigation into whether Trump mishandled classified documents. Plus, an election denier who repeatedly questioned whether Barack Obama was a Muslim. In fact, said he was a Muslim and was acting Muslim-y. Now a major contender for Pennsylvania's open Senate seat. So who is Kathy Barnett? And why are both Trump and McConnell so scared of her?
Safe with SafeLight. Schedule now.
Is a time saver?
I schedule.
Arctic. Sweden, Finland, Norway all have Arctic front porch. That's a real plus for the alliance, gives us additional leverage as we face Russia across the Arctic Sea.
Wow, fascinating stuff. So let's talk about the U.S. just for a moment, because Rand Paul of Kentucky, he's done this before, but he's once again holding up what feel like extremely urgent tranches of aid to Ukraine. He's holding up this $40 billion aid bill. It's going to pass, but he's demanding, you know, alterations to the legislation. He wants an inspector general to oversee spending, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. How big of a problem is that you have this senator doing that, especially now?
It really is so counterproductive in the cause of democracy and freedom. And as you know well, Joy, you're an expert on Washington politics. This is the rare issue where there really is agreement across the spectrum politically, from Kevin McCarthy to Nancy Pelosi, from Mitch McConnell to Chuck Schumer. Everybody gets it on Ukraine, evidently, except Senator Rand Paul. He needs to be taken into the cloakroom by some of his fellow Republican senators. I nominate Lindsey Graham for that duty. Lindsey Graham is a retired military officer. He gets the courage and the perseverance of the Ukrainians. He had to take his colleague aside and say, look, this is not one to play politics with. No one else is doing so.
It's really unbelievable. Let's talk just a moment.
Near Emory, Bridgewater area, all the way in the Salem area here. Grain bins really kind of like bent from the wind. Some of them, the emergency manager said, were taken all the way off of their foundations. Others, though, just kind of bent or crumpled by the wind that came through. So there is extensive damage here in Salem. They're directing a lot of traffic off of the interstate and away from town here, trying to keep people away from the area as much as possible. We're going to go meet up with the emergency manager now to get an official update. They're still assessing damage throughout the county. No word yet on if there were any injuries. I'll have that update for you from the emergency manager in just a few minutes. For now, reporting live in Salem, Bridget Bennett, KELO News.
All right, thanks a lot, Bridget. Well, viewers, they continue to send us pictures of the dangerous storms in their area. Take a look at this one. It's from the 26th Street and Williams Avenue near the VA in Sioux Falls. If we can pull up that picture, you can see power pole is down along the branches that were blown around. Again, if you're out driving around because you want to see some of this damage, be careful. Power lines down in numerous areas around this city. All right, let's get an update with Chief Meteorologist Jay Troback.
All right, Brian's watching a very nasty-looking circulation right around the Waubay and Summit.
Yeah, we really want to emphasize that these storms still are moving north. If you are in the Sisseton area, tornado warning is in effect for Roberts County, and we're just, again, analyzing these spots where these circulation couplets are coming in line. Obviously, when we're telling you all this damage that has occurred, I know one report was at Clear Lake, Dual County. I know we had one report over there that at one point was over 100-mile-an-hour winds.
Lake Cochran.
Lake Cochran. So that's a Dual County.
Yep.
So that's in that general area, and that was 102. 102-mile-an-hour winds. So
yeah,
that's the straight line winds. We've had those kind of things pop up. So let's take those seriously. Again, new severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for northern Brown, and now Britain, I see, is under a new tornado warning.
Yep.
The extension of that here, Adam.
Yeah, that one just came in. That is for both Marshall and Dade counties until 7 o'clock for that line. Pierpont all the way to Roslyn, Waubay. This is north of 50 miles per hour if you're in the Langford area, over Cattail Lake, Sisseton State Park as well. Within the next about 15 or so minutes, we're going to start to see that headed up that way.
Yeah, okay. And, of course, Millbank is well included in the tornado warning on this flank of the storm here. Heavy rain occurring there. We've had kind of a rotation couplet, too, showing up on Viper on the Minnesota side of the border, just a little bit southeast of Ortonville. We'll continue to watch for that. So those are other indicators suggesting to us that we've had some very strong winds with these storms, and obviously that's been the story of the evening, is the damaging winds that have occurred and continue to come into the storm centers. So continue to watch for that. Everybody that's here in the northeastern corner of South Dakota, this little spot, let me take the loop off. I just noticed this here too. Boy, Grenville. Yeah, there's definitely some things going on here. That is located from Waubay, about 7 miles northwest of town. So you can assume with that trajectory, again, looking at the storm moving north at almost 70, Eden, Lake City in the path of that. And then, of course, you've got the other section here into the Roberts County area and Sisseton. But that's one in particular. And also Langford. Look at this right here between Langford. In fact, this J2 has really spun up, hasn't it? Right there between Andover and Pierpont. There's wind that's rushing away from the radar and toward the radar. That's why you see the green versus the red. That's why we're concerned in the Weather Service as well with a tornado warning, and we want to pinpoint that on KELO Live Doppler HD radar system tonight here, Jay.
Yeah, we've seen a whole lot of those little spin-ups kind of in the northern edge, just where we'd expect them. Iowa's areas north of Highway 14, Don, are under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight, and we can see why. We are definitely seeing some destructive weather going on in northeastern South Dakota.
Viewers informed and keeping everyone safe. Thanks a lot. We'll get back to you in just a moment. But right now, we want to go to KELOLAND's Kelly Volk, who's in Hartford, and she's been surveying more damage in that town. Kelly?
Yeah, Don, I'm still in the Coffee Cup parking lot in Hartford, and that's because my photographer and I keep spotting more damage. I'm going to step aside again. You can see with this semi, the whole thing is turned on its side. And if we swing over here, I can count, let's see, 1, 2, 3. There we've got a trailer that appears to be damaged. So a lot has gone on here, and I just talked to a couple from Texas. The woman, she was in her pickup while this wind came through. The windows shattered while she was inside. She is not hurt. Her husband is okay, but she did mention how traumatizing that was and how she really was scared. And there are a lot of people in that same boat, a lot of people out here with broken out windows in their car. So it's going to take a little work to get back on track here. A lot of damage in the convenience store. So that's what we are seeing for now. I'm going to send it back to you. Reporting live in Hartford, Kelly Volk, KELOLAND News.
All right, thanks a lot, Kelly. As we mentioned earlier tonight, these storms started about 4:30 this afternoon and marched all the way from the southeastern part of the state, now trekking to the northeast. And this is what our sky cam looked like along 41st Street in Sioux Falls. This was at just about 5 o'clock this afternoon as those storms rolled in, packing 80, 90-mile-an-hour winds, knocking down lots of trees and power lines in the Sioux Falls area. Let's get an update on the track of this storm now. As we said, it's up in the northeastern part of KELOLAND. Here's Chief Meteorologist Jay Troback.
Yeah, it is, Don. We got a couple things going on here. Brian, you want to talk about two subjects, one going on in northeastern South Dakota, one in northwest Iowa.
Well, yes. So we're covering weather now. We do need to make sure we're on top of the latest tornado warnings. These are live warnings that are in effect now. Marshall County tornado warning in effect until 7 p.m. We're watching these little spots, and the one that kind of concerns me right now is right here just south or moving into Langford. That is a definitely a rotational area right here. I'm going to circle that. It's now lifted north of Pierpont. Then let's go down the line here. We're going to go over to Roslyn. That's another one. In fact, there's maybe two of these going on. So again, with as fast as this is moving through, you've got to take each one of these seriously and treat it as if it's on the ground. Even if it's a funnel cloud, these things are changing quickly. So again, the whole area there, as we've been pointing out, even right along or very close to Looks like on the Roberts County line right now, just west of Interstate 29, moving just west of Sisseton. That's another one that looks awfully suspicious right now, right here. Okay, so we're going to circle that. There's Spring Grove, some of these smaller communities there in Roberts County. There's Sisseton off to the northeast. So that's what's happening right now. I also want to mention, as we're talking here, we've had reports. We've got to bring Brookings into the conversation. We've got a lot of damage in Brookings. We also have a lot of destructive wind reports coming out of Rock Valley, Iowa, where we have numerous reports of damage this evening. Multiple semi-trucks were flipped over between Elk Point and Jefferson earlier this evening due to the wind there. The list just goes on and on. I've got Round Lake, Nobles County, thunderstorm wind damage there. We have, of course, we've picked up Coddington County. We've talked about several things there. We've also now mentioned Kingsbury County, near Hetland. Barn destroyed with debris thrown across Highway 14 in that direction. I just mentioned the Rock Valley comment. I will add to that, homes and buildings are destroyed in Rock Valley, is what we're hearing from the Weather Service.
Okay, Rock Valley, Iowa.
Yep, and that happened earlier. That was a report that came in, looks like 6:13 to the Weather Service. So again, that's there. There's the Brookings report. Numerous vehicles knocked over, trees snapped, widespread damage to houses and roofs in Brookings. Up the list we go here too. We've got, of course, we've talked about the semi-trucks over on Interstate 90. There's more of them. It looks like overturned up near Gary.
I think you have something out of Nobles County too, because we had destructive winds last night around Worthington, I think near Round Lake.
Yeah, and obviously it's a long list that's going to continue to unfold. So let's go back to radar.
Let's show one other thing, Brian, for our viewers in Northwest Iowa. You are not out of this, and we were looking at the forecast models projected that this next line of thunderstorms was going to come through Northwest Iowa tonight, and actually you see those storms. We already have secondary warnings now in Elk Point, down near Elk Point. That's Union County, the southeasternmost tip of South Dakota, and that line of thunderstorms coming up out of Nebraska is going to be overspreading northwest Iowa in the next few hours as well. This is something that we saw showing up in the forecast models, so it is not a surprise. If you thought that northwest Iowa was out of it, not so, because this next line is going to kind of follow that same path, going up towards Sioux Center and up toward the Rock Rapids area. So we're going to see more thunderstorms. One last quick look at where the leading edge of those tornado-warned cells are in the northeastern part of South Dakota. They continue to move to the north. Flashing yellow is severe thunderstorms. Flashing red are tornado warnings. Don?
In the storm center. Let's join KELOLAND's Bridget Bennett again in Salem as she gets a better look at some of the damage in that town. Bridget?
Yeah, Don, there is extensive damage here right in the heart of Salem. I'm here with the McCook County Emergency Manager, BJ Stiefhotter. Thank you for joining us. Talk about what's going on right here in Salem.
In Salem, we're starting on cleanup and damage assessment. We were just right 5 minutes before I pulled up, we're still addressing life threats and people trapped in vehicles and in houses from debris and trailer houses and everything else, which are still, coming in. But extensive damage. So you see a lot of homeowners out just kind of looking at things and seeing what the damage is like. But it's extensive. It's all the way from southwest to Bridgewater, all the way to northwest to Salem. The damage looks the same all across. A lot of grain bins that were blown down, large trees toppled over, houses with roofs tore off of them, sheds completely flattened. Quite extensive damage throughout the whole middle of the county.
I know you mentioned some people being trapped. Have you heard of any injuries in the county yet?
Nothing extensive. There was some minor injuries just from a semi tipping over and someone falling in a cab. It wasn't moving, but nothing. No one's been transported to the hospital. There's been no serious injuries yet that we've been notified of.
And just looking in town here as we're driving up, the number of uprooted, very large trees is all over Salem. That looks really extensive.
It is, and that's the same way it looks all the way from here, southwest to Bridgewater, is the same kind of thing where that wind came together and really did some damage.
What do you want people driving in this area to know? Are you blocking off parts of the interstate or anything like that right now?
We did block off the interstate at Humboldt westbound for some stuff turned over. I haven't heard recently if that's still ongoing. I believe it is. For anyone driving around, don't be driving around. There's no reason to be out here. There's no reason to come. If you have family members that are in the area that are asking you to come and assist, that's different. But don't come look just to look. We've got lots of roadways that are blocked off, a lot of equipment moving around, homeowners and kids and everyone out doing things. You're just causing us more trouble by being in the way. We got a lot of stuff to clean up, and the less people in the way, the better.
Yeah. Thank you for your help. Anything else you want people to know tonight? It sounds like you're calling in support from all over the region.
If you do live in this area and you have some damage, we would appreciate if you'd report that. The phone number you want to call is 605-425-2791, with just a brief description of your damage so we can get a good idea of the overall picture as far as where to look more extensively when it comes to the damage assessment later on.
Thank you very much for your time, BJ. Again, really extensive damage here right in the middle of Salem. We're going to bring you a full report tonight at 10 and meet with some of the homeowners who are already working to clean up and figure out what's next for their homes and all of that tree damage as well. Reporting live in Salem, Bridget Bennett, KELO News.
All right, thank you very much, Bridget. We're going to have more storm coverage, more video to show you of the historic McKinnon Park area. And
there is no pecan chicken salad sandwich quite like this one.
I shared my story because if my story has the opportunity to save even one life, how could I not share it? My life was valuable then. I was a person then. I took no part in how I was conceived, and yet there I was. And so I'm very grateful that our nation is having that discussion.
How much does her personal story seem to be resonating from your reporting?
Evidence of why it is so important to stay inside, stay indoors, do not go outside when the weather is what we're seeing now, because stuff like this can fall from, we don't know where this is. Zach is telling us he's near Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium on the SCSU campus in Brookings, and he has no idea where something like this could have come from. Strong winds, very dangerous outside. It is very important to stay inside and stay safe. Keep yourself safe during weather like this.
Have a way to get some weather alerts when you are downstairs. Perhaps if our signal has flickered here and there throughout this evening, but continue to be weather aware. Keep a flashlight around as well too, and some rations, and make sure you're weather aware and protective of that. We are going to take a quick break. We're going to bring in our meteorologists who are breaking down everything, what else that you need to see. Miss Roney is back in about 2.5 minutes.
Only one station offers over 6 hours of news daily. Get your news when you want it with Dakota News Now.
With Angus beef, melty Swiss, and bacon between toasted sourdough. Oh yeah, the Frisco Angus Burger is for those who know an icon when they see one. Because flavor like this is always in style. Bite into the Frisco Angus Burger, part of the Frisco menu only at Hardee's.
Hi, this is Mike and Sarah Schulte. You've heard us talk a lot about staying positive and being kind. Sarah and I thought it would be fun to see what the dictionary's definition of the word positive is. Positive, a good, affirmative, constructive quality or optimistic outlook.
Being positive is so important because with a few simple words and a smile, we can brighten someone's day and lift them up. So let's all come together as a community and make a difference in someone's day.
So remember, stay positive, be kind, and think Subaru.
Don't get caught in the web. Anxiety, muscle loss, poor sleep, weight gain, low energy, no sex drive. Low testosterone can take over your life, one symptom at a time. Limitless Male can stop symptoms with testosterone replacement therapy. You can improve your job performance, mental health, physique, and relationships. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Improve your life with the men's health experts at Limitless Male.
When political news breaks in Pierre, count on Dakota News Now to have it first.
Austin Goss broke this story over the weekend.
The only station with a newsroom in Pierre.
Austin Goss continues our coverage on this breaking news story tonight.
Covering the policy decisions that matter to you.
One of the most followed Supreme Court cases in state history happened right here.
Providing daily reports from the state capitol.
Participants here today came from as far as Sioux Falls and Rapid City.
Political news when you want it with Dakota News Now.
handled migrants. And in another meeting, when Biden wasn't very happy with Becerra, Rice reportedly wrote a note to a colleague that said, "Don't help him." We picked up on this because no one ever leaks about Susan Rice.
I'm Alex.
Disney has said. So it is a direct attack on free speech. And I have to say, you know, look, there's a lot of distinctions between these guys and Vladimir Putin, you know, and Viktor Orban. But this fascination with illiberalism is spreading throughout the Republican Party, a party that used to say, hey, you know, let's protect private property, let's protect, you know, private businesses. Corporations are people, right? And now it is turned on its head completely.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I don't know that Jared Polis was kidding. I mean, he coined a term that's actually a real thing. Authoritarian socialism is what the old Soviet Union used to practice. Essentially, it meant that you, as a corporation, let's say we consider corporations people in the old Soviet Union. Well, you were a person who better do what the hell you're told by the government or else you'll get punished by the government. That's what authoritarian socialism is. It's saying that the government will constrict your speech and your speech must align with the government. Otherwise, you lose benefits. If your speech does align, you get perks. That is authoritarian socialism. That's what they're practicing. It's an old Soviet canard.
Well, it is authoritarian socialism, and I'm sorry I left out the first word there because, you know, what it's also saying to every other business, that if you get crossways with us politically, we will punish you. We will take away your private property. We will pass special legislation targeting you for retribution, which is clearly unconstitutional. But it's very much a political tactic. And you know, look, has this been around for a while? Yeah. But, you know, when people like Richard Nixon talked about, you know, using the power of the federal government to attack his critics, he did it in private. Now the mailed fist is out in public. Yeah. And it really is extraordinary.
You know,
point out here, just to the west of Aberdeen, some fairly strong storms as well. In fact, this line coming in near Faulkton up to Bowdle is pretty intense, and that has come into view here just coming out of the Oneida area. So if you're in Aberdeen, you may pick up some of this, as lightning tracker is fairly strong at the present moment.
All right, I wanted to get people brought up to speed with what's going on, because what we have going on is a whole lot of everything weather-wise. Here is a look at the setup that we had earlier today. We did have, and we do have, the severe thunderstorm watch for southeastern South Dakota. It was declared a potentially dangerous situation watch, which is pretty rare around here. And that has unfortunately panned out with thunderstorms moving out of Nebraska. We also have the area in red, which is the northern half of South Dakota. Areas north of Highway 14. That's a tornado watch that's posted until 10 p.m. tonight. And all along that line up in the northeastern tip of South Dakota, we've seen a broad number of circulations. And unfortunately, it did come to pass. There was the possibility of 100+ mile-an-hour winds. We did get some measurements on the ground that confirmed that, unfortunately. And we have widespread damage. I mean widespread damage. Pretty much the entire eastern half of South Dakota impacted, or for sure the eastern third of South Dakota. And we're still not done yet, because we do have more problems. And, you know, along with this destruction, we also have the problem of we got a bunch of repairs to do. And Adam is taking a look right now to see what's going on as far as the infrastructure here in the Sioux Falls area, because we're going to be laying down a lot of wire, it looks like.
Yeah, so what you're seeing here, going off of what Brian was talking about a little bit earlier, the number of people estimated without power, that's taking that and looking at the percentage of that population relative to each county. Look at Beadle County up toward Huron, 82.5% of the county estimated without power. Even toward Davison County and Mitchell, 76% of the county without power. McCook County, almost 60%. Sioux Falls, Minnehaha County, 14.5%. And we just got a live update. Davison County now up to 80% of the county.
All along the James River.
Yeah, all along James River. 85% of those counties without power. McCook, 72%. Even up towards the Smet, it does not get a whole lot better there. Almost a 75% of the county without power.
Yeah, lots of evidence of widespread damaging wind here tonight. Let's bring you up to speed. Brand new or continuation of tornado warnings. If you're watching us in Britain, tornado warning in effect until 7 p.m. Veblen, you're on the edge of that cell. Sisseton, experiencing it right now. I know that that storm just a little while ago, probably about 10, 15 minutes ago, had 84-mile-an-hour winds there at the, was that the Summit exit or near Summit, right?
1 mile west-northwest of Summit.
Okay, so right there, yeah, you're talking pretty strong winds. Even if we're not looking directly at tornadic winds, we're talking destructive straight-line winds embedded within these cells. Now, as we piece this together, again, the other end of this is now moving out of KELO on the eastern flank. We're talking Benson and Wilmer, Minnesota, moving up here northwest of the Twin Cities and up to St. Cloud. So that's going to be a problem there. Obviously, you look to the south. We're still keeping an eye on Sioux City, and, you know, they've even had widespread damage in that area, and there are new tornado warnings coming up now south of Sioux City. Our Northwest Iowa audience, we're going to watch that because that activity is moving, if you look at that carefully, to the north and pretty quickly. So Lamar's and eventually could be an impact for some of our counties a little closer up the Big Sioux River Valley here, Jay.
All right, wanted to get another report on some of the damage up around Madison, South Dakota. Veteran storm chaser Kenny Allen up there, and you have some more to report to us about the damage up around Madison.
Hi, Jay. Yeah, it's a mess in Madison tonight, and first responders are doing their best to get to everyone as fast as they can, and they're trying to get to all the power poles that are down and get the power lines off the roads. Mayor Lindsay is out evaluating town as well right now, along with all of the first responders and the police department, sheriff's department. Several buildings have roofs off. There are homes with windows blown in. Some of our manufacturing buildings in town have damage. There's other storage buildings that have been completely destroyed and materials just strewn about. And the tree damage is next level. We have trees down, it seems like, on every single street, power lines down, obstructing traffic. So it is a mess in Madison, South Dakota tonight. There is no power. There's no internet. I really would doubt if we have school here tomorrow. And with graduation coming up this weekend, it's a really sad sight to see our town in such disrepair. But so far, I've heard no reports of any deaths or anything of that sort. But Madison is quite a big mess right now, and like I said, some of our buildings have sustained quite a bit of damage, lots of roof damage, and even some roofs blown off and windows blown in. So,
all right, Kenny, thank you so much for that report.
Stay in.
Yep. Good luck with the cleanup. I'm sure it'll be considerable. Kenny Allen reporting live there from Madison, South Dakota, hit hard by those destructive storms we've been watching all afternoon and evening. And now, Brian, you have an update on the next some more storms coming in.
Yes, and we want to go right to this. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for southern Union County. This is the Elk Point area. We're back to 70-mile-an-hour wind again. Now, this is, again, the southeast tip of South Dakota. However, the storm motion, and this is what caught my eye just a little bit ago. And, again, we'll see how this unfolds here. But the storm motion on this is actually, Jay, coming in almost due north. So it's going to run up the Big Sioux River Valley. We'll see how intense it continues. Obviously, these first storms took out some starch out of the air. We hope that that'll be the case, but at least if you're watching us in Akron, down here in the southern part of Union County, expect the possibility of 70-mile-an-hour winds as a severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued due to a secondary line of storms clipping extreme southeast KELOland.
Yeah, if you want to go back up to northeastern South Dakota, Adam has some information on the latest warnings up in the far northeastern tip of South Dakota.
Yeah, they have been basically expanding that tornado warning in the Roberts County area. This is also going into Traverse County, Minnesota until 7:15 p.m. This is for that line. We've been keeping a very close eye on near Sicka Hollow to Dumont. This is moving up to the north at about 70 miles per hour if you're in that neck of the woods. So again, 70 miles per hour to the north, just basically extending that right up to the northern portion of Aberdeen's coverage before this goes up into North Dakota.
Yeah, and I see too on the corner of the screen here, now exiting our area, but Benson, Minnesota east, there are damaging tornadoes on the ground right now.
Wow.
That's
confirmed.
Headed up to Sauk Center and, you know, central Minnesota. So just putting that out there. We're not the only ones tonight. The Minneapolis area too will likely get destructive winds as that severe line now going into central Minnesota. They had that last night, and now a second round of that tonight. We're also watching Siouxland down to Omaha, Nebraska, a line of tornado and severe thunderstorm development there as well, as this is a very intense complex of weather tonight across the plains. And we'll continue to watch the northern flank of this again as we bring up our latest storm tracker here this evening. I am going to do a quick look at that, Jay, because I think it would be important to at least put out a little storm tracker on this cell there, because it is moving north quite quickly. So if it heads up the Big Sioux River Valley, Akron, Iowa, 712, Alcester, 725. That's, again, some new thunderstorms. We'll keep an eye on it. I mentioned Rock Valley earlier. Some really significant damage in Rock Valley. We have some buildings that are destroyed there.
Yeah, and a wall of wind associated with those thunderstorms you were just looking at. Adam?
The tornado warning I just mentioned before for Roberts and Traverse County. Media confirming tornado on the ground 10 miles north of Sisseton.
10 miles north of Sisseton, so the far northeastern corner of South Dakota. Anybody traveling up I-29 there, running into that. I guess it should be no surprise. That is an area that's had a lot of little areas of spin-ups. And Adam, just there was a report of damage when the storm was a little bit further south in Cottington County.
Yeah, 7 miles east, southeast of Florence. Emergency management reporting around 6 p.m. A house basically, in their words, ripped apart by the storm that moved on through.
And that's what they said. Okay, now, so Traverse County in Minnesota, cross into the northeastern part of South Dakota. That's where we have the latest tornado. And you've got a pretty good signature there, Brian.
Yeah, we're watching.
Circle that so you can see it.
Let's see here. We've got right here near Clare City.
New Effington. They just came in with an update. Train spotter did report a brief touchdown in the New Effington area.
I mean, okay. Look at that. We really do have three suspect tornadic circulations there. Yeah, maybe a fourth.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
From Clare City to Rochelle.
It's a tough night tonight, and these again, this is going to be exiting our Ketherland area here shortly. But again, this has been the track history of these embedded tornado spin-ups, and of course, where we haven't had tornado spin-ups, we've had damaging, destructive winds. So we're going to maintain our coverage for that. Again, that's a tornado warning there in northern Roberts County until 7:15. We also have the extension there just about to Veblen, but certainly through Roberts County. That is not pretty at all. That is, in fact, in my opinion, that is certainly showing really intense circulation right south of Victor and Rossholt, moving into that northeastern section of Roberts County. Please be in your tornado shelter right now if you are in this warned area. Again, Rossholt to Victor and New Effington too. There's other circulation points there. We do know a confirmed tornado is on the ground, and that is probably one of the strongest rotation markers we've seen all evening. So that's going to be, again, very serious for folks to be in the shelter right now as this heads right up parallel to Interstate 29. It's about 3 miles to the east of the interstate and is moving directly to the north. So again, if you are in that area of Rossholt, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. That is the most important storm this minute. Now, you can see the line extends to the west. Obviously, there's other storms out there, but these west of Aberdeen are non-severe. So, again, we're just kind of keeping an eye on everything in that northeast corner of South Dakota. New Effington to Rossholt, tornado is on the ground and is confirmed here by storm spotters there. Just to the southwest of Rossholt.
Also, another warning just came up. If you go a little bit to the west, if you will, this is for portions of northwestern Marshall County, northeastern Marshall County. New tornado warning just came up for that cell. Basically, just kind of filling in the gap toward Hillhead, Marlow. This is all moving up to the north of 60 miles per hour. That's in place also until 7:15.
Heading quickly into North Dakota.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that will be, again, moving into North Dakota. So for those that are concerned about that, again, this is also going to be a bad story for folks up here, too, out of our coverage area, but certainly heading in that direction tonight as this destructive wind has basically started in Nebraska and it has effectively gone tonight over 200 miles.
Yeah.
And it is still causing
well
damage.
over 200 miles. Actually started a little bit further to the south in Nebraska. In fact, here's a look at the big picture. We did have those thunderstorms fire up this afternoon, and unfortunately, they did exactly what we suspected they were going to do. They formed a line, and they came to the north, and they plowed right through eastern KELO land. Here's a review: 2, 3 in the afternoon, 4, 5 through Sioux Falls, to the north, through northeastern South Dakota, leaving behind widespread destruction. This, I don't think I'm speaking out of line if I say this is probably a multi-million-dollar damaging event, because the damage was so widespread. And this is one of the things we could, when we talk about tornadoes, everybody talks about tornadoes, but you know what? These widespread wind events can actually cause more damage because they're more widespread. A tornado causes a lot of destruction in a smaller area, but these big, broad lines of thunderstorms, they cause big problems. And now it looks like the second round getting ready to move through northwest Iowa, Brian.
Yep. Yeah, outside of our coverage area a little bit here, but even down south of Sioux City, they're watching new rotation. It looks like, is it SIOUX?
Yes,
Iowa?
Yeah, SIOUX, well, it's SIOUX Fire Department in Woodbury. They're on 260th Street.
So anybody who's driven on I-29, you know those exits there. Yeah. But we show those because our friends in Lamar's and places like that are going to be impacted by this next round of thunderstorms through northwest Iowa. They have been projected to fall. If you see that little, can you follow that line along the highway there, Brian? That's kind of the line, the boundary that thing was expected to follow. If you see that blue line Brian just drew in there, that's the projected path of these thunderstorms, which are expected to expand through northwest Iowa over the next couple of hours.
Well, look at the lightning tracker on that. Just west of Sioux City, that has really picked up. And again, we would expect that this line, as it drifts north, it's obviously going to run into some of the effects of this first line of storms. But northwest Iowa, even up as far northwest as Yankton, we've got some thunderstorm development, and it is now, again, if you look at the time lapse and you look at the projections here, off to the northeast. So northwest Iowa, I know we've had some damage there, but you may not be quite done yet, obviously, as we watch all of that. Even in Sioux Falls, I noticed here just in a little bit, we've had another little flare-up going on here too, just to the northeast of town, and then also the one that's down near the Yankton area.
You see that new box that just popped up on Brian's display there?
Yep.
Brian, that's the new severe thunderstorm warning for northwest Iowa. Still listed with a damage threat of considerable. Winds 70 miles an hour, could have some hail over an inch size. And that's moving through northwest Iowa. If you can, maybe do a little storm track through that area, BK, because that's where it's going to move.
And I even have a rotation marker.
Rotation.
Yeah, so okay, let's do that right now. We'll bring back the radar view here this evening, and let me show you how that unfolds here. Again, into northwest Iowa, this trajectory here just from south of Vermilion, and again, we'll kind of follow that right about through Sioux City, and the movement there, I believe, northeast at about that 40-mile-an-hour range. So again, bringing up some of these communities like Spink at 710, Akron, Iowa, 711, and I know that as Adam, you're kind of probing that circulation there around Jackson and Hubbard, a little west-southwest of Sioux City. Again, that's a little outside of our coverage area, but we're watching it carefully as it moves northeast.
One thing I would mention about those storms, Storm Prediction Center just put out a statement about those storms. They do say that the environment's going to be supportive of destructive wind gusts for the next several hours as they move through northwest Iowa. So we're talking about, we could see some more 80-mile-an-hour gusts now, this time in northwest Iowa, after we've had those destructive thunderstorms move through South Dakota earlier in the evening.
Okay, and Vermilion on the edge of one of those heavier storms again. You can see that. See those cells that have popped up south of Gayville and south of Meckling? So again, that's the southern flank. Let's go back to the north now. I want to go back to the activity happening along the North Dakota border. Again, as the tornado warning for New Effington and these areas continues, Ross Holt, that is in effect here for about another 10, 11 minutes or so, looking at that expiration there at about 7:15. Tornado. Evelyn to New Effington to Rossholt. And again, that area, in particular, as we've been watching these little rotate, well, I shouldn't say little, they're definitely rotating and enough to produce a couple of spin-ups here. The one between Rossholt and New Effington in particular has been rather intense. But I will say that that now is on the North Dakota border, right here on where Interstate 29 goes right into North Dakota. That's right where it is at the moment. So again, that's going to be an issue headed toward Fargo. It's been a busy night tonight. We've had several counties included with numerous warnings. I do want to also mention the fact that northern Marshall County is still under a tornado warning as well until 7:15. That's a Doppler radar indicated tornado that is pushing right into the North Dakota, South Dakota border region right now. Lots of rain. Can't see much when they are rain wrapped. I imagine that that is also a problem given the extent of the wind and the wall of wind that we've been witnessing with this storm line tonight.
Yeah. Adam, are you looking at something over in that other computer display?
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on some of the storms over toward Eureka, Bottle, Ipswich. They've been putting up at least some sub-severe advisories at the moment. Been seeing the winds pick up, at least in those cells, upward of 50, 55 miles per hour. So we're starting to see a little bit of intensity coming around out in that neck of the woods. Also watching some delayed reports coming in from the National Weather Service, both in terms of gusts upward of 80 to even 90 miles per hour toward the Bonham County area. But we've also seen, if I can find this again, there was a report of some silos that have been sustaining heavy damage. Here we go. Kingsbury County and Arlington, 2 grain silos were had their tops ripped off.
Playing tug of war and see who wins.
Making a connection.
It's like all my, without even knowing it, I
beheaded and who may be helping him.
So you look at a poll like that and many more like it, and you reach the obvious conclusion. You have no choice, if you live in Washington and you're responsible for inflation, to pretend that you care about inflation. And you
alleged coup plotter to a committee to investigate the coup. It's an interesting choice of words from McCarthy, considering the insurrectionists, of course, literally broke the institution, smashed it to pieces. But of course, this was the...
They could say that they should be held in civil contempt and make that reference. But my understanding is that the more likely, if any or none of these 5 sitting Republican congressmen do not comply with this committee's request, they could take more administrative punishment. And they have tools like, first and foremost, the Ethics Committee. If you're a sitting member of Congress, you are still susceptible to the rules governed by the body of the House inside the Ethics Committee.
Davison County, it's upwards of 70 to 80% of the county is out of power. Same kind of numbers coming out of Huron. So again, that's another story too, as you have to deal with power outages and the fallout from that. We still have a severe thunderstorm watch for the Sioux Falls area. I would say at this point that first line really probably took out a lot of the energy. We've got to watch northwest Iowa though, as that second push comes out. Tornado watch is still in effect, but again, the main line now has pushed through most of northeast South Dakota.
For us, it's going to become Minnesota and North Dakota's problem here pretty quick.
Yeah.
Adam's taking a look at those, at the power figures. Looks like it's more widespread than it was before, certainly.
Yeah, especially along, like you said, the James River Valley not too long ago. Beadle County still reporting 85% of the county without power. Down toward Davison County and the Mitchell, still 80% without power. Close to 15% as you head toward Minnehaha County. Lake County also not too far off the pace. They're coming in at 16% up toward Watertown. A point south will move on up a little bit over there, just a smidge to the north. We can at least get the percentages out that way. 60.5%. Nearly 70%. If you put that into numbers, we're talking several thousand in that area, 1,000 to 2,000. Again, south and east of Watertown with those cells that have moved through. Minnehaha County, for what it's worth, around 12,000 people estimated without power.
All right, and the thunderstorms continue. Brian, you have some information about the big picture about what we have been seeing today, and it's widespread trouble is what we've been seeing all afternoon long.
So in total here, we've got about 169 severe wind reports tonight. 169, 37 of those from Nebraska into South Dakota are significant. In other words, they're in that range of 80-mile-per-hour winds or more. I'll pick out a couple of these as we kind of go through the list here tonight. The Gayville area had 89-mile-an-hour winds. That occurred at about 4:25, and then this storm picked up northwest of Tripp in Hutchinson County. We had a wind gust of 107. Then we moved to just south of Freeman, 84-mile-an-hour winds, 4:35. Jefferson, South Dakota, 75-mile-an-hour wind. That came in with semis flipped over. Centerville came in with 82-mile-an-hour winds, and then right up it went. Dalton out in McCook County, 80-mile-an-hour winds. These are just the ones that we have. There's others in here that aren't in the official books yet. The Huron area had 90-mile-an-hour winds. Sioux Falls, officially at the airport, reporting at least up to 78, but parts of the city are higher. Madison, Kenny Allen reporting to us several reports from Madison. We had reports of Lake Madison of 97 miles per hour at the airport there. And then, of course, up into Speke County, 80-mile-an-hour winds there, too. Brookings to Arlington, 80-plus. It just goes on and on and on here. So the reports tonight, of course, even earlier in the show, we mentioned Castlewood and tornado report there. That is now reported as 2 houses, and the north side of the school is damaged due to a tornado in Castlewood in Hamlin County. Jay?
All right, that was up there. Let me show you the big picture. Folks asking if Sioux Falls is done. Probably, though we do have this line of thunderstorms, which is going to be moving this secondary line. That's going to move up through northwest Iowa. Could kind of skirt the areas around the east side of Sioux Falls later tonight. More likely through northwest Iowa, because as we go through the evening hours, this thing is going to move to the northwest and then a little bit more to the west, going through northern Iowa later on tonight. So the first line is through. Second one is probably going to remain just the east side of Sioux Falls. You can see the general movement of it is in a northeasterly direction, while Sioux Falls is right here. So you can see it's moving kind of like this. And at this time, it looks like they'd have trouble. We've kind of messed up the atmosphere around Sioux Falls with that leading edge of the line of thunderstorms that went through. Now these are, again, causing some wind gusts, and we're starting to see some rotation just about to come across the border out of Nebraska.
Yeah, this is a warning west of Sioux City, but the reason we're bringing this up is because it's moving to the north and northeast. So that box there is drawn. It's going to probably clip, in fact, is clipping southern Union County with some strong winds again here. You know, earlier in the evening, in the afternoon, you'll recall we had our wind tracker up here, and we were talking about, you know, the extent of the winds here. Well, let me bring this into motion here again. What we're probing here south of Sioux Falls, some 70-mile-an-hour winds in there again. That's just south of Burbank. Even in the Sioux City area, we're coming up. That's at radar height. Again, that's a little higher scan, but it is indicative of the warned area. The verbiage here reflecting 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts in this area. I'll bring up the storm tracker. Now, notice since we just last visited, look how this is filled in now up into Clay County. And look at the lightning tracker on the Nebraska side of the border. There's a lot of positive lightning strikes. I wouldn't be too shocked, J2 here, if we end up with some hail in here. Let me take the lightning off for the moment here. We'll go back to hail tracker, and there it is. That's the dual polarization tool on the Doppler radar. Looks at the shapes of the precipitation there, and it says, yes, there's some hailstones just due south of Burbank. So if you're in Burbank, in fact, a lot more hail is going on here, isn't it? Looks like crossing I-29. In the Jefferson area, North Sioux City, that's going to head right up into western Plymouth County. So again, a very strong storm as we speak, and even these flare-ups are now even going up as far north as Viborg again. So we're not completely done here. We will be on the air monitoring that carefully. as the atmosphere has had so much starch in it today, it's hard to wring all that out with just one line of storms. We got to take a second line to knock this through here tonight. And again, our southern folks here south of Sioux Falls, it's not going to be long, and Sioux County is going to be back in this again, probably Primgar and over towards Sibley, Iowa. So again, I just want to make highlight of that as we're watching that. It does appear now, too, that the tornado threats are exiting the northeast tip of South Dakota. We'll watch for more damage reports as those come in. Obviously, there's a lot more to say about that. The one confirmed tornado southeast of New Effington, that occurred at 6:52. So that's, you know, not quite a half an hour ago, but close. And numerous wind reports. Here's one, Corona, 62 miles per hour. Summit, that 84-mile-an-hour wind. There's another funnel cloud near Waverly, South Dakota. And even Watertown. You know, we can talk about Watertown damage, Brookings damage, Huron damage.
Madison damage. Well, we could. You know what? We better stop because we're going to leave somebody out in so many places.
Yeah, a lot of dots on that
KELOLAND
screen.
News documented already. We've heard from places like Bridget Bennett was around the Salem area, Emory, McCook County, lots of widespread damage. Even here in Sioux Falls, lots of tree damage. There were some pretty considerable power outages earlier. Now it looks like some of those are starting to be picked up here in the Sioux Falls area. But here's the line that Brian's looking at right now. Again, here's Beersford, South Dakota. Here's I-29 right here. Everything's moving in a northeasterly direction. It's moving into northwest Iowa. That trend is going to continue. We're probably going to see more of those winds. But as BK was just pointing out, we could have some embedded hailstones in these as well. Now that's something we haven't talked very much about because frankly the hail sizes we've had to this point have been not very big. Here in the southeastern part of South Dakota, we had like some penny-sized hail reports, and that was it. Of course, they're wind-driven, that doesn't help, but we didn't get the big hail reports. Now we're starting to see a little bit more hail development out of the second round as it moves into northwest Iowa. Now, Brian was just showing on some of the, querying some of the radar data to see the winds. Not as strong as we saw earlier, those certainly in the damaging category, but look at the potential for hail, and that's what's now moving. This is the extreme southeastern tip of South Dakota. Here's I-29 right there. This is northwest Iowa, and you do see a continuation of those storms as they move into northwest Iowa. And looks like right on the Missouri River, Brian, we got some hail development.
Yeah, it's hailing at a pretty good clip right now in Sioux City. So that's another thing that, again, we'll have to watch as this cools off a little bit, I would say, probably at this point. Even the hail that's grown north of Vermilion, I would not be shocked if there's another severe thunderstorm warning coming out for Clay County or very close to that. I know the southern part of Clay is already in a warning, but even Vermilion, see that right there? There's another hail core just about to come into the town there. Again, these are all things that aren't quite as strong as they were earlier, but nevertheless, watching that, yeah, we just have a new warning.
Yep, just came up.
And just now we're going to put Lincoln County back into this again. This is
the far southern part, it looks like.
Yeah, it's going to be, well, it's going to run up here at least to Beersford and up to, it looks like clipping southeastern Turner. I know we're pulling it right up as we speak here.
Right along the Lincoln-Minnehaha County border.
Yeah,
along,
all of Lincoln now.
Yep.
Okay, so
all right, here's Lennox, here's T, here's Viborg now in this severe thunderstorm warning. It's moving in a northeasterly direction, and it's coming up through Lincoln County toward the southeastern edge of Minnehaha County, which is kind of where the Sioux Falls area here, that is right here. You see the movement of it. We could be getting some wind and some hail. Now, just to what you were talking about before, the hail threat, Sioux City reporting pea-sized hail in that embedded storm they have there, some pea-sized hail embedded in very heavy rainfall. So the precipitation is there. There is some hail. But right now, it looks like there's more heavy rain than hail moving through Sioux City. And maybe that's an indication of what's coming up our way, too. But here's the second round of thunderstorms. As you're saying, here it comes. And there's lightning there, so we're probably getting some heavy rain. And some destructive winds will be a possibility as well. So our new warning is there, and they're still continuing to say the wind threat of damage is considerable. The threat is with 70-mile-an-hour winds, and they've given hail inch-and-a-half type hail, so bigger than quarter size, possible out of those storm cells as they move through southeastern tip of South Dakota, BK.
Yeah, let's look at that hail product. We've got a special tool that we can show for that, and as we reflect that, I'm just going to bring up the latest view here. So this is your hail. It is north of Vermilion. Okay, so specifically, it is just to the southwest or southeast of Wakanda. So again, this is some large hail in this swath here, and again, there's some wind that's developing with that particular cell. We're watching those clouds darkening again on our live camera network. I believe, Jay, you've got a view of that as we speak. There it is from downtown Sioux Falls. We've come back to 73 temperature.
We've cooled off. Wow.
Yeah. Cooled from 92, 93 earlier in the day. Obviously, we'll watch the hail threat that comes up, and that, again, is important because I know some of you are obviously trying to assess some damage, clean up, those kind of things. Just stay alert to additional thunderstorms and lightning coming back into the picture here tonight. Jay?
All right, so that's a look from Sioux Falls down to the south. That is looking directly into the new thunderstorm warning, which is south of Sioux Falls, going to be coming through Lincoln County, approaching the Beersford area right now. So that is going to be an issue for us over the next several minutes. So we look for that trend to continue. Watch those storms move to the northeast with perhaps some embedded hail and some stronger winds.
Well, we're getting, this is Vermilion right now. Now this just updated. Right over Vermilion, there's some very strong winds again right overhead. Now,
again, that's at cloud level.
Yeah.
It's cloud level.
We scanned that earlier, but you'll recall when we were scanning those earlier.
Some of it did get down to the ground, yes.
Yep, it sure did. So we just keep that in mind, that there's wind aloft. We'll see if it all roots down or pieces of that. But if I were in Vermilion, obviously it's blowing through now. So anybody up here into northern parts of Union County, there are going to be specks in here where the winds are going to get awfully gusty once again as we deal with this new flank of this particular line of storms now targeting northwest Iowa. Now the northern edge.
In Vermilion, BK, now just some penny-sized hail reports. And in, that's a late report from Planketon, 12 vehicles flipped on I-90 between White Lake and Planketon. That's a report we had much earlier, but it just came through. So penny-sized hail already in that storm near Vermilion at the moment, ground verification.
Okay, so there is hail there. There's wind, obviously, to some extent. Mostly aloft, mostly up in the cloud layer, but we want to make sure that you're aware, obviously, with the history of these storms tonight. We're just going to continue to watch and make precautions about some strong, gusty winds with these cells. And we, of course, have a little time to watch this, but Canton, Lenox included in the new warnings. So obviously it runs up to the southern side of Sioux Falls. We'll see how much of this actually extends into the Sioux Falls metropolitan area within the next half hour. But certainly a very strong component that's been expanding out of the Sioux City area. If we go back just an hour ago, you can see how quickly that was an hour ago, and now if we advanced in the 1 hour time lapse, there it is. So this is moving fast, and that's been the speed today. Everything is on quick mode with all of this wind and everything else we've been tracking. So as we speak, that's probably the biggest story. I would say down into maybe Plymouth County, Iowa. That looks a little more suspicious. There's a Boeing structure that's coming up there between Hinton and Sioux City. And what that does, it basically is it takes that trajectory to the northeast. It puts Paulina, Primgar, some more of our viewing area kind of skirting this thing here as it moves through our northwestern Iowa counties, Jay.
All right, again, watching this second line of thunderstorms move to the northeast, coming through northwest Iowa. We have seen a little redevelopment on the backside of the big storm. That's not unusual. Out toward Pipestone, Minnesota, down toward the northern edge of Minnehaha County. But that's the main line we're watching right now. And the forecast models did suggest there's going to be that secondary line pushing through northwest Iowa. It is slightly to the east, slightly to the west of what we were seeing before. So it could still clip maybe the southeastern edge of the Sioux Falls area. In fact, let me just back it up so you can see. Here's Sioux Falls, and here's those thunderstorms, and we'll just do the little extrapolation there. You can kind of see the direction that they're moving. As Brian said, they're moving quite quickly. They do have a bit of a northern tilt to them, so we can't say we're completely done here in the Sioux Falls area, but we do have those thunderstorms that are mainly going to push through northwest Iowa, and right now we got some hail around the Vermilion area. And Brian, I'm going to pop up that live cam you're looking at right now. They can watch with you.
Yeah, we're looking at Harrisburg. So we're looking down there into Lincoln County. Again, that's a storm that at this moment probably more of a hail and some strong winds with it. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. Not to the level we had earlier, but we're still talking about some degree of severe weather moving through. And this is folks are trying to assess damage and just doing some cleanup here as we watch these storms here tonight.
On an average day, we would say those are strong thunderstorms, but compared to what we had earlier when we were talking about 100-mile-an-hour gusts, it's not in the same category. Although, I mean, there's some wind there, definitely.
Well, we definitely want to make sure we're keeping track of it as we get every scan of the radar. That's important. Let me pause this because I'm going to do one thing here quickly for you. Let's bring up Wakanda. And again, you know, I have to tell you, there's some wind in there, and it just kind of flares up. I know those numbers look a little intense, not to the level perhaps that we had earlier, but there could be at least 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds trying to pop up there, Jay, as we pop some numbers on the screen. The velocity data is up.
And Adam has reports, some hail reports out. You better pop up that Sioux City view there, because those storms down in Clay County over towards Sioux City, they've got some hail in them, don't they?
Yeah, we've been getting some reports upward of, at bare minimum on the low end, Penny, now up to inch diameter hail.
Quarter-size hail, yeah.
Quarter-size hail. That's over toward east-northeast of Vermilion by about a mile. We have been getting some isolated larger reports of hail, but again, that is over just north of Sioux City. But we're starting to get those hail reports more and more in the Clay County area as this continues to move on up to the north.
All right, this is the second line again. This is not the first line went through with lots of destruction. This is the second line. Brian's watching that there, taking a look at it from the Harrisburg area, but you see the skies to the south of Sioux Falls are again kind of dark looking. You can see that as well if you look from Falls Park down to the south. You'll be able to see some of those storms there down in the distance. So the southeastern edge of the Sioux Falls metro area, we could get clipped again by the storm as it pushes through Lincoln County. And so we're not quite done with this thing yet. We still have some storms that can produce some damage, and so that's going to be something we got to keep an eye on over the next several minutes. Let's take a look. Brian, what are you showing there? The live cam out of downtown Sioux Falls?
Yep, we're just watching, of course, as you know, the damage reports have come in from McKinnon Park area. A lot of areas in Sioux Falls obviously dealing with wind tonight, and so as the activity continues to push up our direction from the south, make sure that as you are busy.
I turn money into more money.
Groceries arrive the moment you remember everything.
To some degree. Again, we don't have confirmation of these strong gusts here north of Vermilion, but at radar height, it's suggesting that the winds are getting quite strong again. Beersford, it's moving right into town. Let me go live to our Beersford radar. As you see there, Centerville as well, more pockets of rain. So far, hail size has not been tremendous. It's been nickel to that quarter-size range, but certainly a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. See that here? Especially when you get that many positive strikes. Now that in particular, that's really intense lightning, really sharp. You know, when you experience something like that, it's very loud, and if you're trying to assess any damage outside, you've got to get back in and let this storm go through. Rock Valley, I'm going to call you out too because you're in the warning, and I know Rock Valley has had some significant damage out of that.
All right, if you're wondering what we're looking at, this kind of situation here in the Storm Center, three of us here, Scott Munt, also working on some of our web products. If you're looking for details online, you can find that at KELOland.com. We've got numerous radar views that we're looking at, other scientific materials. We've been watching these all day long. We're getting reports coming in from in the field. KELOland News has been providing a lot of information about some of the damage that we've picked up from these this wall of considerable winds we've seen pushing through KELOland during the day today. And now we're watching the second line as expected. This one also moving out of northeastern Nebraska a little bit further to the east. So this one is now pushing up through northwest Iowa and again clipping the southeastern part of And the question is whether or not it will reach the southeastern edge of Sioux Falls. Kind of a close call at the moment. If we go back to KELOLAND Live Doppler, what Brian's looking at right now is that display, and you do see that the storms are moving up out of Union County and headed toward Lincoln County. And now when it says velocity on there, what he's looking at the winds inside the cloud.
Yeah, and there is wind there as we still are tracking that. So the warning, again, continues for Lincoln County, southeastern Turner, embedded some gusty winds and also, to some degree, a little hail. Let's bring up the very latest on that hail tracker as that comes up in line here, too. Again, you can see these white freckles there. Those are individual locations where hail would be located at the present moment. Most of this has been nickel, quarter size, but again, we just coming off of what we just experienced, we're still going to cover at least a little bit of this moving up into portions of the Sioux Falls area.
Yeah, that red blob you're looking at, that's what you're looking at from Sioux Falls looking down to the southeast. That is the darkness you see in the clouds. That is the thunderstorm that's now coming through Lincoln County, primarily headed through northwest Iowa, but the far western edge of that thing could be coming toward the Sioux Falls metro area. At least it's going to be kind of a close call as to whether or not that happens.
We did get a report of 70-mile-an-hour winds now out of Sioux City with that line.
That's out of Sioux City.
And that now has, you know, it's making its way up toward Lamar's, but look where it's going. You can see Sioux Center, Orange City, you know, it's got at least the chance of getting that far north, and obviously it's been growing. Beersford South, there's a lot of heavy rain on Interstate 29 with that very strong storm, and again, pockets of strong winds there too. I don't have any confirmed numbers coming out of Clay County on wind, but it is a strongly worded warning there too as we watch that again moving up from the south. And given the environment here today, we have to take all of those pretty seriously.
All right, we're still looking at, we've been getting so many damaging wind reports coming in during the day today. Widespread damage across the KELOLAND area. We've seen lots of strong wind gusts, damaging wind gusts. And what we have right now is a strong line of thunderstorms, some hail, some strong winds, but not quite the strongest winds we had earlier, the ones that did give us, unfortunately, considerable wind damage across the eastern part of the KELOLAND area. But that area in yellow, the flashing box there, that is where you see the latest thunderstorm warning, and it does go up into Lincoln County in southeastern South Dakota. Right around Beersford is the heart of it right now. Probably some hail embedded in that line, and as Brian was just mentioning, we have been picking up some reports of strong winds out of those cells.
Yeah, and we're still tabulating, of course, as we recap the damage that we've had tonight. There's been significant amounts of this. Of course, those are things we're going to be dealing with throughout the evening. But bringing up northwest Iowa again, even now, the rotated, at least by the Correctionville Fire Department. Now, that's outside of our coverage area, but it's moving north, and so again, that southern flank has to be watched. Beersford, you are experiencing some heavy rain. Certainly there are some pockets of hail around there, but at this point, I would be curious, Jay, if that wind again comes up from Clay County and how gusty that gets here.
Right now, we do have a little bit of wind gust activity, and if you're just joining us again, this is the scene we have. We are under both a severe thunderstorm watch, Sioux Falls in the southern part of KELOLAND, the T colors on your screen. It was rated as a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch. Pretty rare around these parts. And earlier we were looking at some wind gusts over 100 miles an hour. We're still seeing wind gusts, but not quite of that magnitude. The other issue has been the tornado watch areas north of Highway 14. You see the red areas on your screen. That's until 10 o'clock tonight. We have seen several tornadoes, in fact, confirmed tornadoes and damaging tornadoes as well up in the northeastern part of South Dakota, along with those Castlewood, I believe, right, Brian?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, Castlewood a bit earlier.
Be able to manipulate it.
It'll start coming up the bank.
And intensify. The body may become dependent. This leads to symptoms of...
Brooke and Abby confronted our parents together, and
to proactively stop advanced computer viruses.
Strike this map down because it is clearly violative of the state constitution, or they're going to ignore the state constitution. I mean, the fact that the trial judge, as people have pointed out, including yourself, was appointed by Governor DeSantis, is interesting, but he was applying the law.
4-month period this fall and into the winter, we could have a lot more cases. I think the big question is going to be, Anderson, how much immunity, how much effective immunity will we have at that time? If you look at other countries where you get the huge spikes of infections, you get about 3 to 4 months of protection, and then you get another spike. So if people aren't boosted, if they don't have enough immunity going into that surge, that's going to be the big problem. The virus is contagious, and you've probably heard, people who hadn't gotten this infection all along and are now getting it. It's that contagious.
I lasted 2
right.
years without getting it and then got it.
I know it's tough, and it's people, as careful as they may be, they could still get this. I think the big question is going to be how much immunity do they have at that time? And
severe thunderstorms again with some wind. I would say right now our main threat is attached to that cell that's probably heading up into Sioux County. That really, to me, I would say is a fairly strong signature now of a damaging wind threat in Plymouth County, or at least getting into portions of Plymouth County, Iowa, up through Lamar's. And again, that can kind of rotate and clip our northwest Iowa counties. I see Sheldon now back in a new warning, and it runs up to about Rock Valley. So our talking points about wind remain in place. And I can't ignore, too, even at radar height, I know it's hard to justify all of this reaching the ground, but there's a lot of wind crossing over into Lincoln County again, at least at a height of about 2,000, 3,000 feet. There's an 80-mile-an-hour wind that's cruising through that cloud. So again, at the surface, 60-mile-an-hour winds at least can be expected here.
Yeah, that's what Brian is looking at right there. Again, that's velocity, that's wind movement inside of clouds, not necessarily on the ground, though when you have the unidirectional flow, a lot of times you get the momentum down to the ground, and so that's why we've been watching. That's been the signature ahead of those severe thunderstorms and the destruction we've seen a bit earlier in the day out of those storm cells. So there's your latest warning that is now posted.
Yes, and Lincoln County is in effect here until 8 o'clock. Storm edge now to Worthing. Okay, so and we do have some hail in there. That purple area indicated. Let me bring up that fact, too, because we really didn't have much hail the first time, but there is some falling out of that. Most of it in the history of this has been primarily nickel or smaller, so it hasn't been a big hailstorm. The bigger hails perhaps a little bit farther over here to northwest Iowa, but this will be the last round. Once we get through this, then we call it a night on severe weather. Then everything turns over to cleaning up damage, and we've mentioned these damage reports all evening, but there are many, many of these. We've collected at least 170 wind reports out of this single event, and that's a lot.
That's just kind of the tip of the iceberg there, I'm afraid, with pretty widespread. And a lot of our neighbors are going to need a lot of help over the next several days putting together homes, and in some cases businesses we've heard about, and in some cases farmsteads that we've heard about, and a lot of places probably not having school tomorrow as well. Head toward the end of the school year here. That's a look at the big picture. Line number 1, that is the line that is now exited into Minnesota. There's a look at Harrisburg down to the south. Technically, this new warning does not include Sioux Falls. It includes Lincoln County, but it was very specific that they did not include the city of Sioux Falls itself in this warning.
Yeah, they came up just to the border there, and I can see their
cloud
thinking.
Lightning there.
Yeah, a lot of lightning in here. Again, that's the wall of, there's a little white in there. There's probably a little bit of a hail. Ooh, look at that.
I saw that one.
Now, that's that sharp lightning I was talking about. Our lightning tracker system specifically calls out those big strikes, and the number of positive strikes is pretty high on that storm. So your potential for lightning hits is far greater on a storm like that it's a very electrically charged system tonight, at least in terms of the number of positively charged strikes. Jay?
All right, that's what's going on right now. Adam, what are you looking at over there? I think you've got some new information for us.
Yeah, well, we do have a report out of Jefferson, Union County, 79-mile-per-hour gust with the storms that just moved through that area. Also getting some reports from Marshall and McCook County, Hillhead and Montrose, respectively, 73 and 77 miles per hour with the storms that rolled on through there. Now it's a delayed report out of Tyndall and Bonham County talking about the earlier gusts estimated upward of 90 to 100 miles per hour.
All right, so the latest wind gust report out of Jefferson right there. This is out of this, I don't want to call it this, well, I'll call it 2B. We'll call this one 2A, round 2A and round 2B. So this is the stronger one, as Brian was saying. This is the one going to go through northwest Iowa, and the one probably not as strong going through the Lincoln County area on the south side of Sioux Falls. So those two things, we do have those two warnings which continue for the next few minutes as they make their way to the north. Here's the way that they've moved, and they've kind of moved rather quickly in a northerly direction. And BK now looking at some of the winds within the cloud level there.
Well, this is indicating to us at 2,000 feet up. Okay, so that would be like if you're looking at our KELO television tower and you looked at the top of the tower. The wind at that height in the atmosphere is 75 miles per hour right now. That's data that's been consistently showing at cloud level some pretty gusty winds in here. I do not have any confirmed numbers like that. However, the way this evening has gone, we've been able to call out a few of these before we hear about them, and we just got that confirmation down at Elk Point. So some of this is probably reaching the ground, gusty winds. I'll put it that way. I would rather be a little bit giving you a couple new pieces of information just to let you know that there is another increase in a bump in wind coming up from the south, and some of that is being indicated here as we speak. Now, let me go to our hail tracker. Again, that's indicating another swath of hail, and that looks a little more organized. Now, that's just due north of Beersford. Okay, so it's halfway between Worthington and Beersford, or Worthing, I should say, and Beersford. Again, let me loop the radar. There it is. Again, that's coming up, and it looks to me like that is going to head probably gets up here just west of Canton within the next few minutes based on how fast these storms are moving. Again, if you look back at 7 o'clock, so that was an hour ago, or just about, I guess, 40 minutes ago, storms moving very quickly to the northeast. Let's do a storm tracker. We haven't done that for a little while, and since we're on the air with this, we'll peg this one again, moving to the northeast, and it's moving every bit of about 50 or so. So again, that would peg a couple communities here. Let's see if we can bring up a couple of these here. Schindler, Rowena could eventually get involved with some of this. Sharp lightning, some hail, and some very gusty winds at the present moment here. And these have all been fast movers tonight. There's not really anything that's been slow. Everything has had very quick, rapid movement to it. So it's always good to be prepared for the next dousing rains and everything coming in. Harrisburg on the edge of that. You can see Valley Springs by 8:03. Harrisburg at 7:46. So I guess we should probably, in fact, we'll show that live camera again.
Yeah, you can watch that coming right into Harrisburg. We'll see if there's any hail. And it does appear that hail is going to be a concern in Harrisburg.
Yeah, there's a chance of that, obviously, with all of that wall of precipitation coming up from the south. So at this point, we're not going to see a whole lot of definition of that. But again, we can kind of collect our thoughts here, and it looks like, yeah, even a tinge of, from what I can see, at least on the radar picture here, or at least the cloud line too, a lot of intense lightning here occurring just to the south of Harrisburg. So that lightning counter, this is the product that we show sometimes, and look at all of that.
I have a hunch we might see some brief heavy rain out of this also.
There is, yeah. And look at that. That's a product that normally the concentration of positive strikes is not that high. So this is very loud. This is a storm with a lot of really tremendous thunder and lightning. Very powerful strikes are coming down, obviously kind of driven by the system itself here. So Canton, you're right in the middle of this. Coming up here toward Canton, looks like there is some hail there too, and obviously we'll continue to watch all of this here coming together here tonight. Jay?
You can see at the top of your screen there you have the Empire Mall right there, so it's just south of Sioux Falls right now, and the suspicion is those areas are going to be containing some hail. But also, if we have any indication, judging about what we saw in Sioux City, there was hail mixed in with some heavy rain, and the number of lightning strikes would lend further credence to that. Adam, do you have some information over there that you're looking at?
Yeah, well, two things. One, we've been talking about some of these confirmed wind reports that we've been seeing as of late. Going back in time a little bit to Pierpont, we have mentioned the severe thunderstorms up there. They came in with a confirmed gust of 81 miles per hour as those storms rolled through during that time. But they've been also looking at the rainfall rate that have been coming through with the storms in Lincoln County. And what you're seeing there are these really bright shades of purple and borderline white. That is a lot of heavy rain. And just to give a little bit of an example of the rainfall rate now, full disclosure, this is not what we are seeing at the ground. This is just indicating how heavy this is falling.
Are you okay?
It terrifies me more. I'm a first responder.
I could test.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's a lot of heavy rain over there, so visibility is going to be significantly compromised.
Yeah. And are you looking at Harrisburg now again?
We went to Sioux Falls just to kind of pull the view out a little bit, but there's your intense thunderstorm ongoing in Lincoln County. So again, we've got a few of these views. Obviously, the thing too tonight is we've lost connections to some of these cameras that we normally would show because the first storm ended up taking out the power or some of those connection factors there. So again, that's our view from downtown. Let me see if I can bring that Harrisburg.
Yeah, you can hear some thunder again in Sioux Falls. So
yeah, there's the rain starting in Harrisburg again. So again, quite a strong storm, severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect for Lincoln County, and it's time to get back inside. If anybody's out trying to clean up any damage, you're definitely going to want to do that as this storm is quickly moving in from the south here, and indicative of what we're seeing here on radar tonight. I do want to bring up this view right here just to kind of get our bearing straight on where we're at here. The strongest of that cell, by the way, in Lincoln County, that's the hail core right there west of Canton. See all that purple in there? That is quite a bit of hail. So again, that's unfortunate, as that does take out at least some of the, car damage. You can talk about that again. Hopefully at this point, not tremendously big hail, but there's some in there. I will bring up too just our latest on that wind. We've been checking in on this quite a bit. Not a lot of confirmation on anything big as far as huge winds, but we can go from anywhere from 50, 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Just got an update. Let me recalibrate that again here. And again, these numbers pop up, and it's getting closer and closer to Sioux Falls, and there's still some wind at the cloud layer, so we are mindful of that as that's coming in, not just in one spot. There's actually some other hot spots of wind here down farther toward Beersford.
Yeah, Adam was looking at something there.
Yeah, they just expanded the severe thunderstorm warning from Lincoln County to now include Minnehaha County until 8:30 p.m. This will also go for parts of Lyon County, Osceola, Rock County in Minnesota, Nobles, Pipestone. This is going to at least include portions of the Sioux Falls area, 70-mile-per-hour gusts, half-dollar-sized hail. This is going to be up toward east side Sioux Falls, Brandon, within the next about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, this 70-mile-an-hour wind threat seems to be the deal now. We've been kind of watching. Here we go again. This is Harrisburg now, and now we've got wind and rain, so this has come up very quickly as we've been speaking within the last 45 minutes. This started south of Vermilion and Sioux City, and now here it is all the way into southern Sioux Falls and Harrisburg. Again, not as intense as the first line. I want to be clear about that. But still, a 70-mile-an-hour wind is a lot. And if you have any hail with it, it's going to be blowing, of course, with the wind as well. So that's something we did not experience with the first line. We didn't really have hail. No. But there may be some of that, and we're going to watch that carefully, Jay, as this system unfolds here.
Trying to tell if I can see some hailstones there or not. Looks like there might be
some big raindrops for sure. Yeah, it's kind of blurry, but, a lot of lightning. And obviously, right there. Yeah, you can see here, too, everything's kind of, wow. Whoa. Look at that. See, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. That kind of lightning comes out of that cloud. If you're in Sioux Falls, and you're outside trying to do any kind of cleanup, you got to get in now. This is a sharp lightning event, and we expect that that's going to move into Sioux Falls with some sharp strikes of lightning. So it's time to kind of wrap up any cleanup that you're doing, get back inside, let this one go by, and then we'll reevaluate after that. But there's been numerous very sharp lightning strikes with that, Jay.
Yep, there's a view downtown Sioux Falls. All you see the darker skies to the south. Now starting to get some of those lightning strokes coming up from the south. And here's a look back at what Brian's looking at in Harrisburg, and we may have just there we go. Yep. I was afraid we lost a connection there again.
Yeah, a lot of rain, heavy rainfall rates. That's another big component to this storm, too, as it's coming up from the south. The first one really didn't produce as much heavy rain, of course, but we'll watch this. And, of course, there's a little wind there, too. We'll just continue to gauge that as this goes through. Let's go back to radar coverage here. KELO live Doppler HD radar network. And as we put up the full view here, there again is the storm, and the extension now of the severe thunderstorm warning now does include the Sioux Falls metropolitan area. That includes Rock County, Minnesota, Lyon County, Iowa. Then there's a separate system down in Sioux County. Then that is affecting Remsen, Marcus, Paulina. That's going to be rolling northeast. That has its own wind damage with that. But at this point, the storm cell moving into Canton. And Jay, if we can bring up our hail tracker too here, as that cell really has more of that this time. There's the track of the hail. So as we've been watching that coming up from Vermilion to Beersford, and now just moving into these areas west of Canton. And one thing I will tell you, though, at least at this moment, one advantage to our Doppler radar system is we have the ability to track these hail cores as they form and fall. So see how this one here developed, and then this little white area, I'll even label that. So that's your hail, but look what just happened. It just fell out of that storm. So maybe it regroups. It can do that easily, but that's kind of the latest scan here is around Canton. There's a lot of heavy rain. And then let's check in with the wind product again. Again, the warning at this point is for the possibility of 70-mile-an-hour winds. So if we're going to look at wind, now I can tell you, okay, we better go to Harrisburg. Right now, this is coming in. And that is now picking up. We're picking up on the Doppler 70 to 80-mile-an-hour wind. Let's go live. There's Harrisburg coming in now, and it is picking up wind speed there quite a bit. Again, we're going to tilt the camera over just a little bit here. And
visibility near zero.
Yeah, it is very strong storm.
Pounding rain there.
Yep, it is hard to see much. And again, that is a live view. We can't see a whole lot here, but I can tell you that that's a very strong storm. It is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Harrisburg right now, and it appears that the likelihood of 70-mile-an-hour winds is coming to pass. We've been speculating about on radar. We've been talking about these winds in pockets, and indeed we are getting some of that here now moving into southern Sioux Falls. So again, that's where we're at. And Jay, you're panning out the radar view. Again, Canton is also included in the severe thunderstorm warning as these powerful winds are moving back across Lincoln County and now extending into Sioux Falls. We're getting some sharp lightning and thunder here at the studios in downtown Sioux Falls as we speak. And I know we can bring up our live camera here in Sioux Falls. That's 41st Street, obviously the west side of town. Not quite directly in the path of that, or at least a little bit more on the edge. But if we go and we'll pan that view over here to the south and look toward the Empire Mall and then eventually down 41st Street. And it's a lot of dark skies again, isn't it? And the strong storm again moving into the southern part of Sioux Falls as we speak here. And again, that's 41st and Louise, and being aware of any cleanup that's going on. I know folks are busy here. There's just been so much going on tonight. So make sure that if you are out there cleaning up, you take a break. We got to go inside as this storm is coming in. Let me give the high-resolution view here. And Canton North, that's a heavy rain with the wind. Let's look at the latest wind gust. Okay, so I'm going to pinpoint a couple of things here, and we're going to go through this. This is the T exit on Interstate 29. we're getting some of these numbers coming in above 70. So again, when we look at that at cloud level, we're probably going to shave a few numbers off that a little bit, but still the potential for 70 mile-an-hour winds. We look between Harrisburg and Schindler now. That's a pretty high number. By the way, I'm registering that 75 mile-an-hour wind. That's 300 feet, Jay, off the deck. 300 feet, so that's not far. So that tells us it's pretty likely that we're getting wind gusts over 70 in the 85th Street area. Again, this is our view from downtown. Let me see if we've still got connection to Harrisburg. I know that's been a little shaky here with the latest view here, and so far it looks like, again, these storm cells are moving through pretty quickly. Here's Harrisburg. I'm going to get the right button. There it is. Again, it's shaking the cameras. A lot of heavy rain. Obviously, with this in mind here, that's also really restricting your visibility. So, again, just hunker down as this storm is moving through, mostly with wind and some degree of hail, although that at the present moment seems like it dumped out some hail south of Harrisburg, and still moving here to the north and northeast at a very fast clip. If you're in Beaver Creek, Larchwood, you're in the path of this. And again, I want to make sure we're clear about the wind that we're monitoring between T and Harrisburg. This is a brand new update coming into the storm center. This is our Viper technology, and it is still measuring some pretty high numbers there, Jay, just west of Harrisburg. That's coming in to the southern neighborhoods of Sioux Falls, and that can do some damage when it's above 70 miles per hour.
Yeah, our live cam down in Harrisburg still showing the rain is accompanied by those strong winds. You see the sky cam shaking there, lots of lightning, and that's what's coming toward the Sioux Falls area as you're looking at right now. Still not, well, let's take a look at what's going on down on the 41st Street in Sioux Falls. Probably getting some rain down there right now, a bit on the heavier side as well. Let's take a look at that. Here we go. And we do have the rain that's falling right now in front of Empire Mall. I'm just zooming it around there to show you. The winds are picking up a little bit. You can see the trees shaking there a little bit on 41st Street. Traffic still moving about, but the heavier rain is now coming into the city.
Yeah, so there is certainly that component there on the south side of Sioux Falls. Let's bring up the latest here on coverage on radar. Again, you can see the swath of rain with this storm. And one other factor, too, all of the lightning strikes. Just within this storm alone, it's been a very powerful electrical storm. There's big yellow lines there. Those are all very intense. In fact, the lightning tracker actually measures the strength of all of those. So that's why those lines are all different in the lengths there. But bottom line is, it's been a pretty powerful storm in terms of that. And along with that, these strong winds, which we're still monitoring. I do want to go back to that if you're just joining us here as this latest round of storms comes into Sioux Falls. Again, this is a wind measurement product that we bring up during severe weather coverage. It shows us how strong the winds are on the Doppler level, at least the radar scan. It comes in, shows us numbers around 70 plus or minus, and that leads us to, believe that we have some very gusty winds, obviously, ongoing here.
Hey, BK, the Mesonet and Worthing just reported 76 mile-an-hour gust about 10 minutes ago. So that's
76.
So that's consistent with that.
Well, it shows you how that accuracy of this Doppler scan, you know, it's really been showing this. So now we're getting confirmation of that. So we're going to assume coming up right now, 85th Street, 69th Street. We're running right there on the southern side of Sioux Falls. Minnesota Avenue East, I would probably say over to Schindler up to 57th Street. There's going to be powerful winds. They're coming in right now. And that's just flat out 70 plus mile-an-hour wind. It looks like the southeast side of the city is going to receive the majority of that as we speak here. So be in your shelter.
Can we see reflectivity there? I think we're getting some pretty heavy rainfall as well. If you,
heavy rain.
There we get all this heavy rain now, kind of the southeastern edge of Sioux Falls. As we said, this thing was coming up towards Sioux Falls, probably getting kind of the eastern edge, and that's what's happening. It's eastern Sioux Falls is getting the heavier rain right now and the strongest winds, and that's why that severe thunderstorm warning continues for Sioux Falls and Minnehaha County until 8:30 or 32 minutes from now.
Yeah, so it is that storm in particular. The others, Downstream towards Sioux Center, obviously remaining strong. Look at this. We've got new storms that have fired up around Howard and Salem now.
Those all within the last about 15 or so minutes. They basically came up from nothing to something.
Yeah, it's still a very, well, you have so much tremendous energy in the air today, folks. It's just, you know, these things are still popping up even to the west of Sioux Falls. And I will bring up again, I know in Salem, we've been talking about news reports out there of the damage. So when you have these additional storms, just kind of take shelter, let them go by. These lightning strikes are pretty severe or pretty strong, and we want you to stay safe inside a structure here, or just get in the car and make sure the windows are rolled up. You know, that offers good protection from lightning when you have a lot of it. And there's, what, 700 strikes in this little view here in Lincoln County alone. Not in the, well, it's been happening pretty quickly. So again, you mentioned before here, Worthing, 76-mile-per-hour wind measured 10 minutes ago, 12 minutes ago. Let's bring up that Doppler radar velocity, or the wind numbers that we're looking at. I'm going to take the lightning off. We're going to look at this again. This is Schindler. This is coming in basically up Cliff Avenue. We can sample the sky there and look at these numbers. 72, 73. There's a lot of wind in there. And again, that's coming up through the southern and southeastern communities, or the parts of Sioux Falls here in that area. Yeah. Even the T and Lenox area. Look at this. We got more wind with this. There's a little pocket here that pops up, you know, 75.
Now, can you give me a live cam there? Let's take a look at what's going on in Harrisburg. You can see the rain not as heavy right now, but the sky cam, the live cam shaking there, and all of that wind. And on 41st Street in Sioux Falls, got the rain coming down, a bit of a breeze there. Not a, you can see the folks driving around it, so it's not halting traffic or anything at this time. But we do have some fairly good winds going there at the present time. Here's a look at downtown Sioux Falls, looking down to the south. And you see, we've seen the rain come into the Sioux Falls area. It's now overspreading downtown. And let's see what's going on out toward Falls Park. You can see that it's raining there as well. Again, we have winds, not quite the destructive winds earlier, but we got some pretty good wind gusts, as Brian was saying, maybe some 70-mile-an-hour gusts in some of these places, and that's what's been recorded over the last hour or so. Out of these storms pushing through southeastern portions of South Dakota, coming also through northwest Iowa. And we should probably go see what's going on in northwest Iowa as well, because the thunderstorms over there might have a little bit more heft to them at the present time. Let's go to reflectivity and see what they say there.
Yep, and there's the line of storms, as you mentioned, Jay. It's moving through, and we're just going to look through, again, all these communities. Orange City, Hospers, Paulina, damaging winds are possible along that line of severe weather.
This winter weather is not giving up. All of southern.
I haven't picked up. I'm working my program. Finish your 8th step? I have. Don't want that.
He's playing a show in
Stockton. And we're gonna get him here, and we're gonna film that reunion with Father Joe.
I'm an influencer.
The morning started with relatively dry air in place, but as the day went on, our southeast winds helped bring in higher dew point temperatures, which means higher humidity. We measure the amount of moisture in the air with dew point temperatures. When it reaches the 60s, that's usually the threshold when you really start to feel the humidity. And we hit that threshold in southeast Kettleland today. This graphic shows the frequency of dew point temperatures of 65 degrees and higher. Notice how it slowly creeps up during
our format a little bit here as we convert to some severe thunderstorm warnings that have some pockets of wind, but we don't see it quite as severe as it once was. Obviously, we can jump in at any moment and give updates here, Jay, obviously throughout the evening, but it has been generally pushing here through and now into southwest Minnesota with some pockets of strong winds. So we're going to obviously continue to follow all the developments. Of course, our news crews are out this evening gathering all of the damage reports, and we're having a collection of that ready to go for our 10 o'clock news broadcast.
Yeah, we'll have a lot to report. We've got all of our teams out in the field collecting the video, as Brian says. We've got a lot of pictures from you. Thank you for sending them to us at youshare@KELOLAND.com. This has been a widespread day of destructive weather across eastern South Dakota. Maybe it may turn out to be the biggest one in my memory, actually, because it is so widespread.
Well, a lot of communities affected tonight. So if you are in those areas, of course, we will continue to unpack that information. We want you to stay safe. Obviously, with the storms that are ongoing, the lightning threats, the heavy rain threats, those types of things we acknowledge. Well, of course, our Storm Tracker app is going to have lots of information still streaming there online at KELOLAND.com as well.
And Scott Munt has been helping out at KELOLAND.com, putting out updates and stuff. We should mention he's there as well.
Yes.
For Brian Karstens, for Adam Rutt, I'm Jay Trobeck from the Storm Center at KELOLAND TV. Watch the bottom of your screen for the updates. In the meantime, we'll see you back here with a complete report on today's activities on KELOLAND News at 10.
Rates that fit your budget.
Amazing.
Oh, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Ever leave your clothes in the dryer and find a wrinkled mess? Try Downy Wrinkle Guard Fabric Softener. Wrinkle Guard penetrates deep into fibers, leaving clothes so soft, wrinkles don't want to stick around. Make mornings smoother with Downy Wrinkle Guard Fabric.
I want to get there, I want to start, and I want to finish it.
This is uncontrollable.
Vomiting, the wife says he's your patient. Dr. Lincoln.
Oh, hey.
Larson, who is a school board member from Sioux Falls.
Oh, that.
Come on, get up, get up.
Who aren't like us. Remember how that made you feel? One candidate for Senate doesn't care. In fact, Kathy Barnett.
We also learned that recently that prior to January 6th, Perry supported the idea of, quote, directing thousands of angry marchers, end quote, from the rally over to the Capitol that day. The Alabama Congressman Mo Brooks spoke at the January 6th rally that day, urging the crowd to, quote, fight for America and, quote, carry the message to Capitol Hill. This is him. Former staffer to McCarthy recalls that on the day of the riot, Mo Brooks was cheering on the mob from inside the House as the attack was underway from inside. Brooks, like the others, also attended various White House strategy sessions to overturn Biden's win. Recently, Brooks has admitted that Trump has repeatedly asked him to illegally rescind the 2020 election and restore him back to power, including several times in the past 6 months. I'm not quite sure how Mo Brooks himself was going to do that, but anyway. And finally, the Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs is credited with coming up with the idea of holding protests at the Capitol that day. In addition to attending White House meetings and attempting to convince state legislators that the election was stolen, Biggs was allegedly involved in seeking a presidential pardon for those involved in protesting the election that day.
Today, the conservatives we have today are far to the right, and I would not expect somebody like Sam Alito, Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, and probably Amy Coney Barrett to go for a compromise. Brett Kavanaugh, possibly, Laura.
You know, the word that sticks out to me, what you've said today, and I think it's something that many people are pointing out, Jeffrey, is the idea of this expectation of privacy when it...
Beautiful. Yeah. I'm videoing the whole thing and then posting progress updates to build anticipation. Design porn is really in. Still not as big as...
Loaded without any assistance other than the strap.
Looks like I helped Rick find his passion again.
It looks like you just hurt your odds at the top 10 finish by helping your biggest competitor get his mojo back.
Hey.
For you. Enter the Allegra sweepstakes for a chance.
This woman was beaten and terrorized. She deserves a competent lawyer.
I'm sorry, but I had to. Good night.
Down. Be there.
Dakota News Now begins with an alert from the First Alert Weather Center.
The Weather Alert coverage continues at 9 o'clock. Good evening, everyone. I'm Brian Allen.
I'm Andrea Anderson. It is a First Alert weather day, and there is widespread damage across the Dakota News Now viewing area this evening.
Governor Noem in Castlewood tonight confirming at least one fatality.
She is asking people in that area who sustained damage to their homes to stay in a Watertown hotel tonight. The sheriff there saying the area will be without power for at least a few days. The governor telling homeowners that when they do go back to their homes to take a volunteer firefighter with them so they were able to safely gather their things. Governor Noem confirmed that the National Guard will be sending members out to assist the area in disaster relief. The governor says she will then be heading to Arlington, Brookings, and Sioux Falls later tonight.
Take a look at this. This video was taken just as this storm rolled into Hartford. That doesn't even look real. You can see just how fast this system moved into our area, literally going from day to night in what seemed like a matter of seconds.
Also in Hartford, windows are now gone at the Coffee Cup off of I-90. Plywood is going up to cover those. We're told a trailer also overturned in that area because of the storm, and the gas pumps at the Coffee Cup area and areas around them sustained damage as well.
We're going to say it again. Take a look. This is video from one of our photojournalists at the Empire Mall tonight. Director of Marketing and Business Development with the Empire Mall, James Payer, says the damage is the result of wind shattering glass windows and that glass then raining down debris on the floor below. Well, we do have team coverage tonight. Cooper Seamer has been traveling around Sioux Falls tonight, taking a look at the damage and talking to folks who now have a long list of cleanup to do.
He has the very latest for us tonight.
Not long after the first round of storms moved through, people were already out looking at the damage at McKinnon Park. Downed tree branches and a fence around the tennis court knocked over. Near Main Avenue and 26th Street, crews were keeping people clear of a downed power line, with another leaning on the lines across the street.
Just watching the trees blowing, wondering what's going to come down, and pretty soon it was just like slow motion. That big pine, it just was slow motion. Pretty soon it came and down it went.
And residents there were immediately without power, not knowing when it would come back on.
I get a text from the power company, and they said that due to the massive power outages in this area, they can't give me a timeline of when my power will be restored.
Near Augustana University, downed power lines kept commuters and students clear, an unsafe situation with plenty to look at.
We just saw a big dust cloud on the horizon, and then boom, it just swooped by. Some of the protection on the tennis courts kind of fell down, and it was nuts. And we saw the traffic light just snap and huge sparks. It was pretty crazy to look at and see.
But not long after the initial shock, people were already out cleaning up. This group near Glendale Avenue and 39th Street have memories of the last powerful storm that moved through.
A couple of years ago, the tornado came through and a bunch of trees kind of came down around that time, and a lot of the neighbors came out and helped each other out around that time, and as you can see, same thing happening again.
And they were ready to pick themselves back up.
Luckily, we had a lot of warning coming about, but since it happened not so long ago, I think since it happened not so long ago, we had a little bit of experience, so we were a little bit more prepared this time, so we were a little bit more ready for it this time.
Cooper Seamer reporting. Emergency crews are still trying to assess the storm damage within the city. Sioux Falls Fire Rescue is asking everyone who doesn't need to be out either driving or walking around right now to stay put, as there is still of plenty of power lines down that are extremely dangerous. And northwest of Sioux Falls, the storm showing no mercy to buildings, fields, and trees there too. The Tri-Valley School District has sustained damage, and debris is littering parts of the football field. The superintendent tells us the school had mostly evacuated by the time the storm rolled in. Only about 2 staff members were on campus at the time, and 1 student was there waiting for a ride, but no injuries were reported. He tells us that custodians will be back tomorrow to check the structural integrity of the school buildings.
Right now we're still assessing the damages. What we know is we have in our commons area, half our roof is gone. We know that. You can see light when you're standing in the commons. We can also currently smell glycol, which would be part of our geothermal system in there.
Tri-Valley is on a 4-day school week, so there is no school planned for tomorrow. The superintendent says they do hope to have a new roof by Monday and to be able to welcome students back then. Turning things over now to the First Alert Weather Center to give us an idea of how things are looking now.
Tyler Roney, where do you want to begin?
Well, we can first of all address what you see behind you guys. This is downtown Sioux Falls, and it is quite a stunning view after we've had a very active day of weather. It's not quite done just yet. We still do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in Minnesota, but that is just a stunning view over downtown Sioux Falls as the storm system finally makes its way out of here. On First Alert Live Doppler radar, a lot of those warnings are really kind of confined to Minnesota and parts of northwestern Iowa and just kind of out of the Dakota News Now coverage area just about completely. So these warnings still have with them the potential to produce wind gusts up to 60 to 70 miles an hour. And even those storms in northwestern Iowa, even though they don't look very impressive, they're still producing those very strong wind gusts. Here's a recap of the watches that remain in effect. Technically, this tornado watch still in effect for about another 55 minutes in the northeastern part of the state. But that severe thunderstorm watch has now been trimmed down to only include parts of southwestern Minnesota and northwestern Iowa. This will be allowed to expire at 10 o'clock as well. Temperatures have really started to fall, of course, behind the storm system, 60s and 70s currently, even some 40s in the western part of the state, and the wind will slowly be on the decrease. Well, the good news is the next big thing is that we will be clearing out tonight, conditions improving tonight. Some showers making their way into parts of southeastern South Dakota later tonight, and they're actually still in Nebraska right now, but that severe weather threat should be gone by that point, and we will finally see sunshine returning tomorrow along with some more comfortable temperatures. We'll break down some of the storm reports we've had and talk about some other timing as we look ahead to this weekend coming up in just a few minutes. Andrea.
Tyler, thank you. And a reminder, you can stay ahead of every storm by downloading the First Alert Weather app. You can simply scan that QR code that you see on your screen. Also, be sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter and get instant updates over on DakotaNewsNow.com. In Watertown, drone footage courtesy of Elevate Drone Services shows tonight's storm rolling through that city. You can see just how quickly and how large this system was. The clouds moving through looking like a wall as it makes its way across Watertown. Wow. And tonight, many South Dakotans are still in the dark.
Yeah, let's get to Sam Wright. He's at the Now Desk with the latest on power outages for us here at 9. Sam.
Good evening, you two. Case in point, even downtown in Sioux Falls, you can see a lot of the usually illuminated areas are not because of power outage. So thousands of people without power this evening. It was difficult to find a place around Sioux Falls where power lines weren't down. We've been checking with companies like Xcel, Northwestern Energy, and various Touchstone Energy cooperatives. There are at least 35,000 outages at this time. Power companies are also reminding everyone to stay away from downed power lines. Steve Colbeck from Xcel Energy said they have heard about people trying to clean up debris near downed lines tonight, and they want to reiterate to people to stay away from those until they can get to them and service them. The CEO and GM of Sioux Valley Energy, Tim McCarthy, is saying his crews are out now trying to restore power lines and fix downed lines. He has this advice for you.
Everybody, if you see down power lines, stay away from those. Always assume that those are live. Stay back and give us a call, 1-800-234-1960, and we'll get somebody out to make those safe and get them taken care of.
Many communities are now looking ahead to the cleanup and recovery. Sioux Falls city leaders are planning for a news conference tomorrow morning at 10. They will be providing the latest on storm damage, power outages, and debris cleanup. We will be carrying that conference live on KDLT and will be live streaming online over on Dakota News Now. Live at the Now Desk, Sam Wright, Dakota News Now.
All right, Sam, thanks so much. Take a look at this video. The winds that came through this afternoon were so strong, they actually blew over this camper that was traveling on the interstate at the time. Look at that. We haven't heard of any injuries from this incident, but as you might imagine, it did slow down traffic in that area for a time.
In Brookings, the storm hit just minutes after a softball tournament had called off play. Zach Borg was there, and he continues our team coverage in studio tonight. Zach, good evening.
Good evening. This was the scene outside the softball complex at SDSU as a wall of dust, wind, and water descended on Brookings. The Summit League softball tournament had been called off just moments before this. Tornado sirens went off shortly thereafter. I went inside the Dyke House Student Center with several others to shelter. Was able to shoot that video of doors getting blown open from a safe distance. Now, the storm appeared to scatter debris throughout campus. This apparently a cover for some canoes, which had been blown in front of the rec center. All over town, a lot of trees down, some torn from their roots. Also, this storage facility at the Econo Lodge near the interstate was destroyed, and there appeared to be wind damage to the roof of the Swiftel Center. Finally, on the drive between Brookings and Sioux Falls, I counted 5 overturned semi-trucks. Certainly a mess, but considering what I can only describe as the sound of a train coming through as I was sheltering in Brookings when that storm hit, it seems like things certainly could have been a lot worse. Brian and Andrea, back to you.
Wow, Zach, thank you. More amazing video from our Beth Warden. This is in Brandon. We're going to be taking a look here at the Brandon water tower. It's got a substantial dent in the top of it, damage from the system that moved through. Now, she also sent us these photos of a construction project in Brandon. You can see here the frame has been toppled over by the strong winds that moved through the area. Basically, every town this storm went through saw some sort of damage.
Austin Haskins continues our team coverage tonight with a look at some more. Austin, good evening.
Hey guys, Brian and Andrea, the storms came through and left pretty quickly and left behind lots of damage. And even before that, it kicked up a lot of dust and made for really quite the photo opportunity. Check out some of the photos of the hundreds we've received from the viewers in places. This first one is from Flandreau. We've also had viewer submission photos from Vermilion. We've also had it from Huron, Rowena, Beersford, and really any town within the Dakota News Now coverage area. There have been numerous wind reports of at least 60 to 80 miles per hour, and some even not only exceeding 80, but even 90 miles per hour. There were at least 4 reports from what we've seen, the wind gusting exceeding 95 miles per hour. And doing a little digging around, there was a report in Jewell County of 102 mile an hour gust, and one in Hutchinson County, south of the Parker area near Tripp, of 107 miles per hour. So Brian and Andrew, even though the storms have ended now for the most part, we are heading into those nighttime hours. And like we talked about a few minutes ago, please be aware that trees and power lines could still be down. So please use caution and, of course, be safe. You have to venture out. But if you have any photos you want to share with us, use your phone to scan that QR code on your screen, and then you can upload them to our website. Back to you guys.
All right, Austin, thank you. Turning things over now to a check on the news. A new report from the White House Select Committee on the Coronavirus Crisis reveals that some of the nation's biggest meatpacking companies worked closely with political appointees in the Trump administration to stay open. The report suggested that a coordinated campaign by food companies, including Smithfield and Tyson Foods, to push baseless warnings of an imminent meat shortage to encourage the White House to keep meat plants open and stave off restrictions. More than 59,000 workers at 5 of the largest meatpacking companies in the U.S., including Tyson, JBS, Smithfield, Cargill, and the National Beef Packing Company, were infected with the coronavirus. At least 269 who died of COVID. That is according to that report as well. Dakota News Now did reach out to Smithfield to get a response from the company regarding this report. Rather than address the allegations in it, they called themselves an essential industry with responsibilities for the nation's food supply, and that they took every appropriate measure to keep their workers safe. They went on to say that they have invested in more than $900 million to support worker safety. That includes paying workers to stay home and having exceeded CDC and OSHA guidelines.
And Dakota News Now follow-up to a story we brought you yesterday. The South Dakota Air National Guard continuing to investigate what happened to a jet that overshot the runway here in Sioux Falls. That F-16 was returning from a training mission when it went off the end of the runway. Officials say the air crew was not injured in the incident. We do know investigators spent the day collecting data from that plane, which remains near the runway due to severe weather conditions. This is Dakota News Now at 9 on Fox Sioux Falls. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
The I-Team digs deeper into local and national news that impacts your life.
They're pretty successful most of the time, but like the comments that I see that people are putting on there, they're like, I found it, or I had looked and I got to it in time.
Well, you're an angel for having started this, and I know that there's at least 400 moms who would say the very same thing right in your state, and probably thousands more who are watching right now. So, Amber Sanders, thank you so much. Appreciate it, and good luck. Good luck finding it for little Chevy. He's so sweet. He was so well behaved.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you having me on here to talk about it.
You betcha. Good luck. Okay, Amber's Facebook group has 3 important rules. No promotions or spam, respect members' privacy, and this might be the most important one. No hate speech or bullying. That last one's really important because sadly, that's become a thing. Trolls targeting moms who are in desperate search of formula. Joining me now is Latham Thomas. She's a doula.
But they don't want to admit, I guess they can't, Congressman, that this is a policy problem. And Nancy Pelosi has basically, by the way, hinted that they're going to spend more money on Ukraine.
Well, what, in fact, did he say over the phone with the president? What was the president saying to him on January 6th? You know, we are hearing from other members, as we did earlier from Herrera Butler, that the president, irritated with McCarthy, when McCarthy was begging him to call it off, said, well, you know, these people who are out there attacking the Capitol, these people apparently care more about the election than he does, or words to that effect.
Before you go into the spirits and stuff.
Temperatures, precipitation, and wind to help you decide when to go outside or...
They thought that was so cool. It's incredible.
.com can help you trade,
especially from Venezuela.
Well, as we mentioned earlier, thousands of people without power at this hour.
Chris Suter is the Chief Member and Public Relations Officer at East River Electric Cooperative, and he is joining us this evening over the phone. Chris, thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Brian and Andrea. Thank you.
So can you tell us, what are your co-ops facing right now?
Well, the damage across the entire service area is widespread. We're receiving reports of damage to our transmission system at East River, all the way south by Yankton and Tyndall, Tabor, in that area, as far west as Armour and Douglas County, and then through Huron, through Madison, and up into Watertown, up to Roberts County, over to Marshall. So we're seeing a widespread event here, and our crews are out right now, really assessing the damage, trying to get eyes on areas that might have damage to them. And what happens is, on our transmission system, we can see when there's an outage, but we don't exactly know what the cause is. And so we have crews that are out on the countryside right now assessing damage. We know we have a lot of broken poles out there. I can't tell you exactly how many at this point. We don't know. But we do know we've got about 49 substations and that East River owns, and we have about 6 substations that serve municipalities across the region. And just for some context there, we have 250 substations across the state of South Dakota, eastern South Dakota, and western Minnesota. So about a fifth of our substations are off right now.
Chris, when something like this happens, you have a fair number of repair crews on hand at a moment's notice. But when something like this happens that's so abrupt and so widespread, do you have to call in extra crews, call in extra help? And if so, how do you do that?
Well, at this point, we're using our crews at East River, and then our distribution cooperatives across the region are also out patrolling, and so they know what lines are ours and what lines are theirs, and so they're able to to kind of assess damage and let us know where there are problems. And so at this point, we don't have any outside crews, but we have a lot of linemen out there right now from our distribution co-ops and from East River Electric that are out driving the system and trying to make sure they can assess the damage. And, we've heard stories of power lines crossing roads in areas and just trying to make sure that we know where the damage is and can keep the public safe. And, just one note, obviously, we got to remind consumers, stay away from down power lines, assume they're energized, and we're just trying to keep everyone safe.
And Chris, I imagine this is a situation where patience is a virtue. What message do you have tonight to wrap this up for those homeowners and those municipalities that are without power? What can you say to them this evening?
Yeah, we know it's never great to be without power, and we just really appreciate people's patience. Our crews are going to be working this evening trying to assess the damage. Our system operations crew is here 24/7, and we'll be assessing, where we can reroute power and get some consumers on. But there certainly are going to be people that likely won't have power into this evening and potentially overnight. And we're going to work as quickly as we can, and just know that there are people working around the clock here to try and get people's power back on.
Chris Studer with East River Electric. We know you're very busy tonight, Chris. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Chris. We're going to send things over now to Tyler and Phil, who are standing by at the First Alert Weather Center with more information on what we saw tonight.
Yeah, you guys have had quite a night.
It's been a very active night, certainly, Phil. And
there are no more watches in South Dakota anyway.
Yes.
No more warnings, and just a few, in Minnesota. That's all moving away from us now. So things are really quieting down.
We're really getting into the better part of the night as these storms finally get out of here. But here were some of the top wind gust reports we've had today. I mean, look at this, between 80 and 100 miles an hour.
And you remember, you probably know this, maybe not. I'm quizzing you right now. What is a hurricane force wind? What's the low end?
74 miles an hour.
There you go. All these are higher than hurricane force winds, and some of them way higher than a Category 1 hurricane.
And very, very impressive. And when we take a look at this is the storm reports map. We kind of zoomed into where we had a funnel report north of Castlewood, but in Castlewood, this is where we saw the drone footage, the damage. This is the one area of concern that we've seen so far. In just kind of the broad scope, I mean, when you zoom out, look at all these reports we had today.
Yeah, and it started about, I'd say 2:30, 2:35 in the afternoon in, let's say, I think it was Gregory, Charles Mix County, somewhere there, and then it just kept going and going and going, and we had constant either severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings all the way through, I don't know, what was it, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, something like that?
Yeah, we had so many warnings going through, and now we're really tapering off to more quiet conditions in South Dakota, but still we have those severe thunderstorm warnings in parts of southwestern Minnesota, just about out of our area completely.
Right, so Marshall, technically is in a severe thunderstorm warning, but it looks like the heaviest part of that storm is east and northeast of Marshall. So, I think Marshall, you're okay now, and those storms will continue to move on away. And meantime, that line of storm, can you go back down a little bit, show Minneapolis?
Oh, yeah, let's go back up
because
that
I was texting my daughter who lives in Minneapolis.
Well, look at that.
And there was that line of storms moving right toward the cities, and then look what happened. It just fizzled out, at least right in Minneapolis, thankfully, because they were hit hard yesterday. But that line held together north of Minneapolis on I-35 there.
So we're just about done with that. And I also want to call attention to really just south of the Sioux City area, south of Yankton. These storms are not severe, but another round, potentially a third round of a few showers and embedded thunderstorms.
A little thunder and lightning there, but pretty sure that the severe weather threat is over for us.
And as a matter of fact, here's all we have left for severe thunderstorm watches, more so just in Minnesota and Iowa. But like you said, the tornado watch is canceled in South Dakota, and so are those thunderstorm watches in South Dakota.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they clear out some of that severe thunderstorm watch yet, although, it goes till 10 o'clock, right? So they might just let it expire on time.
Well, and here we go. The next couple of hours, really seeing everything dwindling down. We're losing the energy of the day, the heating of the day, and we're going to see sunshine back in the area for tomorrow. It's going to be a really nice day, and unfortunately, for many, we're going to be spending the day kind of cleaning up and dealing with that tomorrow.
Probably a little bit on the windy side in some spots tomorrow too, but it's going to be dry, a lot of sunshine. But boy, this weekend is shaping up to be very nice.
A couple of isolated showers and storms, in the western part of the state tomorrow. May see one in Pierre, but we're not looking at any severe weather threat for tomorrow. So that's great news there.
And as far as any additional rainfall, you know, maybe a little more in southeastern South Dakota, but more so into Minnesota and Iowa. So it won't be a heck of a lot more.
Staying pretty dry otherwise. Let's take a look at those 10-day forecasts starting out in Sioux Falls. Sunshine tomorrow, upper 70s, not bad. And like you said, this weekend, beautiful mid-70s, sunshine both days.
It's going to be very nice. And then next week, starting Tuesday, there'll be some rain chances, maybe a couple of thunderstorms off and on next Thursday, Friday. But then looking ahead to next weekend, nice 60s to low 70s.
A little bit cooler. Aberdeen breezy for you tomorrow. 70s for tomorrow, this weekend, early next week. We do cool down a little bit with some of those showers and storms coming through, but not a dramatic cool down.
As far as Pierre goes, 70s all the way through next Thursday. What a great weekend. A few spotty showers Tuesday through Friday, maybe a couple of thunderstorms. And then next weekend, again, still looking pretty good, dry 60s and 70s.
A nice break on the way, certainly, from this severe weather. Well, don't go away. Marco is back with sports, when Dakota News Now continues right after this.
Circumstances like this?
Well, you know, whether it's against the law or not, I certainly think that what the Attorney General did today makes sense to somehow help increase protection for people, for the justices, so that there is no danger to them. I personally am not a fan of having people protest in front of the homes of public officials. You know, I think we should have demonstrations in lots of different places that can be effective. But in front of, you know, the homes of public officials, that's something that I think I would shy away from. And it actually gives in this instance, it gives Republicans something to talk about other than what I think we should be focused on is the possible disappearance of the precedent that is contained in Roe versus Wade. They're talking about the leak. They're talking about, you know, demonstrators in front of justices' houses. And what America needs to be focused on is the attack on the right to privacy that is contained in that draft opinion.
So your book, look, it talks about everything that we have talked about, but now, specifically your book, Our Unfinished.
You can acknowledge that.
My name is Austin James. As a musician living...
State Senate bill introduced back in February aimed at stopping this, but as far as we can see, it hasn't gone anywhere. But given the economic and the national security ramifications here, Congress should get involved.
Classified document. And Dan, what I'm wondering about is when those things are being moved, when they're in boxes, is there something that a staffer would see that would make a staffer realize, oh, this is a hot item here, this is classified? And at what point does the staff moving those boxes, those individuals, at what point do they face possible criminal liability?
The classified information relies heavily on markings, which is to say that you know things are classified and what degree they are classified at, because every single document has a marking of what the classification is. And in some cases, you know, secret or top secret, those words are written in diagonal in huge letters like.
The fairgrounds have another edition of Owning Your Outdoors.
And after a couple of busy weather days, we're actually going to be calming down as we head into the weekend with highs in the 70s. That's and your local news starting at 5 a.m.
Long distances to...
So you only pay for what you need.
Softball, Summit League softball tournament in Brookings today, and for the second straight day had weather issues eventually, as we all know. Although the Coyotes did get their first game in at noon against the Roos of UMKC. Some slick fielding. You saw that double play turned by Tatum Velada, made the catch, and then there's a line drive snagged by Lauren E. Miguel. That another double play, and then Lauren does the same thing with a double to left. That's a scorcher. Finally gets him on the board. It makes it 3-1 as the Coyotes are rallying in this one. And then in the fifth inning, they score 3 runs to win it. Your big hit, Alicia Signs, with the RBI to left field, and they come all the way back to win 4-3 after trailing 3-0. They did not play South Dakota State. They'll play that tomorrow morning, hopefully. That game was scheduled for today. More softball. The Division II Central Region Tournament started today in Edmond, Oklahoma, where Augustana took on Arkansas Tech, and Abby leaned into this one A solo shot to left field deep into the parking lot for the early lead. It was 1-0 for Augie, and they have been hitting home runs at a crazy pace this year. But it was 1-0, second inning, 2 runners on. Look at this great catch by Amanda Dickmeyer, and that basically saved the shutout. Mitchell was great. This looked like it might be a pad run, but the runner was nailed at home plate. Still, it was a 1-0 win for Augustana. Mitchell with a one-hitter. I don't think I've ever seen somebody throw a one-hitter with no strikeouts. They play Central Oklahoma tomorrow. The Augustana baseball team took on Winona State today, trying to remain in the winner's bracket of the NSIC tournament. Second inning, Winona State with 1 on. Miller Wallace goes the other way for a 2-run home run, and it's 2-0 in favor of the Warriors. But third inning, Max Mosser bunts to the pitcher who throws it away. Luke Ball would score, and it's 2-1. He's pumped up about that. He's going to get even more excited when Jordan Barr steps to the plate. He had a grand slam yesterday, hits this one deep to left, just inside the foul pole. 3-run homer, makes it 4-2, and then Ballwig steps up, and watch what he does. He goes yard. Right field this time, makes it 5-2, and that was the score when the game was suspended, with Augustana leading 5-2. The Cougars of USF tried to rebound from last night's devastating 10-8 loss to St. Cloud, where they led 8-1 in the 8th inning, only to lose 10-8. Brady Clare singling to left, and USF takes a 2-0 lead. Things looking good for the Coup early, but second inning, bases loaded. Duluth's Tostin Mann singles to left. 2 runners are going to score. Duluth takes a 3-2 lead, and they would not look back. Ethan Cole singles to center. Connor King comes up throwing, but the runner scores. Brody Paulson is safe on the slide. That makes it 4-2. Same inning, Austin Gordon doubles to left. 2 runners come home on that one. That makes it 7-2, and that would be your margin of victory. Your final score was 9-4 in favor of Duluth. USF season is over. Augie will complete that game tomorrow against Winona State. In track and field on the men's side, NDSU leading there. Ben Olson of South Dakota State won the 10,000 meter. This is day number 1 in Tulsa.
Bread. Arby's, we have the meats.
Conveniently than ever with Sephora at Kohl's.
Also, another cluster of storms in southwestern Minnesota, and no current warnings on that area, and all the way around we expect that the threat is going to be declining as we go through the night tonight. Tomorrow there will be some threat for severe weather in the western lakes and back into the central plains. We'll have complete details starting tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
Support when you need answers, plus some of the lowest options in future.
Do it with WW.
You don't see the connection?
Get your first.
Out on the main streets of East.
A young woman you see, you pig.
1,500 retail orders.
Dakota, into Minnesota, and into Iowa. We already have a severe thunderstorm watch posted for down in Nebraska. That is until 9 o'clock tonight, but the Storm Prediction Center just sent us a note saying there's a 95% chance we're going to be seeing a severe thunderstorm watch here in the eastern part of KELO. They'll be bullseyeing this area. See where you see that in red? That's level 4 on a scale of 1 to 5 for severe weather. Wind gusts widespread to 80 miles an hour. We will see damage tonight. Also, a large hail, a few tornadoes, and pockets of heavy rain also possible. This is KELO Weather Now.
We are like family.
Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Mariva Plus feels
important.
Be alert around overhead power lines. Always call 811 before you dig. Do it for yourself and those you care about.
What if a bank wasn't built around money?
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com.
Shield. Try Parodontax.
Bruises on Rhoda's face.
Paris.
My skin, but
There's some sort of show happening there.
And thunderstorms moving through, so the severe weather threat not quite done just yet, but we'll talk about what conditions will be improving coming up on Dakota News Now at 10.
Easy steps. It's Carbine made easy, and it's all in the palm of your hand. At Build
The credits with Auto Advance from Dish.
You get Luka involved in all these pick and rolls, and that last possession.
This is a huge accomplishment.
It all starts with a seed.
Connecticut water.
Totally get it. Follow me, you ready?
Membership wouldn't be a threat to Russia, but that's Russia's fault that they want to join, right? I mean, is Putin inadvertently strengthening NATO even though he wants to weaken it?
Look, Finland has cooperated with NATO for a long time. We've always done joint exercises, we've had visits, we've had many other things. But they also have been very conscious of the arrangements that ended World War II for Finland. There was combat back and forth, and ultimately Finland lost that war, had to cede territory and other things. So they've always been very cautious about the Soviet Union and now Russia. And so this is a big step for Finland. It's a good thing for NATO. It shows that NATO's pulling together in the face of Russian aggression. And obviously, I don't think Russia is going to attack Finland, although they promised retaliation. Maybe they'll move some forces closer to the Finnish border.
The southern part of South Dakota have been fortunate enough to begin planting their crops. Some in the north have not been as lucky. High precipitation levels are causing fields to flood, and when fields are wet, farmers can't get their equipment in without getting stuck or create a proper seed bed for corn or soybeans. Waiting too long to plant, however, doesn't allow the plant to reach full maturity before harvest, possibly leading to no yield at all.
The northern half of South Dakota and all of North Dakota and the northern half of Minnesota are pretty much in the same boat we are. And a lot of the planting, as of Monday, the planting progress was way behind normal.
Some farmers tell us that around this time last year, they were almost finished planting. If the fields don't begin to dry by early June, they may not be able to plant at all. Tyler.
Andrea, finally some nice weather returning for us tomorrow. We'll actually see plenty of sunshine throughout the day. Sioux Falls mid-50s at 8 o'clock, upper 60s by the noon hour, and then we're back in the mid-70s by 4 o'clock, and the wind really not too bad. It'll be a little breezy in Aberdeen at times. We'll see wind speeds anywhere between 20 and 30 miles an hour, but still not a bad day after we start out in the mid-50s and get back to the lower 70s by 4 o'clock. And finally in Pierre, 50 degrees at 8 o'clock, noon hour mid-60s, and then we'll be in the low 70s by 4 o'clock with breezy conditions sticking around as well. Don't go away. Dakota News Now will continue right after the break.
The only station with a newsroom in Pierre with daily.
Look at this. We desiccated it. It's 4 eggs.
They already missed high school. So my whole point was just trying to like raise awareness to any other kid that's in a family that's just sort of like not understood. And just there's definitely this lack of confidence that can really like derail your life. And so I would definitely say I was one of those. A lot of parents would come up to me and just be like, oh my God, you remind me so much of my child, but like you're somehow successful. And I was like, well, I mean, I found an outlet, you know, that I could focus on. But up until that point, like I owed my shrink like so much in sessions. I was painting his house to pay off my tab. And even he said, man, wow, you finally found your outlet. I'm like, yeah. But
I'm going to talk to you more about that outlet, Ty. I want to know a lot more about that outlet and how ADHD actually ended up as a superpower. But first, Nancy, to you, you have 3 kids, all of them with ADHD. So how did you take sort of that experience with your family and then change it into a documentary that's going to, you know, affect maybe hundreds and thousands and maybe millions of people?
Well, The Disruptors is the film I desperately needed as a mother of 3 children with this diagnosis. Parenting a child with ADHD can just be incredibly challenging and overwhelming. And the biggest problem around ADHD right now is we're still figuring out what it is. And for some reason, it's become really complicated. There's a deep disconnection between what society thinks about ADHD and what we know about it from the decades of research and hundreds, if not thousands, of studies. We know it's neurological. We know it's highly genetic. We know the parts of the brain it affects. So I wanted to gather together the top experts in the world to really, unpack this for us and reframe it once and for all. And then also to follow 5 families that were currently in the struggle of dealing with raising a child with ADHD. And then to assemble some really successful, high-profile personalities like Ty to talk about their experiences in childhood growing up with ADHD, but also to talk about how they found a path to leverage the strengths of their ADHD brain for incredible success.
Okay, and you really went to town there, too, because holy Dinah, do you ever have a star-studded lineup? So I'm going to ask you about that in a minute, but first back to you, Ty, and that whole superpower business, finding your outlet. Will.i.am said it's his superpower, and a lot of the other celebrities are saying, but for the ADHD, I might not be what I am today. So for anybody watching out there who might be adults thinking, gee, maybe that is me, or kids who know it's them and are really worried about success, give them the secret sauce, the magic that you discovered.
Well, it's tough to say. I mean, as I'm sure a mother of 3 will tell you, like, each case is completely different. But I mean, my mom used to say that listening to me was like trying to drink from a fire hydrant, right? And so, like, how do you make that your talent? Just like blurting out whatever comes out of your face, even though you're having a vision and you think you really know what you're talking about, is you're sort of like 3 steps ahead of where your brain is at the moment. But and I still talk like that now. I mean, look at me. I'm like, fragments of a non sequitur. And but I think what it is that the power that I think I had is I sort of had if I took the moment and like put pen to paper or crayon to wall or whatever, creatively I have, and even in the test I took with my mom, I have a really strong power of the positive and negative. I can see shapes. And so graphically, I'm very, art is my, like, that's my power, like the creative process. But just like anybody with ADHD is, maybe you could start a piece of artwork, but who knows if you're going to finish it. But you start a task and you're definitely not going to finish it. But I think if it was in the creative industry, if it was me working with my hands, I would somehow, solve the equation. I would finish the drawing, or at least come close to finishing. And I think that's the other, the thing that's really changed, is the fact that once I got diagnosed and medicated, I could actually finish a task. But there's more than that, man. I was playing soccer as a kid, and I was okay when I was a child. But like right in the beginning of like early high school, I started growing and had no coordination. But then once I got diagnosed, like in college, like my brain just went, wow. Like I could read the field. I was scoring hat tricks. Even my brother was like, what's happened? I said, I think my brain's finally working. But it's...
So that's a really good point you bring up, Ty. And Nancy, maybe you can, because you've just done so much research on this, plus all these adult celebrities who have said it made me a success story. When you actually were able to nail them down and get them to do the documentary, did you also learn that they, like Ty, were able to really identify what it was about them and then find a career that fit that? And that's the magic path?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing about ADHD is that it's something that needs to be managed, but because there are challenges that you do need to manage, but there are also some pretty impressive strengths that need to be accelerated. And if you can find a path in life to amplify those strengths, it can be a big asset. People with ADHD are really creative, like Ty. They're very curious. They're not risk averse. So they take plenty of swings at big opportunities, and they see opportunities that other people don't see. A neurotypical person sees the world this way. A person with ADHD sees this, and they can connect dots that people might not think to connect. So they have all of those really great skills. They also have the ability to hyper-focus, so they can shut the whole world out and dive deep into a particular topic for hours and hours and hours. So those are huge superpowers that are not really appreciated, you know, in a K through 12 environment. So that's why it's really hard growing up with ADHD.
Well,
but if you can manage your ADHD along the way,
you know. I tell you, we need a whole hour because there's so much information. But in the meantime, for anybody watching right now, I just want to repeat the name of your amazing documentary. It's called The Disruptors. It's currently streaming on Apple TV, and there's going to be a ton more information in there for anybody watching who's like, aha, we're just scratching the surface. Ty Pennington, Nancy Armstrong, thank you so much for being here tonight. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Ashley.
And thanks for doing the project, Nancy. This is great. Just so much what people need. Okay, still ahead. How can virtual currency cause so much?
Years ago, so as a result, they've got plenty of experience.
A couple of years ago, the tornado came through and a bunch of trees kind of came down around that time, and a lot of the neighbors came out and helped each other out around that time, and as you can see, same thing happening again. Luckily, we had a lot of warning coming about, but since it happened not so long ago, I think since it happened not so long ago, we had a little bit of experience, so we were a little bit more prepared this time, so we were a little bit more ready for it this time.
A lot of chainsaws tonight. Emergency crews still trying to assess the storm damage within the city. Sioux Falls Fire Rescue asking everyone who doesn't need to be out either driving or walking around to just stay put, as there could still be power lines down in the area. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
The First Alert Weather Team helps you plan.
Qualified buyers.
Depression in those under 20.
Is actually, it belongs to the people. Our values never shifted to President Trump's values.
A compelling personal story sparked interest in her candidacy.
I am a little black girl from a pig farm in southern Alabama who grew up in a home with no running water, no insulation, an outhouse in the back and a well on the side.
And her campaign roared to life as she pushed utterly false claims the 2020 election was stolen.
The same freedoms.
She's linked her candidacy to Doug Mastriano, the frontrunner in the GOP governor's race here. Suddenly, as polls show a three-way contest entering the final stretch, rival Republicans are in a mad scramble to scrutinize Barnett's background in hopes of slowing her surprising rise.
She is a mystery person. We don't know much about her. We have to be able to learn, and she's not willing to share.
An outside group backing Oz also weighed in.
Meet Crazy Kathy Barnett, Pennsylvania's wackiest Senate candidate.
A CNN review found Barnett has a history of making anti-Muslim and anti-gay statements.
All the odds are against me.
In many tweets, she also spread the false conspiracy theory former President Barack Obama is a Muslim. It's an open question whether the torrent of criticism will animate or turn off the vibrant grassroots supporters in the party's base. The Conservative Club for Growth has her back, booking $2 million in ads to promote her candidacy.
Kathy Barnett is my girl.
What drew you to her candidacy?
She's an authentic person.
And chores to holdbacks doing.
Win his reelection last year, he is now fully in line with the Republican Party on banning abortion and just signed New Hampshire's first abortion ban into law.
Look, I'm the first governor in 40 years to sign an abortion ban, right? Republican governors before me never signed that. I've done more on the pro-life issue than if you will, than anyone.
28 of Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito's college classmates have signed a letter that begins, "We, the undersigned Princeton women of 72, have been deeply shocked by the leaked Supreme Court draft authored by our classmate, Justice Samuel Alito. We find it bitter indeed to see the draft Supreme Court opinion reverse the strides we thought we were making as part of one of the first classes of Princeton women towards a world of equality and fairness for women of all races and social and economic positions." Joining us now, Cecilia Richards, co-chair of America Bridge 21st Century, a former
Southwest Minnesota, Northwest Iowa, but they are not severe right now. Hopefully that's going to remain the case. But here's a look at First Alert Live Doppler, and here's what I'm talking about: Southwest Minnesota, Northwest Iowa. Here's a little closer view, and this is just some false echoes right here, but you see right along the Iowa line here, right along that Big Sioux River, we have some showers and isolated storms, so some of those may hold together as they make it up towards Sioux Falls. We have some in northeast Nebraska, southwest Minnesota, northwest Iowa, but again, these are not severe. Yeah, there's lightning with that as it moves to the north and east, but that's continuing to move away. And in northeastern South Dakota, especially hard hit with all those tornado warnings, and that, was kind of expected, because that tornado watch came out pretty early today, and it sure verified with all those tornado reports that had come in and all those tornado warnings. Still some rain left here around Watertown. You can disregard this right here near Aberdeen. So most of the activity is away from us now. So here's what's left of the watches. Again, nothing in South Dakota at the present time. The severe thunderstorm watch till 10 o'clock remains southwest Minnesota, northwest Iowa. The tornado watch until midnight for a large portion of Minnesota there. Now, as far as temperatures go, look how cool it is in western South Dakota, 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s in the southeast. But I tell you what, it has really dried out as far as that humidity is concerned. I was able to go out for a little bit after the 7 o'clock, 6:30 to 7 o'clock newscast, and you could really feel the humidity had dropped in the Sioux Falls area. So that's one of the reasons why we had the storms today. It's a cold front moving through the area with the cooler and drier air coming in behind it. So kind of breezy right now, depending on where you are. As we head into tomorrow morning, we're going to have winds not too bad in the southeast, but to the north, it'll be about 15 to 25 miles an hour. That's tomorrow morning at 7. By noon, the wind picks up, especially across the north, but nothing as far as severe weather, anything like that with that. Here's 5 o'clock, about 15 to 25 miles an hour. And then by about 10 o'clock tomorrow night, the wind really dropping off. And I don't think it's going to be too much of a factor heading into the weekend. The weekend looks really nice. So here's Futurecast. Some rain in western South Dakota. The showers and storms in eastern parts of our area, they continue to move away. The rain out west just kind of fizzles out. Here's tomorrow morning at 7. Temperatures in the 50s. Very pleasant start to Friday and into the afternoon. Lots of sunshine for most of us at noon. A few clouds along the North Dakota state line there. And by 5 o'clock, it's going to be just really nice. Yes, a bit breezy, especially across the north, but we'll have temperatures in the 70s, a good amount of sunshine, dry air. And then tomorrow evening at 10, maybe a passing shower in north central South Dakota, but that should move on away as we head into Saturday. Any additional rainfall tonight? Again, we could get a little more in the Sioux Falls area, but more so into Minnesota and Iowa. And even here, it's not going to be all that much. So here's the 10-day forecast now. First of all, for the Sioux Falls area for tomorrow and the next several days, it's going to be dry and pretty pleasant. Well, kind of breezy on Friday, but look at this weekend. It's looking so nice with dry conditions, highs in the 70s. Next week, Monday, looking nice. We do have some rain chances starting next Tuesday, lasting into Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but notice those percentages are pretty low. Don't expect too much to be happening. And then next weekend, looking pretty nice with highs in the 60s to low 70s. For Aberdeen and northeastern South Dakota, here's your 10-day forecast. Nice the next several days and pleasant. Again, small rain chances next Tuesday through Friday, and then dry next weekend. For Aberdeen and northeastern South Dakota, actually here in central South Dakota, 70s the next several days. Slight chance of a shower tomorrow, as we showed you on the
part. And wind to help you decide when to go outside or stay inside. And plan your week with the 7-day forecast. The interactive radar includes KELO Live Doppler HD radars, allowing you to track storms like never before.
Everything they can, but the situation is relentless. In the midst of this crisis, we find Amy, brought in by our mother.
Late Show with Stephen Colbert. % of its value. The project was founded in South Korea in
half the recommended weight of a child her age.
Cette fillette, elle a souffert de la malnutrition aiguë sévère. Elle a besoin de traitements d'urgence.
Amy is slowly dying. She needs therapeutic food and medicine immediately. These are the basic things that you can help us provide by calling the number on your screen now.
And at this point, Tim Kaine, he's actually responding. Watch.
It strikes me, if we're the largest energy producer in the world, and we know that at least transitionally our European allies need energy from sources other than Russia, that us going to Saudi Arabia and say, please produce more energy when we're not willing to do it ourselves, I just don't get it. I think, I don't know that there's a coherent strategy.
Ah, the Democrat. He saw that Glenn Youngkin win in Virginia, and suddenly we got Tim Kaine is making sense here. Steve, this was true sabotage.
On how serious an issue abortion has very quickly become in the congressional campaign.
Well, I think it's because, of course, all of these Republican candidates and folks who are in office are saying, they're being asked, do you support these abortion bans? Do you support the repeal of Roe versus Wade? And they are on record now. In fact, we just We just launched, a site at American Bridge so that people could see the exact quotes of what Republicans are saying. They're all on the record now, and they're on the record saying that they would agree to an abortion ban. Places like Pennsylvania, a state where the gubernatorial candidates in the Republican primary are saying, yes, we want to ban all abortions. And so I think it is no longer a Texas issue. It's no longer a Mississippi issue. It is an issue that is impacting folks all over this country. And that's, that to me, that's going to continue to happen as these abortion bans get passed and go into effect.
Cecile Richards and Professor Susan Squire, thank you both very much for joining our discussion tonight.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you. And we have a very special and slightly profane last word from the fabulous Tony Award-winning Broadway icon Patti LuPone. You're going to want to see what she said from a Broadway stage to an audience.
Potential fires from a faulty part. 215,000 Hyundai Sonata sedans are being recalled because of fuel hoses that can leak in the engine compartment and cause fires. The recalls cover certain 2013 and 2014 Sonatas. Owners will be notified in July. Sonatas from 2020 were previously recalled for this very same problem. Federal regulators have been investigating Hyundai and Kia for engine fires.
More shakeups tonight within the South Dakota Department of Corrections. Darren Berg is no longer the warden at the women's prison in Pierre. That according to a letter sent to DOC staff obtained by Dakota News Now. Berg has been in charge of that prison since April of 2020. Associate Warden Aaron Miller will assume responsibility until a new warden is brought on.
Downtown Sioux Falls is getting a fresh set of artwork. The 19th annual Sculpture Walk exhibit will debut this weekend. The upcoming season will feature a record 67 sculptures. The Sculpture Walk route begins at the Washington Pavilion and extends all the way down Phillips Avenue to the Arc of Dreams. The public can also vote for the People's Choice Award from May through September. That winning sculpture is then purchased by the City of Sioux Falls to become a part of its permanent collection. Phil.
Well, here's a look at our day planner. First of all, for the Sioux Falls area, a much calmer day for us. A few clouds in the morning and then a nice afternoon. Temperatures making it up into the 70s, a west breeze, up around 15 miles an hour at times, but that's not bad at all. Meanwhile, in the Aberdeen area tomorrow, looking good. A clear to partly cloudy sky. It's going to be windy in northern portions of South Dakota. 50s in the morning, low 70s, very pleasant in the afternoon, falling back to about 65. And the wind dropping off at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. No worries about severe weather anywhere tomorrow. Here's the Pier Day planner. Look at that little tinge of sunlight off in the distance there. It's almost 10 o'clock now. Sunny at 8 o'clock, 50 degrees. You'll be up into the 70s. A few clouds making their way in later on in the day and a bit breezy in central portions of South Dakota. Now check of our 10-day forecast. Boy, it looks really nice tomorrow through the weekend. Again, the wind's going to be a bit of a factor, especially the farther north you go in the Dakota News Now coverage area. Monday's looking good too. And then we do have, at this point, we're thinking just small precip chances next Tuesday through Friday, 20 to 30% chance. And that's about it. And then by the time we hit next weekend, temperatures are going to be in the upper 60s to low 70s, which is right about where we're supposed to be for this time of the year, and it's also going to be dry. So, but what a day of weather we've had today into this evening. We've had severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, all kinds of things going on. A lot of people that have been, in the newsroom here helping us out a lot. I really appreciate that, and so thanks for all your help, guys.
Definitely, and thanks for keeping us informed. And as a reminder, you at home, you can stay ahead of every storm by downloading the First Alert Weather app. Simply scan that QR code that you see there on your screen. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter as well, and get updates online.
Dakota News Now does continue in 2 minutes at the top of the hour on KSFY and KDLT.
From all of us to all of you, stay safe and have a good night.
Sports when you want it with Dakota News Now.
The man to rest together, you know what I mean? All right, I'll text you my flight details.
That's exactly why these things exist. A million years ago, this was giant sand dunes. They were compressed over time, and then now through rain and wind, they've eroded, well, partway eroded anyway.
This stuff works. When you hear...
There have been numerous studies showing a link between paraquat and
MyPillow. Thanks to your support, you've helped me.
$16,000 in prizes.
Allergy sufferers. Bedtime.
The supreme choices for you two. Monday at 9, 8 Mountain on SDPB.
Sunday.
Wayfair has everything I need to make my home totally me. Sometimes I'm a homebody, can never have too many pillows. Sometimes I'm all business.
Chocolate. For the kids.
That they will be issuing a severe thunderstorm watch because this area, it you see there in red, that's level 4 on a 1 to 5 scale for severe.
50 million years of wind and weather sculpting a landscape you can't find anywhere else.
Get ready for more. More tropical flavor. More refreshing.
Best technology to give them the very best surgical outcome possible.
Stories from.
Just watch your show, honey.
Do with a rat. Exterminate him.
Free your gut and your mood will follow.
The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, weeknights on CBS.
We're here to execute an arrest warrant.
These charges are outrageous.
We're done here.
It's a good thing you're not still dating that guy, because I'm going to pulverize him.
A new bull next Thursday on CBS.
A hit squad wiped out a family in cold blood.
We can end this without anyone getting hurt. Put on your weapon!
A new SWAT, Sunday on CBS.
Live from KELOLAND Media Group, KELOLAND News at 10.
Well, good evening. A fast-moving storm has left long-lasting damage and several injuries, and KELOLAND News can now confirm at least one fatality.
The damage includes uprooted trees, downed power lines, and roofs torn from homes and businesses. The severe weather rumbled through late this afternoon and did not let up until nearly 8 tonight. Communities are now gearing up for cleanup efforts that will span several days, if not weeks and months. Our news crews have been checking on the widespread damage in some of the hardest hit areas.
And we're going to start in Castlewood, where there is significant damage to businesses and homes.
KELOLAND's Carter Schmidt sat in on briefing with Governor Kristi Noem, who met residents at 8:45 tonight. The governor did confirm that there is at least one fatality in the state, and she has activated about 50 members of the National Guard. Governor Noem asked Castlewood residents to go to hotels for the night if their homes were damaged.
The Castlewood School has extensive damage on the roof and its siding. Volunteer firefighters and police escorted people back to their homes if their homes weren't damaged, just to make sure everyone was safe and accounted for. Now, Carter says that there was at least one tornado reported. The Brookings Healthcare System says it's treating about a dozen people for injuries. Some of them are critical and had to be airlifted to Sioux Falls. The Prairie Lakes Healthcare System in Watertown says it's treating 6 storm victims from Hamlin, Dual, and Cottington counties. Hospital officials tell us that their injuries range from minor to critical. The governor is also planning stops in Arlington, Madison, Brookings, and Sioux Falls.
Now, in McCook County, there's extensive farm and grain bin damage throughout the county, but many homeowners and businesses in central Salem are also dealing with significant damage tonight. Trees uprooted, windows shattered, sheds, grain bins, and rooftops destroyed.
And that's the same way it looks all the way from here, southwest of Bridgewater, is the same kind of thing where that wind came together and really did some damage.
But so far, no serious injuries are reported.
I took and got hit on the head with the ceiling tile. The tile came down and hit me, but I'm not hurt really. So.
The nursing home in Salem had some of the worst damage.
When the storm hit, I was by the wall that was next to that got tore apart, and it went boom. I mean, it sounded like a darn bomb hit.
But all 30 residents are safe tonight after being evacuated to the Armory. They're now being moved to other nursing homes across the state. Cleanup is already underway all over Salem.
And then 30, 45 minutes after it all hit, our neighbor right across the street came over and started chopping.
Those who aren't bringing out chainsaws are doing other things to help. One neighbor even brought out food to cook for the whole neighborhood while they're working to clean up.
It is amazing. It's blessed to have a small town help.
From the young,
it's his birthday today, he's 7,
to the old,
83.
Neighbors came together all evening to help pick up the mess this storm system left behind.
Small town teamwork is awesome. I don't know all of these people's names, but it's awesome that they get together and they help everybody around the town clean up. There's a lot of cleaning up to do.
There certainly is a lot of cleanup. Now, tomorrow was supposed to be the last day of school for students in Salem, but due to all the damage across town and some minor damage to the school, the summer break is now officially underway in Salem.
Well, the storm also left behind dramatic damage at a Hartford gas station tonight. Powerful winds blew out the windows at the Coffee Cup fuel stop and tipped over semi-trailers outside the store. A Texas couple on vacation stopped at the gas station when the storm rolled in. Susie Walling says that she was in their pickup when the wind smashed rocks against the windows.
And I got down in the floorboard of the passenger side and held on for dear life and said a lot of loud prayers, and God protected me. Oh, man.
One pickup window is blown out and others are damaged. According to the Highway Patrol, troopers responded to more than a dozen overturned semis due to the storm. The storm blew 7 semis off the road in Union County along Interstate 29. There was also 5 reported on I-29 in Lincoln and Minnehaha counties. At least 2 semis were overturned on I-90 in Minnehaha. There was at least 1 additional report in McCook County. It happened in a construction zone, so drivers on I-90 had to be detoured.
The utility crews are putting in some long hours tonight repairing damage from the storm. It knocked out power to thousands of people all over the eastern part of the state.
Northwestern Energy says that at one point they had about 9,500 customers without power.
It was all hands on deck at the headquarters in Huron as workers rerouted power and got bucket truck crews where they needed to go. Spokesman Tom Glanzer has a warning for everyone impacted by the storm.
If you see a power line on the ground, do not touch it. Treat it as if it's live. If you smell natural gas, because a lot of these trees have uprooted and taken out natural gas services going into the homes. So make sure that you're calling 800-245-6977 if you're a Northwestern Energy customer. If not, if you don't know who your service provider is, just call 911 and they'll help you out.
Glanzer says even if a power line isn't sparking and might look safe, it can still have power to it. Even trained workers test every line before they work on them.
And just a quick note here, due to the storm damage across the state, Brookings, Freeman Academy, and McCook Central schools also will be closed tomorrow.
Well, Jay, it has been a busy night tonight. Is it over now?
Yeah, pretty much is, Bridget. The storms that brought us all the destructive winds have now moved off to the east. There are a few showers out in western South Dakota, but they are not severe and not expected to be so. It's all quiet in the big city right now. Sioux Falls with cloudy skies, 69 degrees right now. Remember, we were in the mid-90s a few hours ago. Watertown, 65 degrees right now. Some urban damage from winds in Watertown as well. But that was pretty much the case across KELO. Look at each of these dots. Represents a storm report. The vast majority of them are for destructive, very strong winds, and right there, that's the Castlewood area, and that's where we did have severe thunderstorms that did cause the tornado that you were just seeing. Castlewood tornado occurred about 5:53 earlier today. Now, what's going to happen overnight, we'll continue to see the showers dying out. The stronger storms are into Minnesota and moving away from the KELO region. Here's your forecast for tonight. There could be a few sprinkles left in Sioux Falls and Rapid City, otherwise lows tonight in the 50s. Then tomorrow, it's going to be kind of breezy and cooler with a mostly sunny sky, low to the mid-70s, not the 90s and humid like we saw today. Actually fairly quiet through the weekend. We'll have details on that coming up.
All right, thanks, Jay. And I know you said this earlier, Jay, that it was a storm like no other. This wall of dust is what many people saw roll in ahead of today's severe weather. It didn't matter if you were in Sioux Falls or out in the country. Thick, dark dust filled the sky. In many places, it looked like something that you'd see in a movie.
A strong wind also caused damage to a water tower in Brandon. Take a look at this video. You can see bracing for the tower is now bent. People in the McKinnon Park area are going to be cleaning up for days after straight-line winds toppled trees and damaged property in the area.
KELOLAND's Angela Kennedy shows you the scene and checks in with neighbors.
As the wall of fierce winds went through the middle of Sioux Falls, people in the McKinnon Park area braced for the worst.
I was driving home when it hit, and I saw all the trees down. I just wanted to get home.
Well, you could see a dark cloud with a lot of dust coming up from the southwest, and the first thing that went were the McKinnon tennis court screens, and then the fence went. We were on the front porch. Then our tree right here went. The trees across the street started to go, and we went down to the basement.
When people emerged from their basements, they took in the destruction. Trees that stood for decades didn't stand a chance, like this 70-year-old pine.
This thing just flew, and there's dirt flying and debris, and it was straight off our garage.
In the beginning of the Wizard of Oz.
The aerial view tells the story of just how many trees were uprooted in the wind and the kind of cleanup residents have ahead of them. In Sioux Falls, Angela Kennecke, KELO News.
And no injuries have been reported in the McKinnon Park neighborhood, thank goodness.
Yeah, chainsaws were sounding off in that area earlier tonight as people started cleaning up those trees just an hour and a half after the storm blew through. However, neighbors were out enjoying the nice weather that followed the storm because they know they're going to be busy tomorrow.
I help out in the park too at McKinnon. I'm one of the maintenance people now, part-time, so
sure,
we'll be busy tomorrow.
He says his neighbor's tree also got hit with branches falling onto his porch.
At least the weather will be okay for the widespread cleanup we'll have in KELO the next several days. A quiet weekend forecast for you coming up next.
Dust, wind, and water descended on town. Tornado sirens going off shortly thereafter. That forced me into the Dyke House Student Center with several others for shelter. Was able to shoot this video from a safe distance of the doors being blown open by the wind. After the storm passed, we found debris scattered on campus. It's apparently a cover for some canoes that had been blown in front of the rec center all over town. A lot of trees down, some torn from their roots. Also, a storage facility at the Econo Lodge near the interstate was destroyed, and there appears to be wind damage to the roof of the Swiftel Center. Finally, on the drive between Brookings and Sioux Falls, I counted 5 overturned semi-trucks. Now, SDSU is also going to be closing campus tomorrow, in part to clean up and mitigate some of the efforts going on there. Certainly was a mess, but considering what can only be described as the sound of a train coming through when the storm hit, it certainly seems like things could have been a lot worse. Back to you.
All right, Zach, thank you so much. More amazing video from Beth Warden. Look at this. This is in Brandon. That is the Brandon Water Tower. It has a dent in it now, damaged from the storm that moved through. And she also sent us these photos of a construction site in Brandon. You can see the frame has been toppled over. Very strong winds.
Dad, it's a Buick.
I love
Continues our team coverage tonight with a look at some of that damage. Austin, good evening.
Hey, Brian and Andrea. Yeah, the storms came through and they left pretty quickly. Of course, they left lots of damage in its wake, and before that, kicked up a lot of dust, and it sure made for quite the photo opportunity like we've already seen earlier in the newscast. But check out some of these other photos we received.
Principle of one person, one vote.
Seeing here, we've also had viewer submission photos from Vermilion, Huron, Rowena, and Beersford. We've had hundreds of photos sent to us, and there's also been numerous wind reports of 60 to 80 miles per hour, and some of those not only even exceeding 80, but even 90 miles per hour. So far, as of the top of the hour, there's been at least 4 reports from what I've seen where the wind gusts exceeded 95 miles per hour. There was a 102 mile an hour gust in Dual County and a 107 mile an hour wind gust in Hutchinson County near the Tripp area. So, Brian and Andrew, even though those storms have ended for the most part, we are heading into the nighttime hours, and it is very important, though, that if you do have to venture out for work or whatever reason, just be sure that you be down.
Sponsored by these partners.
The fire chief in Bridgewater says there's significant damage in that town. Doug Weber says in all his years of living there, he's never seen anything like it, but says that he is thankful that everyone is okay. Now, another hard-hit area was in Lake Ponset near Watertown. There are reports of a lot of damage to homes and campers. Victor Erlacher, who lives there, shot this video of fire trucks and ambulances responding. We had calls into the Hamilton County Emergency Manager and the Sheriff's Office, but we were told that they're super busy and didn't have time to talk, which we totally understand.
I think that's probably the case across KELO, Don. We've talked about all the reports I'm sure that many more reports are going to come to light once the sun comes up tomorrow. It's been that kind of a day. As expected, a wall of wind came through the eastern part of KELO. We are talking super destructive winds. When you have 70, 80, 90 mile-an-hour winds come through areas, that causes widespread destruction. More than tornadoes, a big wall of wind like this can cause such widespread destruction. This is probably going to be the most expensive event in South Dakota's weather history. Right now, 69 degrees at Falls Park in Sioux Falls. It's a quiet night, just an 8-mile-an-hour wind after what we had earlier. Remember earlier today, it was hot, it was humid. Sioux Falls made it to 94 degrees. It was 97 in Spencer, Iowa. There's your energy. Temperatures were only the 60s and 70s to the west. We had that clash of the air masses going on, of course. That's what led us to those thunderstorms. Right now, temperatures are only in the 60s. It is relatively quiet out there. Western South Dakota, look how cold it is. 49 in Rapid City. We were noticing up in Terry Peak there were actually a few flakes of snow earlier this evening. So there's plenty of cold out there, plenty of warmth out here. And now we're going to see the storm systems that were caused start to move away from the KELO region. We have no warnings left in the KELO area. I would point out that we do have a few showers, and there has been a little bit of lightning even this evening here in the southern sky down by Sioux Center, Haywarden areas down toward Yankton. So just a little shower right now. It's garden variety stuff. It's not going to do anything. Hear those thunderstorms as they move away from the KELO region. That's where the clouds are right now as well. Clouds are breaking up to the west, and actually we're going to see a lot of sunshine tomorrow. Overnight tonight, a few sprinkles left on the edges of KELO, otherwise lows in the 50s. A little bit breezy as the south winds turn to the west. Then tomorrow during the day, mostly sunny. It's going to be breezy or windy with a westerly wind, but much cooler, like 20 degrees cooler. 75 Sioux Falls, 72 Aberdeen, 73 in Pierre, a breezy 68 in Rapid City. Then on Saturday, partly cloudy, upper 60s to low 70s. We go from summer to autumn in 2 days. At least it will be a dry Saturday and good cleanup weather, I guess you'd say. Sunday, not too bad either, breezy 72. Monday, mostly sunny 70. Could see some more showers Wednesday and Thursday. They don't look like strong storms, mainly rain showers at this point. Temperatures in the 70s much of next week, so near normal for this time of year. For the Aberdeen area, a quiet weekend, around 70 degrees. Chances of some rain showers Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe even to Thursday next week. Right now, doesn't look like they'll be very heavy. For the Pierre area, low 70s for the weekend. Next week,
that are still without power tonight.
Tools and platforms to make our business more efficient.
The COVID-era order, Title 42, allows for the deportation of migrants due to pandemic concerns. It expires 11 days from now. And joining
all the way down like steps of some
through the evening hours. This is KELO Weather Now.
If those homes weren't damaged, just to make sure that everyone was safe and accounted for. Many injuries have been reported. Governor Kristi Noem was also talking with people in her hometown tonight.
All right, a viewer shared pictures with us of the storm damage in Madison. You can see the strong winds tore apart this home. The viewer tells us that there are several areas without power. Switching gears here now. Leading school isn't an easy task, something Rapid City Superintendent knows all too well.
I think we did the very best that we could. And, you know, in this role, you have to be able to sleep at night knowing that you've done everything that you can to help support your students.
Lori Simon shares some of her accomplishments and challenges while leading the district. That's next in Eye on KELO.
Look at developing stories from overnight.
Plus the latest on your hour-by-hour forecast tomorrow on KELO This Morning.
They were severe thunderstorm warnings, but of course we had quite a few of those tornado warnings in northeastern South Dakota. Things have really quieted down now, though. We do have some rain left over, mainly in northwest Iowa, extreme southeastern South Dakota there, maybe, you know, around Elk Point, Alcester, actually east of Alcester now, but southwest Minnesota, some rain going on, but that is moving away. A little bit of rain, well, that's pretty much all gone now from northeastern South Dakota. You can disregard that. That's just some false echoes being reported or being shown by the Aberdeen Doppler radar. So here's what's left of the watches. Nothing in the Dakota News Now coverage area. In fact, the severe thunderstorm watch is totally gone now in Iowa, and it remains, though, across portions of Minnesota until midnight tonight. As far as temperatures go, well, we're in the 60s for the most part around here, 70s in southwest Minnesota and northwest Iowa, but boy, the humidity has really dropped.
You know, one of the reasons we had the storms today, one of the big reasons, was a cold front that moved through, bringing in much drier air, so that humidity has really been scoured out now. Now, as far as the wind goes, it's about 5 to 15 miles an hour around here. We got a stronger wind in the Worthington area, probably some outflow from some thunderstorms that are going on nearby, but otherwise the wind is not too much of a factor. And into tomorrow, the wind's going to be pretty breezy, especially across the north. Here is noon, 25 miles an hour greater in some spots, and then it'll be decreasing by 5 o'clock somewhat, and then much more so by tomorrow night about this time. So the rainfall continues to move on away from us overnight into tomorrow morning. Temperatures in the 50s. Going to be a good, easy day tomorrow. And then into the afternoon, temperatures in the 70s. A lot of sunshine. A little breezy, especially across the north. But other than that, things looking very nice. And then tomorrow evening, maybe a passing shower in central portions of South Dakota, but most of us will be dry. And any additional rainfall tonight, not all that much, mainly in southwest Minnesota and northwest Iowa. And even there, it's on the low end of the scale. So here's the 10-day forecast now. First of all, for the Sioux Falls area. And the next several days, things looking very nice. And into Monday as well. And then we do have small chances of precip next week, but temperatures will stay nice and mild for the most part in the 70s. For Aberdeen and northeastern South Dakota, your 10-day forecast, nice the next several days. And again, 20 to 30% rain chances next week, Tuesday through Friday. Right now it's looking dry next weekend as well. And for Pierre and central South Dakota, nice the next few days. Rain chances next week starting Tuesday, lasting through Friday, but again, small chances we think, and then dry for next weekend, Brian.
All right, Phil, thank you so much. Governor Nome in Castlewood tonight confirming at least one fatality.
That is where we find Cooper Seamer with the very latest information coming from that area this evening. Cooper, good evening.
Brian and Andrea, we're live here in Castlewood. I'm here live with Mayor of Castlewood, Brian Rees. Brian, thank you for taking a few minutes to chat with me here today. Can you give us an update on everything that's going on right now in Castlewood and kind of what first responders are doing here so far?
Sure. So far tonight, we've just went around and accounted for everybody. We did not have any fatalities in town, just a few injuries that we've taken care of. Our priority was we have an assisted living center in town, so we got the people that needed oxygen, out of town, whether to another facility or a hospital. Otherwise, like I said, it was just going around, making sure everybody is okay, everybody's accounted for, organizing here at the community center in town, and then we'll reconnect in the morning and go from there and start our cleanup process.
Absolutely. Right now, if there's anybody that's still looking for assistance around town or everything like that, what are some of the numbers that they should be calling, or who should they be contacting to get a hold of you guys?
Sure. So like I said, we'll start here in the morning at 8, but we put a full list of numbers that everybody that needs to be contacted. The governor's was here early as well, so she's got all that information on her page where that can be seen. Between our city page and our couple Facebook pages around town, we'll be putting all that contact information. So right now, I mean, it's check Facebook if you want to come help and clean up or whatever it may be. Check Facebook for those numbers, and then, like I said, 8 o'clock, we'll start tomorrow.
Brian, I know there's still a lot that needs to be done. You kind of said to me earlier that, you're still just kind of soaking everything in. And I mean, right now, as kind of the mayor is talking to people, how are people feeling with everything that's happened here in Castlewood?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are at the point of, it's still sinking in. But you can see that everybody's already coming together, wanting to help out, get the town cleaned up and get life back to normal. Of course, that's going to be days, weeks, months, who knows. But we'll assess in the morning when the sun comes up again, and we'll go from there.
Absolutely. Brian, thank you so much again for taking a few minutes. Like Brian had said there's plenty of stuff yet to do here in Castlewood, clean up and volunteer. You can check out those sites like he had mentioned there as well. Live in Castlewood here, Cooper Seamer, Dakota News Now.
All right, Cooper, thank you very much for those updates.
Yeah, and keep it right here. Meteorologist Tyler Roney will join us after this break.
Only one state
in mind. She's very focused on the community and works really hard to meet the needs, and she's a great listener.
Dr. Simon, we wish you well. Because this is because there's student leadership. I want to be a part of that because it just changes a difference, not only in our school but in our community and sometimes even in our world.
She's going to be greatly missed, and I wish her well on her next adventure, whatever it may be.
Simon says she is very hopeful for the future of the Rapid City area schools. While it was a hard decision to leave, this is the right time for her.
I love this district. I love our staff, our families, our kids, and I'm really, really proud of everything that we've accomplished in the 6 years that I've been here.
With Eye on KELO Land, I'm Sydney Thorson.
The last day of school for Rapid City is May 26th. Before then, Superintendent Lori Simon is looking forward to graduations, end-of-the-year concerts, and more events. And she is also looking forward to spending more time with her grandkids.
Well, the postseason began for USD softball while Augustana opened its NCAA tournament. Those highlights next in sports.
The exclusive sponsor of Your Money Matters is I-29 RV Supercenter. New and used.
Hi, Chris Jeske here with I-20.
His work goes in the trash, but the plan is to catch shrimp, which is called shrimping